Yo, what's up? How is everybody doing? Welcome to RossonARI TV. We are going to be talking Milan today, and we have some interesting subjects to talk about. For example, Allegri, Lukaku. Those two, those two are the subjects that I'm most interested in because they are absurd. But then Camarda renews, so that is excellent. That is excellent news. And we're going to be talking about Camarda, especially what he did today. The kid scored 2 goals in the U17 final in the Euros. Italy wins the U17 first time in their history. Italy, this is the fourth time Italy make the finals in the past 6-7 years, and they finally win it. And Camarda scored 2 goals, getting MVP of the tournament. So Camarda breaking all kind of records as one of the youngest players in the tournament, and also all the records that he broke with the youth league. Camarda is the real deal at this point. The sky is the limit for this kid. So, and that's something that we got to say. Is he still a kid, or is he ready to go to the next phase? This is something that I think in Italy they will know how to handle Camarda. They'll know how to manage Camarda, and I'm sure that they'll make the right decisions for the kid. I don't know right now. If you ask me, do you think he should play with the seniors? Honestly, I do not know that answer, because unless you really see the player from close up, it's difficult to tell. What I saw in this tournament from Camarda, the U17, is that he's very dominant. Technically, he's very good. His timing is really what sets him apart. He knows how to slow down, and he knows how to go really fast. He's very composed. One thing about this generation of Italian players that are coming up is that they play a very composed kind of football. You got Liberali in there also, who was one of the main players in that team. Cam. You had Sala, who was the deep line regista and defensive midfielder, and also the goalkeeper Longoni. Guys, Milan had a goalkeeper in this tournament that played the group stages, and then had a concussion against England. And because of the rules in this tournament, if you have a concussion, you can't play the rest of the tournament. But Milan had they had more or less 3 or 4 starters in this tournament, and all of them are absolute superstars, all 4 of them. Longoni, the goalkeeper, what he was doing in the group stages was phenomenal. The way he would come out and save the ball was incredible. His movement, incredible. Salah, very disciplined, very good, very clever, intelligent, technical, and composed. And then you have the 2 artists, Liberali and Camarda. These 2 guys are incredible. They play football like it's magic. So very interesting generation coming up here for Italy. Very interesting generation. But, you also got to talk about the other guys, the 2 fullbacks. You got Benjamin. This kid is Brazilian, Italian-Brazilian, and he plays with Real Madrid. He's with the Real Madrid youth sector, and excellent fullback. And on the other side, Kama, who had an incredible tournament, assists, goals, incredible football from this player. He plays at Roma. You had the 2 Mezzeale, who I believe both are Roma players. They had a fantastic tournament. You had Mosconi, the captain of the team, Inter player. He probably should have scored more goals, but his football was just incredible. Had an incredible tournament. Incredible. Even defenders, you had Verde and Natali. Natali plays for Barcelona. He's in the Barcelona sector. So it's an Italy youth that plays with a lot of big teams. The goalkeeper is a Bologna player, the one that played today. And then there's some Empoli players in there, but it's mostly, and there's some Napoli players, but it's mostly Milan, Inter. There's some Juve players. Milan, Inter, Juve, Roma, Barcelona, Real Madrid. It's a very interesting generation coming up for Italy. Very interesting. And for us Milanisti, it's nice because it seems like the best players in this. And when you say the best players, it's like you got to be really good to be the best players in this generation because the level is really high. But Camarda is for sure the spearhead. Camarda is definitely the one, and Liberali also. Liberali and Camarda to me seem to be the most the ones that just have that extra technical. But I mean, again, the level is so high. But I do want to say something about Portugal. Portugal had an incredible tournament and also an incredible qualification because prior to qualify for this tournament, Portugal had to beat a lot of good teams like Germany. They beat Germany. They beat Spain. They beat then in the group stages. They beat Spain. They beat England. They had, I think, they had to go through France. You know, they beat a lot of big teams. So Portugal also has a very good squad, but Italy right now maybe just something a little bit more than Portugal. But yeah, at the end of the day, the truth is, guys, that whether you win or lose these tournaments, it doesn't really matter. It's just good information because there have been players that have not won these tournaments but have won major European trophies or even World Cups or Euro Cups. So it's not a real indicator to tell you whether or not the next generation of players is going to be a trophy, they're going to win trophies, but it does tell you that they're going to play for trophies. And if they do have a habit of winning trophies in their youth, that can carry over to the next stage. So that is a possibility. The future is bright for some of these players, for a lot of these players, and yeah, and it's very good, excellent. But the best news is that Camarda renews with Milan, and that's really what this is all about. Camarda is going to be renewing with Milan, getting 8K a season, and he's going to continue his trajectory with the club. And now, let's talk about this, all right? Real fast. Milan is developing a Serie C team, a U23 team, all right? And this team is going to be playing in the Serie C. Now, in order to play, they need to register. But in order to register, teams that have already registered, right now, all teams have registered for the Serie C. But now the phase has to go through the General Commission, and they have to now approve all the registrations. Now, Ancona is a team that they have found some discrepancies with salaries not being paid. So they might not be able to register for the Serie C, which means that Milan is most likely going to take that spot and register for the Serie C. So now the big debate is, should Camarda go there and play with that team? He's going to be playing against adults, like 30-year-old adults, 32-year-olds, 33, 27, 25. And they're going to be playing very competitive football. They're going to, they're not going to hold back. They're not going to look at you as a kid and hold back. So that's something to consider. Or should he go straight to the first team? That's also something to consider. Is he good enough to go straight to the first team? There is an indicator that might show us that actually. And let me talk about that real fast. This summer, with the friendlies that we have in the US, there are friendlies in the US, and there are going to be other friendlies around Europe. Probably, it's probably going to be around five or six friendlies. I don't know how many friendlies we're going to have. But if Camarda gets opportunities to show what he's about in these friendlies, for example, if he plays from the first minute, or he actually gets to play for 45 minutes, or he gets to play even for 30 minutes, I'm sure he's going to get time. I'm sure Camarda is going to get time in this summer. So that is going to be really when we can evaluate whether or not he is ready for the seniors or not. If he does well during the summer against teams like Man City, or I think we're playing we're playing these big teams, Man City, Real Madrid, the usual commercial stunts. And even if we play against teams that are mid-table teams in Germany, France, or whatever, and he does well in these games, then it's a no-brainer. The kid is ready. Like, at that point, there's no point of even calling him a kid anymore. If he does well in those games, he is ready, period. And in order to do well, We'll have to see his body composure. Can he handle the blows? Can he fight the physical battles? Is his football, can he be quick enough to take on defenders, to get in those pockets of space? I mean, my gut feeling says yes, to be honest with you. My gut feeling says yes, but we have to see it. And then the other option would be, is Camarda going to stay in the Primavera? Is Camarda going to stay in the Primavera for another year? That's the other option. So you got these three options. He ever stays in the Primavera for another year. Remember, he's very young. He is one of the youngest players in the Primavera. He is the youngest player ever to play in the Serie A. So we are still talking to a player that just turned 16. He just turned 16. Should he stay another year in the Primavera? Should seniors, and should he go? You know what? I'm going to make a poll. Guys, I'm going to make a poll, and I want to know what you think. Give me a second here. Give me a second. We are going to make a poll, and I want to know what you guys think. Should he stay another year in the Primavera? Should he go to the first team? Should he go to the first team? Or should he go to the Serie C team? All right, let me make this poll, guys. I want you guys to show me what you think. Okay, let's do it. Camarda, U23. Seniors, U23, seniors, Primavera. All right. Vote away, guys. Vote away. I want to know what you guys think. Should he go to the Primavera? Should he go to the seniors, or should he go to the U23? And it looks like the U23 is going to happen. It is definitely going to happen. Okay, so let's check that poll in a second. In the meantime, guys, and I'm going to get to chat in a second, say hi to everybody. In the meantime, we have two big, well, let's say two. Allegri and Lukaku, I think, are two controversial names when you tie them to Milan. So right now there are rumors that Allegri has made himself available to coach AC Milan, and apparently AC Milan has made contacts with him. And I don't know what to think about that, to be honest with you. This is how I feel about Allegri, and this is just my personal opinion, okay? So please understand, this is my personal opinion. I don't like Allegri's football at all. And when he coached AC Milan, I hated the way the team played, and I didn't enjoy it. Even though we won trophies, I did not enjoy it. It felt like a betrayal of what Milan was about. Milan is about courageous football. Allegri plays football that is based on the fear of losing rather than the courage to win. And I don't like that approach. I don't like that. I find it beta in a way. And I like Milan. I like the Milan approach. The Milan approach is courage and attack if you have to attack, defend if you have to defend. Allegri is just like all the time scared, always scared, always plays with fear. Oh, his decisions are always negative, meaning they're always based on fear rather than the courage to bet, the courage to go forward. So these are personal opinions. I don't like this about Allegri. And I honestly, guys, this is a very controversial opinion. I would rather take Fonseca than Allegri. I understand this is a controversial opinion, but I would rather I would rather see us get killed with Fonseca rather than hanging on with Allegri and playing that kind of football. I don't know. Controversial opinion. Very, very controversial opinion. What's up, Ace? I'd take back Pioli than Allegri. You never thought I would say that. I would take De Zerbi over Allegri, yes. 100%. I think I would take every single coach in the world over Allegri, guys. I just don't like his football. I don't like it. He wants, and the type of players that he wants, that he likes, are players that make you play that kind of football, and I just can't do it, guys. Cardinal out. Not controversial at all. It's common sense. Common sense. Allegri is tactically atheist. Allegri killing football. Now listen. I understand that Allegri knows how to win, right? But I don't know. Like, I remember him playing. We had like such an incredible team, and I couldn't believe how he was making these guys play back in the day. And then it continued. It continued. He had a good stint. Allegri's had a good stint when he had that team with Barzagli, Chiellini, Bonucci, Buffon, which is an incredible defense. So right there, you have like a top level defense. And then in the midfield, he had an extremely balanced midfield. He had Pirlo, which we know was incredible. He had Pogba, which at the time was incredible. He had Vidal. He had Marquisio. That was a very top level team. And that team played okay football. It was still quite negative, but it played okay football. But yeah, when he doesn't have players to play that kind of I can't do it, guys. I'm sorry if people can debate me all they want, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Roy is pro Furlani all of a sudden. Ancelotti, U6 ball. Under Allegri. Under Allegri, we played the worst type of football by far. I couldn't bear it. I could not bear it. For me, it was torture. Watching Allegri play when Allegri was the coach of Milan, for me, that was torture. It was torture. It was as bad as how I feel now with this management. It's literally the same thing. Almost as bad. But at least, he won trophies. Or he won one trophy. But anyway, guys, let me see this. What do the polls say? All right, so far as Camarda goes, the seniors and Primavera. But yeah, I honestly, guys, I hope this is not true. I'm not very convinced about Fonseca either. Don't get me wrong. I think Fonseca, I don't see us doing very well under Fonseca at all. I think Fonseca, we're going to have the same problems. We're going to concede a lot of goals. I think with Fonseca, we are going to concede a lot of goals. And the only thing to maybe mitigate that would be to have quite a revolution in the midfield. You'd have to change the midfield. You'd need to bring in some quantity players that are of that are of a certain level, and also you have to reinforce that defense. But with Fonseca's football, we are going to concede a lot of goals, and so at least with Allegri, we wouldn't concede a lot of goals. Ace, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, hey Roy, you could hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. I just wanted to say my piece on this topic. Yeah, I'm completely in agreement with you about
Regarding
Allegri.
what?
Against about Allegri.
Okay.
Yeah, I honestly purely kind of reminded me of him in terms of this negative way of playing and not wanting to lose. And also, I just want to say with Allegri, he always tends to go with most experienced players, finished players. He doesn't really strike me as the type of manager that can develop young players, which we have a lot of. Um, so yeah, I'm completely against Allegri coming. Bring back Pioli.
Listen, this is a very controversial take. I understand it. I mean, I totally understand, but a lot of people were like prefer Allegri to Fonseca. I think for many people that should be a no brainer. Allegri over Fonseca should be a no brainer for many people, and I totally agree with that stance. Um, I just can't. I don't know. That kind of football irritates me, and it just I don't have fun watching it. It's and that's the issue. It's almost like that kind of football is not doesn't the payoff for me is not that great. Winning playing that kind of football, I don't see much of a payoff. But this is just my personal opinion, guys. If people want to come on and debate that, you're welcome to do it.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, name me a team that Allegri has left in better condition than he met it. Like he, I mean, I understand that he wins, but he wins in Italy, but at what cost to the longevity of your team? We have players like Camarda, that we want to see come through, and I just don't see Allegri. Like if Allegri came in preseason, I don't see him giving Camarda a chance. You know, so I mean,
Yeah, Allegri wants players that are very tactically astute and therefore are experienced. But because Allegri's game is defensive game, and in order to be a defensive, you have to be tactically prepared to play defensive games, and tactically prepared players are usually older players. So yeah, with Allegri, unless the talent is incredible, he will play them. Now, the thing about Camarda is a striker. So strikers is not like they have a lot of defensive duties. If Camarda is really that good, he would also play. But a player like Liberali, for example, forget it. No way. That guy would be gone. Gone. He wouldn't
I
ever see
mean,
the field.
look how he treated Kaiser this season. If
Yeah. Yeah.
anybody has any doubt, look at how he treated Kaiser. A game against Milan, he put Kaiser on the bench. You know, so yeah, that's where I stand. I really hope this is fake news. I hope this is Milan just probing and not actually following through. I
Yeah, it
mean,
might, but it might just be like news to drum up conversations. It's hype. It's clickbait, or there could be truth into it. Anyway, Clint is here. What's up, Clint? How you doing? Enjoying U6 football, Clint?
Yeah, oh yeah, Forza U6, Roy, Forza
Let's
U6,
go.
stop
Let's go. Come on.
playing. Forza YouTube, boy, stop playing. Hey, no,
Yeah.
be honest, bro. I have this take on Allegri. Let's be honest, bro. His ball died 2017. Coaches in Italy, maybe Conte, but even Conte is not as crazy rigid as he is. It's like that football no longer. I mean, based on the past 5 years, you can agree with me that football no longer wins you the league. That Allegri type style. Because if you look at Sarri winning with Juventus, you look at Spalletti, you look at Pioli. It was all attacking football. And I think stuff shifted in Italy. You understand? It's not back in 2015. I'm sorry. Like his ball, yeah, it might get you a cup, but to winning the league, I just feel the pool of players that's there and on all that stuff is just straight up. You have to be playing some style of attacking football. That's just the way we're in, and I don't think he even fits any team's criteria. Period. I think he should
Okay.
be
Let
out of it.
Let me ask
Mhm.
this question:
Yeah,
Allegri or Fonseca?
boy, I rather go with Fonseca, bro. I can't do Allegri. Sheesh. Fonseca, I rather give him a chance, even though I'm completely against him. But I'd rather go with Fonseca. There's no way. Look how Juve plays. Oh hell no, bro. I can't. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I wouldn't be able to do it either,
I'm
guys. I'm
sorry.
sorry. I know it's a
Yeah.
controversial opinion because he is a winner. The guy is a winner. He has won trophies, and he knows how to build a team. Or I don't know what he knows how to do, but that bullshit he does sometimes can win. but I don't want it. I don't want to see it, dude. I do not want to see it.
But
Listen, I
also,
understand that people don't agree with this take. This is a very understandable thing.
nah. I agree. I think actually you might have a couple of people that might actually think the way you're doing because we just saw Allegri. Like he doesn't. He's been at Juve for how many years now? Right? Like 2 years. Like we saw what he did. Nobody
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
that.
I,
And
hell
picking
no.
your
Come
point,
on.
I guess anybody that's nobody can be like, oh, Allegri is bad. No, nobody wants that. I'm sorry. Like Allegri, like you're telling me they're like, oh, but he won with Milan. Yeah, he went to that same Juventus that he won how many times in a row with, and look what the fuck he displayed over there. Let alone with Milan. What do you think he's gonna do with this Milan? People like
But
Leao are going to be non-existent, bro. Like, come on, bro. Hell no. It's no way.
now listen again. Like it's not even like it's not that I'm against defensive football because I would love to see Conte at Milan. Conte plays a defensive football, but I do like the way he makes the team believe in themselves and they play with that aggression and they do attack like
Right.
like crazy. But Allegri is like they're scared to attack with Allegri.
And the
And
only thing, and the reason why, right? And the reason why I say we're saying no for Allegri in this case, where if you had to pick the better evil, and we rather go for Fonseca, it's just at least with Fonseca, we haven't seen him under Milan colors yet. So we can get ahead of ourselves to a certain extent. I'm not making next year because I don't even want to do, to be honest. But in that instance, with that Allegri compress, because you already saw Allegri at Milan in 011, bro, and that shit was not pretty sight either. Allegri is the same guy. Yeah, it's no, definitely fucking not, bro. I'm sorry.
but and also one thing about Fonseca though, just looking at stats with Fonseca, you're going to concede more goals. You're going to score more goals, but you're going to concede more goals. Still, I would take Fonseca, and I would never take Fonseca, guys.
Yeah,
I would.
but again, it says with the management now, it also shows you they have no direction. If you're because Allegri and Fonseca are two different profiles. So if you're entertaining also Allegri, then I mean you understand. You guys apparently, according to y'all, and when I mean y'all, I'm talking about the management. You guys had a big plan on that idea of how y'all gonna lead the club, and it's based on that you guys purchase players like Zirkzee and all these guys. For any coach that will come in, or you're gonna tell me now those just pure these players and we're gonna dispose of them because you switching from Allegri for Fonseca to Allegri. If the news are true, then it shows me you have no idea about what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, the profiles are completely different, and also the wages are completely different. Because that's the one thing that to me is fishy about this story is that Allegri is coming off, like what was he, 9 million a year, like
Sheesh.
So what kind of wages would he be getting with Milan? Is he willing to go down to 2.5 or 4 or that's something that to me smells this fishy. I think this is just something that listen, this is what I think. It could be wrong. That this is just something that people are drumming up to create conversation, clickbait, etc., etc.
Has to be.
There could be a little bit of truth into it, but Fonseca is ultimately the coach. I think that it's
Okay. Riddle me this then, Roy. Riddle me this. Then why are you getting Allegri to win trophies? Then Conte was available. You didn't go for Conte. Why? So then it makes no sense that you went for Allegri. What would be the perfect explanation to be like, oh, I'm going for Allegri? Because Fonseca, you can say, okay, he was cheap or maybe purely minded play style of players. Fine. It can be that excuse. You say you didn't want to get Conte because he's too rich. Then how do you explain Allegri if there's validity to that shit? Then it shows me that not only you're clueless, but you're also dumb. Because if you're going for Allegri, the same reasons that we told you to go for Conte, then that's stupid as fuck. Because they were both free.
Yeah. What actually could be true now that I think about it is maybe Allegri's agent proposed themselves to Milan, which is kind of what was being reported actually.
Okay.
And Milan, did have contacts, maybe spoke. But I think ultimately this cannot work because Allegri is not the kind of coach that works for Redbird. The wages are too much. The style of football does not fit the players that we have. You'd have to redo the full team, and also he's not a player that plays just to participate. Even though he is terrible, he does play to win trophies. While Fonseca is a perfect marriage for Redbird, so I don't see this Allegri thing happening. I think Fonseca is the guy.
And Fonseca just resigned. I don't see why. He just resigned from Lille. I mean, he's coming to Milan. It's clear cut, but boy, like it's crazy, man. It's just I sit there and I try to think. This is like the first time in how many plus years that I've been watching football. I mean, forever. There's been so much managers available, and this is the choice y'all go for. Holy fuck, bro. This is insane. And now you're telling me, oh, he has 100 million at his disposal to spend. Well, you should use a buyback clause or get even a better coach. Like, I don't, man, somebody needs to help me understand, bro, because I don't understand it. I'm just watching it.
Well, as far as 100 million, that's what was been reported, right? That's what they reported. They said they have, and they should have 100 million because the club is in the green. I think the revenue is over 400 million now, or the income, and they do have the money to go big. They don't need to sell any players. That's the thing. But even if they do sell a player, then they're going to even have so much. They're going to have so much money this summer, dude. Like in theory, they should have a lot of money. Whether or not Jerry is going to release that money, that's the question. And how he's going to release it, I don't know.
But I don't even think right now Jerry's priority is Milan, right?
No, of course not. Hell no. Are you kidding me?
Running the things, and there's this Furlani. This is all Furlani. We're probably cursing at Jerry, like, but Furlani is probably the culprit of all this fucking mess, bro.
Guys, listen. Redbird just bought what 2/3. They just bought 2/3 of Paramount. They have investments in all over the world. AC Milan is just one of his assets. He looks at a few when he can. Obviously not.
So then buying Paramount Plus now, I'm asking, okay, what's the purpose of it? I'm trying to understand it from a marketing. Like, I'm trying to understand. I mean, was it Paramount sponsoring Inter? So now they buy it. It's like, okay, like, Paramount is going to be our next sponsor? Like, I'm confused.
No. They bought that. Okay, Clint, that has nothing to do with Milan. That acquisition was done by Redbird and Skydance, right? They're buying the entire Paramount company.
Bro, they need to bring antitrust back, bro. Fucking hell.
But they've been buying many companies, They want to get heavy in the world of media. They want to own a lot of media companies.
And that's essentially what I feel like Milan is going to turn into, right? The reason why now I'm afraid, to be honest with you, the positive thing out of all of this is going to be maybe the stadium. But from you to me, bro, Roy, we're in the United States. Most of American sports owners are just shitty. They suck in terms of team result, bro. They're going to be okay, their team being mediocre or their franchise being mediocre for years. As long as people come and buy beer at that stadium, that's all they care about. They don't care about improvement. They don't really care about winning. And I'm afraid that's what really is going to plague Italy. Because you just saw, like, the result just came out, like, a half of Serie A. Now, it's all owned by North America. Like, it's just, like, crazy. I won't be surprised if they start leveraging that to really tweak, like, how Serie A is ran, where it turns down.
They turn it into the MLS. They'll turn it into the MLS.
I mean, if I looked at the teams, Venezia is promoted, they're American. Bologna is Canadian, right? You got Milan, now you got Inter. You have how you call that? Roma, right? You got Parma. Fiorentina, right? Genoa, that's American. I'm missing, but bro, it's over like 10, 11 teams, which is crazy.
Yeah, the difference is that those teams have like people that that know the game, managing the teams. Like the difference with us is that we've been given. I can't believe that the people running our team, they're so inexperienced. And their job is to run one of the fucking greatest teams that has ever existed. Like, it's not even a joke. It's not even hyperbolic. It's literally the truth. Their job right now is to run one of the greatest teams that has ever existed.
Because also, I think the model they're following is from there's a corporate thing that they did that in modern sport. They do that in modern sport in America a lot, and I guess that's a scary piece because they're modeling exactly what they're doing to what the NBA does, the NFL does. If you pay attention to basketball operations, for example, like, you know, if for an NBA, right? Most of the executives, people that like the team and all that stuff, is people that like me that come from corporate, go in there. It's not even people that grew up in the game or like understood, like Maldini type. It's not that, right? And you can say the sports are completely different, but from a business approach, the Americans are telling themselves is all the same. We're just gonna do it this way, and it's gonna have to plan out. But what they're forgetting with football is here in America, a team can go a franchise can really go bankrupt. In Europe, a team can go bankrupt, but the fans will resurrect it, what they call the Phoenix effect. Even the rivals, like Inter is not going to allow Milan to really go all the way down or get fucked up, and us vice versa. Because there's not going to be no rivalry. It's not going to make sense. As much as say we hate each other in the longer run, it can't happen. And soccer is the only thing that does that. Football is the only sports that does that. The only ones is just money. There's no soul. Football is the only. There's a reason why the World Cup is popular. And just to summarize what I'm saying is like that's the approach they're taking. You know, all these Harvard nerds running around with the books. Oh, this is what the data says, and we're going that way, and I don't want to hear it. Look at Chelsea. Now Chelsea goes and they spend $1 billion. You kick out Pochettino. Now you go get Maresca, a championship coach. No disrespect to him, but he's a championship coach. And then he's expecting to bring him to Europe next year. I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
Crazy
Clint,
world.
but may I just say, like, on that point, and
Yeah.
I am against the way Cardinale has operated with Milan with a lack of culture and the way he sacked Maldini and so forth. But I would say that like a lot of the big European clubs right now are kind of mirroring Real Madrid in a sense, not in terms of who they're purchasing, but the structure in terms of what they have. Where Real Madrid, none of the Ancelotti just says yes, okay, no problem to the players that they bring in. Ancelotti doesn't really have an impact in terms of the scouting. There's a Brazilian Spanish guy, I can't remember his name right now, but he's the one that signs all the players for Real Madrid. So the coaching dynamic has changed, you know, from when we fell in love with Milan in the early 2000s and the 90s. Now there's a whole structure behind the coach, you know, which is run by the sporting director, which is he gets his directive from the board of directors. So, and you will see that, look, Bayern Munich hired Vincent Company with very little experience, but you know, you see it happening all over Europe right now. You know, so I think it's just transition into this is what the modern football club looks like now.
Here's the problem. I can agree with you to a certain extent, but Madrid has tradition and they stuck to the tradition, so you have to fall in. You just said Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich just broke out the tradition and what they usually do. Look where they're at. They're in shambles. I tell you, Vincent Company is gonna fail. He's gonna get fired, bro. That's not even a question. He's going to get fired. I promise you. He's not gonna deliver because it's like, you know, it's a panic attack. It's a knee-jerk reaction that these guys are doing, right? It's the same for what we did. It was a knee-jerk reaction. And if you do knee-jerk reaction, nothing comes good out of it. So yes, we can say football is moving a certain way, but it has to be it has to be a proper transition. Like you got to sit there and be like, you know what? We believe in this. We're going that way. Oh, Madrid is doing that. Let me do, bro. You're not Madrid. You don't have their funds. You don't know what they do. Madrid had to wait on how they do certain things. You know, who they pick or they structure. They've been like this way. Nothing changed. They haven't changed their blueprint. Barcelona had a blueprint. They shied away from it. Look what happened to them. Barcelona was never known to go and buy big name players and spend so much money. When they did that, they went broke. They're $1 billion in debt. They went back to how they used to do La Masia and all these guys. Look, they're back to where they need to be at. And it was the same for Milan. Milan had a certain culture.
Yeah, but Milan never. But yeah, but you see that. But then you shit on Fonseca. Milan has never had a history of hiring a big coach. We have always had a tradition of giving the dark horse a chance. Even with Saki, we gave him a chance. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but
we
no, you see, I would have.
developed big
That's a good discussion actually to have, because it is true. It is true.
Hey, that would have been good if it was De Zerbi. I use that argument with De Zerbi. No foreigners. I'm telling you, the past 20 years, only 2 foreigners have won the league in Italy, bro, which is Van Goren Eriksson and Jose Mourinho.
Okay,
That's a
but
fact.
name me another big time foreign coach that's come to the Serie A and failed.
You said a coach in Serie A came and failed?
No, I'm saying name me another big name foreign coach that has come to the Serie A and failed.
Mhm.
There's none, because coaches don't. Italy has never been a country that we all. I mean, I say we because I'm a
Well,
Milan fan.
there is, but it's not that many. But there is.
No,
Coaches that
but
come.
my point is, Roy and Clint, is that Italy has always been a country that prides itself on the quality of coaches that they produce. So there's never been a need for Italy to go outside the country to get a coach. So I
Yeah,
think that
I
argument.
don't
I
know.
think that
I'm
argument.
more pragmatic about all of this stuff, guys. I'm looking at the way he plays football and the kind of players that we have. And based on those two things, we're going to concede a lot of goals. So the question is, how many goals are we going to concede? How many goals are we going to score? If we concede again 71 goals like we did this year, that means we have to score 130 goals. Is he
But
going to do
Roy,
that?
Gazerbi plays a similar style in terms of he's all about scoring goals, outscoring the other team.
Yeah,
So
but
what
in
he
Italy, that doesn't work, and he's not that guy. He cannot be that guy. If he is that guy, then oh my lord, then this guy is a genius. But to do that, to just outplay every team in Italy like that, no way, not a chance.
One thing I can say, I'm gonna say this: if Osimhen doesn't leave and Conte gets the people he need in his market, it's another Inter all over again 2.0. When they won the league when he was there, maybe not this year per se, but the second year they're gonna win the league again
Inter?
because he's gonna be play. Yeah, I mean if it's that once a week, if he keeps his guys. I think if he just needs good defenders and maybe
Yeah.
1 or 2 good midfields. That's it. He
And,
doesn't
and
need.
that's the thing. That's the thing that can change things. If a market brings those kind of players, then maybe minds can change. Yeah.
Because if Lukaku goes,
Can I just address this comment you have up here, Roy, from Catch Up? So the Inter deal ends at the end of either June or it ended already. So Paramount no longer is the shoot sponsor of Inter. Just putting that out there.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have Zhang no more and all that stuff. So
And
I don't
also,
know.
I think that Paramount won't be showing Serie A next year either. I think it's
No.
going to. So
There's no way. Who's buying them?
I don't know, but I think.
For fuck's sake, bro. We're gonna have.
I don't know. I don't know, guys. This is not official, but this is what I've.
You know how convenient it was, Roy, to have just Champions League and Serie A. You good? Fuck.
I don't know what it's going to be. Honestly, it could be the same.
At least I like what Paramount was doing with Serie A. They cared a little bit on it. On ESPN. They didn't give a fuck, bro. They didn't care about Serie A on ESPN.
You think it's going back to ESPN? That's what people are suggesting.
Yeah,
but I can't confirm that. I don't know.
I don't like the commentary because most of the ESPN pundits tend to not even watch the games. When they comment on it, it's on your channel. There's no depth to when they speak. I like what they were doing with Paramount with Marco and them, as much as I give them shit. But at least they cared and they wanted to innovate with that stuff. Or bring it back to being sports so I can see Bobo go back over there, man. Such a great commentator, but we'll see.
I don't know, guys. This might not be the case. Yeah, it's just a rumor.
But Fonseca, bro, fucking hell, bro. That's depressing.
Okay, guys, let's move on though. So Fonseca, let's talk about Lukaku. So Lukaku apparently has been offered to AC Milan, or there's a possible operation that can happen with Lukaku coming to Milan.
But 38 mil from the reports, Roy.
Yeah,
they're saying
go ahead.
they're not willing to loan them at all.
Who is not willing to loan?
Chelsea is not willing to loan. They want you to buy him.
Okay.
They want you to buy.
But Milan is trying to see if they can get him on loan. Essentially, that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's smart because I don't think nobody's gonna pay 38 million for Lukaku. I'm sorry, bro. That's
Okay,
not.
so let's get straight into it, guys. Is it a yes or is it a no, and why?
Lukaku, Milan. I'll
Yeah.
start first. Like I said in the chat, I will want Lukaku at Milan because then it's gonna create a good storyline for the derby, especially if he's in shape, because he's gonna have something to really play for. Not like, oh, he's at Roma, it doesn't matter. No, you in Milano now, there's a derby. Lukaku is over there. He can go and shush. Like, he becomes the villain. I want him over there, though, so he can create more fucking antics. You know, if we have a good team, I think, yeah, you, as a 9, Lukaku can do, if he's not the only striker, because if he's the only striker, I'll tell you no. But if somebody else is coming, like one of the prospects that we named Zirkzee, and you add a Lukaku, fuck yeah.
Oh, Lukaku, Zirkzee, man, that's a good. That's great.
No to that? And we need
That's
a player
fantastic.
like him now to be able to hold the ball. He has a good up play, and people will run in the box.
Yeah, Lukaku, Zirkzee guys would work like incredible. That would be an incredible duo.
He needs to get in shape, though. He needs to get in shape. That's my problem.
But the thing about, and the reason why this would work is because both of them are very good physically, and they know how to shield the ball. They know how to win physical duels, so they can help defensively because it's in their characteristics. And the way Lukaku shields the ball is world class. So when you have a player like that can shield the ball with the Zirkzee playmaking in front of you or behind you, you have a Leao on one side, Pulisic on the other side. That's good. That's really good.
And then you're gonna have a big front man, and then we're gonna be physical because now you got the Ruben Loftus-Cheek, you got the Leao, you got big bodies. And Milan didn't have that for the longest. We getting pushed around. So I think that it sounds good in the head. Yes, we might want to wait to see how they perform on the field. But I think right now, in the times we are, I don't think Lukaku is a bad shout at all. Now, if he's the main guy we're going for in the summer, yes, we're going to have a problem. But if we're still being like Zirkzee, I don't think we're bringing Sesko because he's already linked to England. But him, Zirkzee is the only one I want because the other names, too, I'm not a fan of. The Mexican kid, I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to see none of these guys. Bring in Zirkzee.
Hold on. Before we go to that, Ace, what do you think about Lukaku?
If it's like the Everton version of Lukaku, then yes. But no, not really. I don't. To answer your question, no, I don't want Lukaku. I think Zirkzee, if the rumors are true, would be good enough for me in that position, along with, another more mobile striker to play off of Zirkzee. Now, if we don't get Zirkzee and we have no other option, then obviously we need somebody. So we should get Lukaku, but my answer is no. I would rather focus on getting Zirkzee.
Wait. If you had the opportunity to have Zirkzee and Lukaku, you would say no to that?
You see, Lukaku can't give me a full season. He always tends to get injured at some point during the season.
But Lukaku will still give you 15 goals, bro. He'll still give you goals. Because we need to also beat the competition. Bro, if he goes to fucking Napoli with Osimhen still there, bro, that shit's deadly, man.
Oh, wait, hold on. If he's there with Osimhen, that'll be crazy. I think Osimhen is leaving, yeah.
Yeah, but Chelsea hasn't went in for him yet, so we don't know yet. So where he's going to go concretely. Because Chelsea was quote-unquote the destination, but they're not going for him yet. So we'll see.
Okay. Well, anyway, so this possibility exists. Apparently, also, I read that Lukaku rejected a big Saudi offer because he still wants to play in Europe right now. So, as of now, this possibility exists.
Yeah, World Cup 2026. I said World Cup 2026. He's trying to, still get to that point. They don't want to go and kill themselves off.
That makes sense.
In Saudi.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because there's 3 players in Italy, Insigne, Verratti, and Bernardeschi. These guys went so early. Now they're not part of the national team anymore. And they're still fairly young.
Yeah.
So he's doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing if he wants to go to 2020.
If you had a look based on the market as far as a Giroud replacement, and you still got your fresh striker that you want to build around, having a Lukaku on this team does not hurt you at all. Even if it's not Lukaku from Everton or whatever the fuck, having him alone, the body, because if we're not really looking for him for go try to shield, get people like Leao to get better, to run in behind where they're just not blocked off, I think it's a good shout. I don't see why not. You
I
know,
don't think
I'm,
so. I don't
I don't know.
agree. I think Lukaku is past it. I think
Shit.
he's over the hump physically. I mean, he's been playing that style of football all his
Yeah.
career. Hold on, let me just talk, Clint. Clint, let me just talk. Let me just finish my point. He's been playing that physical posting on players style for all of his career. And now it's taken a toll on his body. The guy can't stay fit for a whole season. Yes, he was a wonderful striker at Inter. He had a half decent um, season this season, but I I kind of feel like us taking Lukaku is like us taking a reject, a reject in a sense. You know what I mean? So I would rather cut. Don't deal with Lukaku. Let's go for another up and coming player that has similar
All right.
characteristics in
Which
Zirkzee.
player? Which player are you thinking?
I like Zirkzee for that role of postman. Playing the ball off of him. Um, I mean, I was having this conversation this morning. I mean, Atalanta want to lowball Milan with CDK. I don't know if you're going to talk about that, but I would potentially give CDK another shot in that striker position as
Wow,
well.
CDK. Damn, you'd give CDK another shot, huh? You'd want
I
to see
mean, I
CDK back at AC Milan?
I mean, I looked at his numbers from this season, just
Incredible.
strictly in the league, and playing in that striker position. He has
Yeah.
one less goal than Zirkzee. The same player that we want to get for 40
No,
million.
Yeah, but
there's
he
no.
plays. The kid plays in a better. He played in a better team than Bologna. Let's not forget that too, bro. Bologna finished up top, but they beat expectations. Zirkzee went to a team. That's when you see a player is really good. Atalanta is already made. CDK didn't move the needle at Atalanta. He did it.
What do you mean?
He's
How
not.
did he not
If,
move the meat?
I don't
How did
agree with that.
How did
no,
he
when
not
you
move the
say
man? He's
no,
involved in
when you say
25 goals
He,
this
there,
season.
there are
What are you
many
talking about?
players moved the needle in that team, and he was one of them.
no,
Thank
he
you.
did. No, what I'm trying to say is, when you look, which one is more important to whom, right?
Yeah,
Xerxes for,
okay, sure.
and that's what
For
I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. Zirkzee was more important for Bologna than CDK
What
for
I'm trying
Italy.
to say is
I
Atalanta
don't
is
think
already
that's true,
established.
Roy. I don't think that's
No,
true.
I
well,
think it is.
what I'm trying to
Hold
say
on.
is Atalanta is established, is already established team. You going over there is fine. Xerxes, listen, Xerxes leads Bayern. He got to go to Bologna. Bologna is a team that struggled with relegation every year. They got to
Okay,
get
but
that
Clint,
dude
let me just.
confidence.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. However, I don't agree with your and Roy's opinion in terms of him not being a focal point. He may not be the big name like Skamaka, but CDK played in every single important game started for Atalanta in the second half of the season. So clearly, Gasperini felt like he was important for what they're trying to
Well,
do.
listen, listen. I want to say something about that. So, in
Okay.
my opinion, if I were to compare the importance of the player, in their teams, I have to give it to Zirkzee. Really, the offensive game revolved around Zirkzee, but Zirkzee. The reason why Xerxes didn't have a high scoring or doesn't maybe is a striker that doesn't get a lot of goals, and he does get a lot. He gets the amount of goals and assists of a winger, but the reason is because he doesn't play really close to goal. He likes to come back, he likes to collect the ball, he likes to play make, and then he'll go to goal. So he's helping his teammates score a lot of goals, and that's really why he is very valuable. But I do think that CDK had a fantastic season. You cannot deny it. The guy had incredible numbers, won a trophy, got in another final as one of the key players, not the most important player, but one of the key players. So CDK has a shout out, man. I don't disagree with you.
No, no,
And
no.
okay, hold on. Let me say this, Roy. So what if? Okay, I'm just throwing this question out for you, right? Let's just say we get let's say we bring CDK back and we get Zirkzee, we put Zirkzee higher up. Do you think he will get more goals if we put him closer to the goal?
CDK Xerxes? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. But let's just say, I mean, we don't really need. I don't think we really need, as much as I like Zirkzee as a profile. I think we need somebody that plays closer to the goal, in my opinion. even though I want Zirkzee as well. But I'm saying I think it's more important for us to get
But that's
somebody
why you.
who.
But that's why the perfect proposition was you get a Zirkzee and you have a Lukaku. I'm being serious. That's what it'll be. Lukaku on the loan until the Camarda and these guys get brought up. But you got your Zirkzee is more of a second striker. You get you your Lukaku right there. That he's not too old. He's not too tired yet. He doesn't have to do too much crazy work. Then even him shielding the ball, they can run. That's the model Inter does. Like Inter had Lautaro and they pair him with different guys every year. Yes, they got Thuram that's more younger now. You got a Taremi that's running. We need to think in that way.
Well,
Like, that's how I look
listen,
at it.
I
Yeah.
agree with that because I do think that Lukaku, hate him or not, he is a world-class football player. So,
He's gonna give you 15 goals, bro, at least a year.
but and he's a proven player, and so, but there's other options too. So exploring the other options is fine. The reason why I'm not convinced about CDK is just because I still don't know what he would look like physically at Milan, and that's just the thing that I just don't know. But maybe it would work out. I honestly don't know. That's just my little thing about CDK.
I know. The Atalanta director was interviewed today, and they asked him about CDK, and he said that Maldini told him before he came to before the season started with CDK, big flop season, first season at Milan. Maldini did say that CDK would need time to adjust, but the quality is there, and I don't think. I think Maldini, I respect his judgment on players. I mean, he brought us Mike Mignon and Silva Hernandez. So I think that maybe a little bit more trust and patience was needed with CDK because he definitely showed the quality this season. I mean,
I completely agree.
he finished fifth in most assists this season. So anyway, I know a lot of Milan fans don't really have a sour taste in their mouth with
Yeah,
CDK. I don't
Nathan
understand
says
it, but
hi. Nathan says hi with what you're saying right now. I'm talking about CDK. Nathan says hi.
Yeah. For me, the issue that I had with CDK was that after winning the Scudetto, I really thought that we were going to go all in with the market. I thought there was going to be I thought there was going to be a completely different energy going into the market, but instead it was insane. But I do agree that CDK in the long run is going to become a good player. There's no doubt about it. I mean, what he did with Atalanta this year is
right. Because I think next year, our biggest problem, I think without the season starting, forget like the Giroud void is gonna be felt. If that's not done properly, Giroud's void is gonna be felt. Even for Champions League qualification or any fucking thing we do, because the dude gave you double digits every single year he was there. That's gonna be felt. If you're not getting,
you have to replace him very carefully for sure. But I think if you get Zirkzee and a striker, and if you play a 4-2-3-1, Zirkzee as your number 10, and you get a striker, I think the way Fonseca plays and he sees football, he could possibly do that.
Yeah,
I think that would be the best solution.
I mean, but were you all really that excited when you woke up this morning and you saw that Milan was linked to Lukaku? Was that something that excited you all?
No, not at all.
I wasn't though. But
it's kind of embarrassing actually.
Right, but in pain, you always want to find happiness, so you gotta entertain it.
I mean, I don't think it shows a lack of creativity on my part. That's what my opinion is. I mean, yes, he's solid but I mean, what's the point saying you all have this whole money ball system if you're gonna just look at the neighbor and take what they have? Like, you know what I mean?
This management reminds me of when too many people just hop on a meeting and they try to discuss ideas and too many hands in a cookie jar and nobody knows what they're talking about and it turns into a waste of time and there's no end result at the end. Whereas like you'll let 2-3 people do their thing and let them come present. We don't need all these ideas in between. And that's what this is giving me because it's like, you have no clear-cut position of a sporting director that has an identity. It's like, let's do, because the profiles don't even correspond. Like who are we getting? What's the purpose of all of this? It's just like you're just putting your hand in a random fucking jar and just grabbing shit out of there. Like the links and all that shit. As much and the Lukaku thing, just for debate's sake, I'm like, I won't mind having him. But then you're thinking like, bro, okay, like what vision? It's the vision now at this point that I want to understand outside the stadium from a sporting perspective. Like Ibra and all these guys, it's like, bro, what the fuck? And why was Fonseca not really called right away? Like why he wasn't? Because I started to be skeptical. I'm like, yo, why they didn't nominate him right away the moment Pioli left? Right? Oh, the paperwork takes that long. Because at this point,
Well,
yes, they're
okay,
saying
hold on.
Romano
There,
take
there
it,
is a
but
reason for
nothing.
that. There is they did provide a reason for that, and they said it's
What is it?
because of the fiscal year, so the tax cycle. So they're waiting
Ah,
for the next tax cycle to sign the contract. But I did
Texas
read a
again.
report that they're going to. I did read a report that they are going to announce it mid-month. Let's see if it's true. Let's put them at the test. Let's see.
Man, because it's like, oh fuck, man. And what now, Fonseca now, I want to also hear his interview and what's his vision with the team and try to understand because right now the fans are upset. I mean, no one is happy even since last year. And bro, like fuck. When
Hey,
I saw
Clint.
Madrid, I was happy Madrid won a 15 league title, but a 15 UCL. But then you think when Milan was there, when they had 8 and we had 7 and we're just right there. Now it's a fucking 15 gap, bro.
Okay, Clint. If you want to understand what Fonseca plays like, there's a video on YouTube. You know, you could go and watch it. It's Roy. You remember the name of it?
I saw,
It's like
it. I saw it.
coach's
Masterclass.
choice or something like that.
You talking about the masterclass
Yeah,
thing?
the masterclass. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it, bro.
I mean,
I don't care.
honestly, I know y'all are worried, and I am skeptical, but I'm not gonna pass any judgment yet. I like the way he tries to play the game in terms of attacking, outscoring the other team. So I am willing to give him a chance. I know what Allegri is going to give me, and I understand that Allegri has won stuff, but I don't think I will enjoy watching us win the way we. I mean, I want to win, yes, but I don't think that is the way you play football. Honestly, you know.
I don't want to get ahead of
So
myself, right?
defensive.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I just know that this management don't care about beating Inter next year, bro. Because Inter's still gonna be fucking superior as fuck. Like that's straight talk. And the market hasn't really started, but even the pickups they did as free transfer already tells me otherwise. What the fuck they're gonna do to us, man? Unless some crazy injury or some stupid shit happened in the locker room where everybody is disgruntled, I see no signs of Inter really slowing down. And now you got Conte went to Napoli. You're going to see maybe not right. If Conte get his pieces, then that's another team you're gonna have to fucking now struggle
Yeah, but
with.
the only team really that, in my opinion, that is ready to beat Milan right now is Inter. All the other teams just have to build their teams still. Juve have to rebuild. Napoli has to rebuild. That's not going to happen in one window. You know, so I mean, I want to be. I think Inter, Milan's only challenge going forward in terms of what they have in their team currently, and the other teams have to catch up.
And
So
Ace, and Ace, that's the frustrating part in this is in this vulnerable moment where teams have to build up, that's where we should have fucking took advantage and went toe to toe with Inter and beat them. But that's when we also want to behave like them, where we're probably like the most stable club. But y'all doing so much poor choices, right? You firing Maldini and all this stuff. This is the time in Italy we could have took advantage and created a dynasty, straight up. Because that's the time where, like, you know, Juve is a bit dormant. Yes, you only have Inter to worry about. Yeah, Napoli came, they did their thing, but it would have been a Milan and Inter affair, kind of like what Barcelona and Madrid did for years until, like, Madrid just left Barcelona in the dust. And I don't think Barcelona's ever fucking catching up to Madrid, especially in the years to come. Definitely not. So we could have done something model, and I think that's what frustrates the fan the most because we're stable, like in terms from high in sight, but make good choices so you know we can stamp, we can cement our position. Like Roy said, we won the league. Bro, we should have fucking cemented our position. Straight up. And we built from there and we go crazy. Then it would have been like Inter, would have been like 30 plus. I don't know. Us and Inter have been winning back to back like every year.
And there I am ultimately the blame, if I were to put it on someone, maybe Elliot for being too greedy to sell right there. Or maybe because it was just for them the perfect moment to sell. Elliot should have kept if Elliot kept the club for maybe 2 other years, we probably would have gone in that direction.
Yeah, but then
Roy,
again,
Roy,
what?
I was just gonna say, I mean, yes, but Elliot wasn't really splashing any cash, you know. I mean, you know, it's because of Elliot. I said Elliot wasn't really splashing the cash around, like, you know, it was because of their directive.
That's right.
It was because of their directive that we didn't. Maldini tried to resign Donnarumma. He tried to resign Hakan. He tried to resign Kessie, but Elliot wasn't budging with our salary cap at the time. So I don't know if that's necessarily true that we would have like dominated as we wished. I think Elliot was probably surprised that we won the league the year that we did. But it did give us stability, you know.
Yeah, but the thing too, right? They left footballing people in charge, you know, during that time.
Yeah, because at the end of the time, it really comes down to ideas, and just the human element of it is very important. So that's the thing. I do think that with Maldini and Masada, we had a really special thing going there.
Never, but also knowing Americans, Milan was never a liability for them, right? So they would never go. I never even thought about the idea of them selling it to the Saudis, because they're gonna always want their hand in it somewhere, somehow, because they don't want to look back and be like, oh fuck, we blew it. We just sold like this little startup, quote unquote, away.
I totally agree with this.
That's what the Blazers they did. What the Blazers were supposed to sell Manchester United to the fucking Saudis, and they backtrack and they're like, fuck no, we're not doing that. They own the Tampa Bay. Do they really need? Yeah, they need all the Manchester money for marketing revenue and all that. So what they did, they brought in what the Enos group in there to appease the fans, to make sure like they're no longer in charge. They bring a minority stakeholder and be like, you know what, they're in charge of the sporting part, but they only have 25%. Because we still want our hands in it. And they had the choice between sending it to him, the English dude on Sir Radcliffe, or sell it to the Saudis, to the Qataris, sorry. And what they said, no, we're not selling it to the Qataris. We're gonna sell it to this guy because we'll speak the same language. Because once you sell it to the Arabs, they're not fighting, they're not involving anybody from the West or you know, all these Americans. No.
Yeah, but Manchester United, Clint, is a different kind of animal compared to Milan in terms of yearly revenue. Like the club itself generates stupid money.
That does say something. Yeah,
how they run is it's the same thing. But go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just saying that. Yeah, but Glazers didn't really need to inject as much, because they're Manchester United as an entity on its own generates a lot of money. So they just mismanaged their money. They spent a lot of stupid money over the last couple of seasons, and that was just bad direction and mismanagement. I don't think it's the same. I would like to believe it's not the same model.
I disagree. I disagree with you on this, because it's the same. Like the Glazers, literally, Jerry Cardinale is living the origin point of the Glazers. Literally, he's living their origin story. They're the same. They came in when Manchester was a successful club. They used their club to bring in a marketing value. That's the same thing he's doing, right? They kept Sir Alex Ferguson in place. When he left, everything went in shambles. They had no sporting director afterwards. There was no direction. It was just playing. They're just buying players from left to right. Yes, financially they look good because again, all these marketing schemes. But from a football ideas, they have no perspective. It's knee jerk. They're doing the same thing. Listen, you sit there and you look at Chelsea, Man United, and Milan, and you find correlations up and down. The only difference is like one plays in the Premier League and the other one doesn't. If you look at how they move and all the deals, what did Van Gaal tell you? He said Manchester United is a commercial club. That's what they care about. That's why Manchester is mainly marketed. And what they're doing next year, they are trying to bring in 2025 the Premier League to America. And who's behind this shit? Fucking the Glazers and Bowley. They want to play games now. They try to do that 11-1 rule so they can come play here. That's what they care about. And look at Man United. Yes, they have all the money and they're in shambles. And they fucked up. They didn't maintain their hierarchy over there. It's the same Milan shit. Jerry and them, they came. They're like, oh no, we're gonna do our thing. And that's what they're doing. And they're not doing it right. And you see it. It's the same model, bro. It just one has a little bit more money. Yes, because of course the Prem, but it's the same. They're operating in the same way. I personally feel that way.
I mean, I actually think, I know this is going to be a controversial take, but I actually like Moncada.
No, Moncada is good.
As a DS, no. Come, what? How?
No. Scouting. I don't know it was a DS.
No, scouting. I don't know how much.
As a
I
DS,
don't know how much.
there's nothing to like.
I don't know how much
He does nothing.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know how much he does in terms of sporting director, even though he holds that title. I still think he's a bona fide.
He might as well be a flower in the garden or a vase because he literally does nothing. As a
how does Andrea call him Monica?
But as a scout, he's showed talent. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
Oh man, the nerds took over football for real, bro. Ooh,
but I mean, I think, I'm not defending Redbird or Jerry. I'm with you all in terms of the direction they're taking him. But Moncada, I think, at the end of the day, he showed ambition. Like, he wants to evolve his role. And if Milan are choosing to allow him to evolve in their organization, i.e. move from head scout to sporting director, I feel like that's the chronological order of how you get to that position, from head scout to maybe sporting director, overseeing all incoming players and outgoing players from the club. So I don't really see Moncada as the problem. I think it's more maybe Falani and Jerry that are probably the ones that.
Yeah, they're the main culprits. Yeah, for sure.
They can really make up with the fans, right? If they were more transparent, because first of all, the results are not showing on what they're doing, and the lack of transparency and certain action also they conducted is really frustrating the fans, right? Like I think like a Jerry going on a Sky Italia, having a translator and explaining, yo, this is my Milan, like this is what I see. It's gonna be tough, even if it's not what we want to hear. I think it would appease a little bit the fans compared to like, oh, I'm not gonna say nothing. I don't give a fuck. You think whatever you want to think. We're just gonna work in the secret. And that's what frustrates most of us, bro. It's the lack of transparency, because on one hand, we're like, okay, I think we know what they're doing based on what XYZ. And then on the other hand, you're like, yo, what the fuck? Like for example, the Allegri situation is like, how the fuck are we linked with Allegri now? Like all of a sudden, like I'm confused.
Listen,
yeah.
I want to talk real quick about Zirkzee. So rumors today are very insistent that this is really close to being done. So there's personal agreement with the player. There was apparently a blitz in London today, according to Di Marzio, and it looks like maybe possibly this could be the first signing. Also, what I did read that could be true is that this is the signing they're going to do before Fonseca, and then once Fonseca comes in, they're going to do the other signings. But this is a player they want to secure. So, interesting. Zirkzee coming to Milan could be a very good thing, I think.
I think honestly, I know Zlatan has been getting a lot of heat lately in the press, but if I'm not mistaken, Zlatan is Zirkzee's one of Zirkzee's idols, and I think he has a lot. If we do sign Zirkzee, I think it's going to be partially because of Zlatan, in my opinion.
Listen,
I don't know about that.
All the Scandinavians, Zlatan is their idol, bro.
What the reports are saying is because he likes Italy and he wants to stay in Italy.
No, and it's also from a how you call that, from a sport direction. It's the smartest move you can make outside of biasy, right? as him as a player for his
Yeah.
career development, that's the smartest move he can make.
That's the
He can't
smartest
go back
move
to
you can do.
Bayern. You're gonna go back to Bayern. You're gonna be King Shadow again, and they're gonna loan you out as you
Yeah,
was.
and you don't want to go straight to Real Madrid or straight to Barcelona or straight to Man
You can't
City.
go to these teams, right? You can't go to these teams that are Champions League level. At least Milan, there's a little bit of the name still there. Even
Milan
if
is
yeah,
yeah,
Right, but
Milan is a make believe.
Roy and Clint, you don't think that the Milan management is using one of one of Maldini's um like feathers that he would like use where he would call the player directly, like a striker from the Netherlands. That's where Zlatan made his name. Like you don't think young players would be starstruck
No,
by
no,
Zlatan
no.
no, you don't
I
think
don't
so?
think so. No, I think Zlatan's role in Milan does not do that. Now, yes, of course, there is people would. I don't think people would choose Zlatan over an opportunity like going to Barcelona, Real Madrid, or Man City, or anything like that. But if they do have
definitely
the
not.
opportunity to,
Definitely not.
but if they do have the opportunity to work with Zlatan, of course, we're going to cherish it because Zlatan is one of the greats. But I think Zirkzee does not come into Milan because of Ibra. I think it's because it's a smart, and he wants to stay in Italy. It's smart, and also the fact that Ibra is there is a
It's a
plus for him.
yeah, and it's a fashion capital. People always keep forgetting that these young kids like exposure. They are into the clothes. They want to go fucking on the runway at Paris for Balenciaga. Come into places like Milan. Trust me, all these little black athletes or whatever, it plays a huge factor on the lifestyle attracts these guys. You know, Milan is not in the middle of bumfuck nowhere to come play, right? It's a team that's decent enough in the Champions League. Yes, I will go there over any fucking team that's boring and I get to live in Italy. What? I'm going to stay. So that plays a big factor. Yeah,
Yeah, I
Ibra
think that's the biggest
yeah,
factor. I believe so.
yeah, Ibra definitely doesn't have the Maldini pool, bro. Ibra doesn't
No,
have the Champions Leagues. He doesn't. Yeah, he was a good player, but it's not like they don't look at Ibra and be like, "Yo, I'm gonna follow because he's gonna get me better." No, they don't.
I
What?
think there's.
Nah, you trying
I
to tell
think
me you don't think that anybody? So you Camarda is he said that Zlatan is one
Nah,
of
bro.
his idols. Come on, these younger players,
no,
they love Zlatan. They look up to Zlatan. Come
no.
on,
Of
guys.
course, I think it's part of a
He's
of
got the
experience,
phone
right? Ibra is part of
Ibra.
experience, but
Trust me, he's
to be a
not in
to,
that elk. Like a Zidane, bro.
I don't know, Clint. I think your line is going out. What I argue is that I really find it hard for a player right now to say I want to go to Milan because I want to
I don't think
work
people
with
are
Ibra.
moved by Ibra like that. Personally,
Now, but I do think that since he does work there, it's a great opportunity for them, and they cherish it because he is a extraordinary person in the world of football. You know,
I,
and
I
he
think.
was
Sorry, go ahead, Roy.
no. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but I think with regards to Zirkzee, at least, I think that Zlatan may have had some influence in terms of getting him to maybe wait for Milan or something like that. Because I mean, I read reports that Arsenal was really interested in him,
Yeah,
and his agent was looking for a fat fee. And at the end of the day, the player, as much as the agent has influence, the buck stops with the player. And if the player says you have to figure it out, I want to go to Milan, then that has to happen. So, and I think that Zlatan had maybe some influence on that a little bit. So
possibly. Yeah, I mean, how much of that influence that's arguable, but it is definitely
yeah,
possible. Anyway, so is this a good thing for you guys? Zirkzee, Ace, you go first. Is it a good
okay.
thing for Milan?
I think it is in terms of it sends a good message to maybe our big players in the team that look, we're bringing a top striker to the club, somebody young, somebody in form. So yeah, I like the deal. I'm a little bit concerned with his numbers. And I know if we're gonna spend 14 million on a striker, you know, I was kind of hoping that we would get somebody that has proven to at least score 14 or 15 goals per season. But I like Zirkzee. I think
Yeah.
the way he plays, he will probably help Leao score more goals with his link up play. So I'm looking forward to it if it does happen. So yeah, I'm excited about it. But I do have some caution with spending 40 million on a striker that didn't even score over 15 goals this season in Syria. You know, but
Okay. I'll go next, and then I want to hear
mhm,
Clint. And I kind of also want to respond to that a little bit, Ace.
yeah,
So for me, Zirkzee is a fantastic signing simply because finally we are getting not only a Serie A proven player, but one of the best players of the season. So that is a good sign. That sends a message, and that is important. Now that the growth decree is gone, Milan has no choice. The players are going to cost the same everywhere, so they might as well start buying in Serie A now, and that is great. That is really good. Now, as far as his value, which is actually more close to 50 million because of the agents and what they want, I think I think it's a good price because it is less than what Bologna could sell him for. I think Bologna could sell him for 60, 70 million to, an English team that would just bite on the bait. So I think 40 to 50 million for Zirkzee for me is good market. Yeah.
but Roy, that remember the only reason it's 40 is because his release clause doesn't
Correct.
expire until August.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and other teams can also pay 40 million. True. True.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think ultimately it's a good signature. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the market though, right? The players that Ace you mentioned, oh, the numbers. What players that give you good numbers, like you said, they're not 40 million. As much as you want to argue, they're not 40 million. Like they're not going to be that. They're going to be upper because that's the market we in now. I always hear that, oh, I'm not paying this for this guy. Like why, bro? That's the market we in. If you're putting those type of numbers, you're automatically 100 mil. You're 120, no matter where you at. You know, it's dude. This is brand new. When's the last time you heard a player coming out of Bologna that's even 40, 50 mil? I mean, I props to them. Whatever the fuck they did over there at that club, that was a relic of a fucking club. You know, that's a club that should have been relegated up to my standards. I hated them. But hey, I guess the message went through. They developed that, that's their guy. They're giving him up. He's smart. He's moving over. We're looking on the market right now. You look at all the top teams. Yeah, he's one of the guys. Yes, we can say Sesko, but you also want ready-made players. To be honest, man.
Okay.
Like, yeah, you're
Okay.
gonna
But
bring in. Yeah.
my question to you and Roy, I know,
Uh.
don't get me wrong. I like Zirkzee, and I'm glad that we're signing him. I think it sends a great message, not only to the fan, but to the squad of players that we have,
Mm-hmm.
that we are
But
moving
also,
forward in a
also
good direction.
Ace, let me just interrupt real fast. But
Yeah, yeah.
most
Mhm.
importantly, to the other teams. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, exactly. It sends a great message all around. However, my question to you guys, which I asked a little bit earlier, but I'll ask it more better now because we're talking about it. Do you all think that Zirkzee is going to come and give us 15 to 20 goals, which is
No,
what we need?
no. But
No. No.
Okay.
I think because of the way he plays, the amount of goals are going to be dispersed between more
It
players.
really, yeah, that's what I want to say. Agree with 100%. Because don't forget, we're not a one-man team. Yes, Giroud put a lot of numbers. He put 15 goals this year, but Pulisic also put 11 in the league. Leao put up 9. So we're a team where everybody fucking scores. The
But I
problem,
think
like, mhm.
okay, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, finish.
Then I'll try to say the problem, like we always had Milan as a problem, is we never had somebody to have that proper hold up play for people to run in the box. But we have so much fucking goal scorers, man, from the field and all that stuff. It's just the reason why I don't think nobody in their right mindset we're getting Zirkzee because he's going to be the next, I don't know, fucking Oshiman. He's gonna be a Lautaro. What Lautaro is for Inter is true. Lautaro broke numbers this year, but what Lautaro is for Inter, that's what Zirkzee is gonna be for us. That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I'll ask you another question because there was
Yeah.
another player that we were linked to. Now,
Uh-huh.
I actually really like his profile.
Uh-huh.
What about Grassy? Like Grassy, would you feel like, Roy? This question is for you especially.
Okay.
Would you feel like if we had signed Grassy, would you feel like that signature would send a similar message to
No,
what the one like
not at all.
Zirkzee?
Not at all.
Really?
Yeah, not even
Even though
not
Grassy is
even
the
close.
second
Not
highest goal scorer this season in the
yeah.
Bundesliga with 28
But in
goals.
Italy, it's different because Zirkzee has proven himself with the other teams already. So the other teams already know who Zirkzee is. Garassi, maybe they think, they don't know who he is.
Yeah,
That's the
and,
different.
yeah,
That
and Grassi is a proper one season wonder too.
well, I
Like
don't
some
know that. That could
No,
be
no, no, no,
maybe he
no.
is. I
That's
don't
not
know.
right. No,
But
I
he
did.
would
I did my little research. Go ahead, Roy. I'll talk after.
no, no. But Garassi would have to come to Italy, prove himself in Italy. Then let's say the team that buys. The thing is, like we're buying one of the best players of the season. He was regarded as one of the best players of the season in Italy. So when you buy that guy, that sends a different message. Guarci is a player that comes from a different league. Not everybody knows him. It's a different kind of message.
Right. Okay, but just to make a comment on what Clint was saying about Grassi. Grassi has scored in the last 4 seasons. He's scored 14 plus goals every season since 2 seasons in Bundesliga and then in the French league. So I think he is proven in that respect. You're probably going to get 12 to 15 goals in his first season for Milan. Now, what I would like to see would be in conjunction with signing Zirkzee. I think we should go. I think Grassi should be our next striker.
I think that
What
could
do you
be a
think?
good solution because they both would complement each other. Like I've seen how Garassi plays. Garassi is more of a guy that likes to play next to the goal, so he likes to attack those spaces, while Zirks is more of a playmaker. So they could complement each other.
But listen, we want to. He's coming from Germany. The goals are gonna have to come down. I mean, bro, like
That is
it's.
also true. That is
I
also true.
don't like. Listen, Xerxes, we already saw them in Italy. What he can do on Italy, he was playing with Bologna, bro. Playing with Bologna is like you're playing with a fucking like City B team, bro. And look what he did over there. And he just, bro, it's thanks to him they're going to the. I'm more impressed with his accomplishment. It makes me go towards him. And don't get me wrong, Stuttgart had a phenomenal season too because they were struggling with relegation for the longest. But these players that come from Germany and they're like, oh, he's the top scorer and all that stuff, you have to really remove significant numbers off those goals, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know. I don't see him and then you have to deal with AFCON, these players leaving, coming back. I don't want to deal with all of that. I don't know. I'm not really interested in him. He doesn't move me. I got to see Xerxes game. And maybe I'm speaking from a point where I haven't seen this guy's game, but I've seen Xerxes. I like how he plays. I don't know. I don't Girassi, I'm not too sold. If it's not Xerxes, Sesko will be somebody that I'll go for. Girassi,
But
nah,
realistically,
nah,
we're
nah.
not going to be able to get somebody like Sesko. You know, but I understand you're not very familiar with Grassi, and no, I'm not saying I want Grassi over Zirkzee. No, no, no. I'm saying I would ideally I would like both of them. But if I were to if like Zirkzee scored what 12 or 15 goals this season, and Grassi scored 28 goals in the league this season. If you didn't know which one would you choose? A striker that scored 28 goals or a
If you
striker
just
that
had the
scores?
number, I if you just had the numbers in front of you, I would definitely go
Yeah,
for Garassi. But having seen what Xerxes does and the way he impacts the full team, I think that for me edges Xerxes. I think he's more of an important player, and also he's proved it in Serie A at the highest level. So I think that to me is edges him over Guarassi. Guarassi is something that you
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
discover.
because if it's an, I haven't seen. I mean, I've seen a couple of games of Girassi during the Afcon, but even if he was injured, that didn't tell me much about anything, so I can't even use that as an example. But I just know that if he's another Giroud type player, it's not going to help us against teams like Inter, bro. We're going to struggle again. And, if he's a player that isolates himself, that's going to be a problem. And that's the reason I like Xerxes is like he doesn't isolate himself. He's always coming and getting the ball back from deep. which is important. We doesn't make it. I don't think we're getting Zirkzee because we need like we're looking for like a crazy top goal scorer. Even though that might be a problem, we can get a super sub off the bench and have that. But I I don't know. For right now, I think Zirkzee should be the guy. Like I don't know, bro. He's just the only. It's the price is fair. He's young. Duras is 28, if I'm not mistaken. How many years he's giving you? He's
Yeah.
African, bro. He's gonna want to go to the Saudi, and he's gonna try to get a big check. You can't lowball
Okay,
him.
I don't know that.
Oh,
But I,
Roy, don't avoid the topic. They all go to Saudi. We know it's a bad
but
boy.
but listen, regardless, for me, like I like the fact that we're buying from Serie A. I think that's strong. That shows that you're a strong team when you buy from the Serie A, especially when you're buying the best players. Um, and also it sends a good message because look at Juve, like they pretty much got Di Gregorio, who was the best goalkeeper, and now they're pretty much almost got Coop Miners. That's what they're
That shit
saying.
hurt me. That shit hurt
Yeah,
me. The
I agree
Gregorio
with you.
stuff, that shit hurt me, bro. Because y'all know how I rated this goalkeeper. And I'm like, if they need to be sure, if we're not selling Mike, then we don't care. But if you
No,
turn around and you
we
sell,
should never be
but
thinking about selling Mike.
if you turn around and if you sell Mike like next year, you're gonna learn to regret it, right? You're gonna learn to regret it. Now, what's his name? Your boy Gijo can be outside, can be on his way out. Does he want to
Yeah.
forgive the Milan fans?
Hashtag
I don't know.
back. Bring him back.
No. I know this is going to be a hot take, but I think that we should be a little bit more calm in the goalkeepers department. And I say that after watching the Primavera make it to the Champions League final, and also watching Italy in the Euros. I don't think that we need to outsource another goalkeeper. If Mike leaves, we take the money and we promote one of the two goalkeepers that we have at the Primavera level or the under
I
23
mean,
level, in
honestly
my opinion.
speaking, honestly speaking, is not just a goalkeeper, more than just a goalkeeper. There's a lot of players that have proven themselves at that level, and that level usually, as they grow up, is going to translate to the higher levels. So there's a lot of players Milan could rely on from their youth system to
Now,
build the.
now, Roy, with what you just said, is the power play is why they signed Fonseca on the 2-year deal. When until these players are coming up of age, and then you go for the good coach that's available after a while, because that's what Man City kind of did that, right? They waited for Pep. So after Mancini left, they're getting all these coaches. They don't sign them on a long contract. Maybe that's where we at. Who knows? Then if we
I
look
mean,
back in 5 years, then we're gonna be like, okay, this is what they were
I
doing.
mean,
Maybe they're
there is
waiting
a
for
lot of
Klopp.
talk in England. There is a lot of talk in England that Pep is probably going to leave. This will be his final season uh,
Have a good one,
at
bro.
City. So if you listen, I know you listen to Roy's podcast. I will. If you want to make everything okay, sign Pep Guardiola.
I personally believe, this conspiracy. I'm gonna be a conspiracy for a little bit. That club, that club really is probably he's probably gonna come to Milan because that Fenway link. I want to entertain this stuff that this guy's gonna end up coming to Milan, and
I've
maybe that's why
seen
they
that
signed 2 years.
possibility. I've
I,
seen
I
that
see that
possibility.
possibility more than Pep.
I saw it a
I can
long time ago. Actually, I saw it a long time ago.
because what's
You know
his
when
name?
I
He has
saw
a.
it, the way he was looking at Milan when he was coaching against us, and the way he was looking at the team. There was some images and videos of him observing the team, and just I don't know. There's something about him that I do see him do well at Milan, and I have the same feelings. Yeah, I think
No,
Who's
there is
that
but
a
with?
chance.
That's with Club. You talking about Club
I
or
yes,
think
Pep?
there is a chance in the future club might come to Milan. Yeah,
because the link with the
Where you're getting
Fenway.
this rumor from? Where you're getting
No, no,
this?
no,
Where you're
no.
getting this?
Because
this
no,
is a speculation. It's a
that's a
speculation.
speculation
Yeah.
that's going around. The speculation is going around, but also the link with that Fenway. I mean, Jerry is part of that Fenway group. He worked extensively with them. He's from that school of he's from that backyard. Jerry was just wanting to go and do his own thing. There's a relationship already with Klopp. Because if Klopp is bored, Madrid is going to be secure. You can't go to Madrid. Barcelona is really unstable. Another team project, Klopp. If Klopp was another passion project, quote unquote, Liverpool style, Milan would be the best for him. I promise you, than any other team.
Yeah,
The name is there
I
and
mean, I
everything.
agree
Milan would
with
be the
you, huh?
best.
I've riddled with this idea for a while too. Yeah,
But the irony from your Jurgen Klopp is from what country?
Germany.
Right. And you're just making the argument that
Mm, but
why
there's a
we getting a
difference.
foreign coach.
But there's a difference when that foreign coach is a proven coach. Like if he's a top coach, that's different. As far as like coaches that are not proven, like you don't need to get any foreign coaches in Italy. Like you can just stick to Italy, and you're going to probably get better results. But when we're talking about the proven coaches like Klopp,
Hmm.
Guardiola, and these guys, Zidane, I mean, players like this with those kind of pedigrees, then I think, yeah, they deserve, even Conceição, they deserve a little bit more. Let's say, okay, yeah, maybe they can work.
Who would you choose if you had to pick? You had both of them in front of you. Which one would you pick, Klopp or Pep?
I'm definitely getting Pep Guardiola though. I mean, nobody can say no to that. I mean, he's a
I don't
football
like
fucking
any of them.
genius.
I don't like
Really?
any of them.
Roy, there you go. Roy trying to be Roy again. That was different.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
pick
sure.
any of it. But
Who you
I
pick?
would.
Allegri? Okay, so if we had to put Allegri ball in there, who you pick then?
I mean, I wouldn't be angry if not. Both of those guys, I think, are incredible. But I don't know. I think I don't know. I want to. I honestly don't know. I think Thiago Motta is more interesting than those two coaches.
Yakini? Oh, and you saw my controversial take I put on the chat. I said Thiago Motta is gonna fail at Juve. Mark my words.
Why do you think that?
No, I think he's going to fail. I think
Why?
if his market is not good, it's going to be too much pressure. I don't think he's been. I highly doubt.
But he already has
I
a
don't.
good team, though.
Yeah, but he needs. If his midfield is not good enough, you're gonna see a lot Allegri 2.0.
Yeah.
That's just
Well,
my take on it. Like if they get Coop miners and the guys they're supposed to be getting, the
yeah,
attack is already good. But the fact that he doesn't like Chiesa, he's trying to shun them out. I mean, who are you
that's
gonna get
weird.
in that right wing? I don't know. But for me, the reason why is just the expectation of the Juve fans. They have not won the Serie A in almost 4 or 5, going on 5 years. It's a problem. They're expecting him to deliver. This is his first big job. I don't think it's a match made in heaven because I don't think they're gonna let him express his ideas.
That's
I
a
think
possibility with you.
me personally, I think Thiago Motta should have went with Bologna in the Champions League. He should have done the
Hmm.
Leverkusen route
I don't
and
know if I
waited.
agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know. I think it's too premature. Just my take. I think after Bologna, I think a Roma job would have been good, but Juventus is just the expectation of the institution as a whole. That's the only reason I'm saying this.
Well, I think
Yeah, but
if you get such a big opportunity, you got to take it. I think you got to.
exactly, exactly.
Even if maybe you don't think you're ready, you just got to take it.
Yeah, you never know when you're gonna get that chance again.
And make yourself ready. You gotta shoot your shot. you know. So I think he did the right thing to take it, but it would have been better for Bologna to keep him one more year. I agree there. He probably would have done better, maybe more guarantees. But I think knowing Juve, they had this season which was stained with the fact that they couldn't play in Europe, blah blah blah. They're going to, bring the team up to like a European level. They're going to buy European level players because it's usually what they do. So I think Thiago Motta is going to have a good team. Let's see how good. That's the question. Let's see how good. Maybe it's not good enough.
Because he's going to get challenged now, you're going to have, it's no longer, with Bologna, I feel with like Bologna, right? You're playing in Inter and all that. Inter is not going night and day, being like, oh, we'll play Bologna, we're going to go crazy. The only reason, let's say, Inter, like the way Milan does sometimes, you let your hands down, boom, Bologna can come sneak attack you. So I feel like he got away doing the sneak attacks compared to like, oh no, you're in charge of Juve. We want to beat Juve. We're preparing for Juve. Conte is preparing for you. So now that's a problem. How do you respond to that? That's what I'm getting at compared to like, oh, I'm the underdog mentality. Let me get away. And I can be full of shit, don't get me wrong, but I'm just looking at it. The pressure is going to be more on because now the Inzaghi is going to look at you different compared to when you were at Bologna. Now you're the real ops. Like you're the
No,
real
I think
enemy.
that's a good
Oh yeah,
point.
of course. There's a
But
target on you for
but
sure, 100%.
but the player quality that he now has to express his style of play is better than what he had at Bologna.
True,
He has
true
way
that,
better
and I could
midfielders,
agree.
better defenders,
Yeah,
better goalkeeper.
that's
So
true.
so it works both ways. I think yes, I agree. That's a real good point. That maybe people didn't fear Bologna as much, but with Juventus, they will be a little bit more pragmatic. But also the way he played at Bologna and with the level of players that he has, it could be amplified with Juventus. So I mean, it could go either way. We'll see how it pans out, but that's a cool take.
Yeah, I no, that's a good take right there. I mean, the players are in theory better if he gets Cup minors, De Gregorio. If I saw some possible lineups for them, if they get something like that, I think they'll be competitive and they'll be really difficult to beat. I think Inter the same. Milan probably is going to be there also. Napoli. Atalanta. I don't know about Roma. I'm not convinced about De Rossi right now. I'm not convinced about De Rossi. So
Roy,
Roma,
who's
I
this
don't know.
guy with Allegri's face on your
Oh, that's
in
right,
the live?
Antonio. What's up, Antonio? How you doing,
Man, go on now.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Let's
Antonio?
go.
Are you pro Allegri?
Yeah, we should hire him.
All
I
right,
don't
all right.
know.
Now, are you for real pro Allegri? For really or no?
What?
Allegri
No.
over Fonseca, yeah.
Okay, great. Because
Get
I've been
Guido. Get
waiting for
Guido.
someone. I've been waiting for someone to have that point of view because none of us here agree with that. So tell us why you would rather have Allegri than Fonseca.
Because with Allegri, at least I don't think that we have the possibility of falling out of the top 5. I think with Fonseca, there's a possibility of that happening. Allegri will get you the objective, and he has way more of a pedigree and way more of a knowledge of the Serie A. So I don't care. For me, a lot of guys are better than this manager, so that's my opinion. Also, did you guys see the news about Conceição?
What about
Yeah,
it?
he left Porto.
But now he's linked with Marseille, like heavily.
Yeah, Marseille is a big club. Like they still have a big pool, just over like the city. It's an historical club. I know they've been in shambles, but it's
Yeah,
an
they're like a
historical
one
club
city
within.
club, no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but my question is, what the hell did Conceição tell the Milan management that made them?
I don't think Conceição could
No,
work with Redbirds.
no,
No way.
yeah,
He's a
Redbird.
wild
Yeah.
candidate. He's a wild
But
candidate.
yeah, but and also I think with Conceição the problem was it wasn't sure. You know, there was really in big. You know, there was really some. It was really a blur in terms of is he staying at Porto because they came out. Villa-Boa said he respects him a lot, so there was no. They didn't know, and I don't think Milan wanted to stay around and wait for him or find out and be left backhanded if Conceição was the ideal candidate and he end up, you know, and then we lose Fonseca, and then Conceição is not coming, and now we're sitting there now, have to promote Abate or some shit like that. So I guess because
Okay, but
nothing was sure with
Antonio,
Conceição, you know, we didn't know
But
he would stay at
Allegri,
Porto.
is available.
No, why would you take him?
Antonio,
Fuck him.
Antonio, have you ever watched any of Allegri's teams play?
Yes, I have.
And does it make you feel like you're watching beautiful football?
No, but I will say that he gets a little bit. I think some of his early Juventus period and the Milan Scudetto. I mean, okay, Roy hates the Scudetto season. I was watching it.
Me
That was
too.
one of the first memories I remember, and I didn't think it was that bad, to be honest. We did have world-class players, though, so. But,
I mean, but okay, go ahead.
yeah, anyways, no, I don't love the guy, but I would have more faith in him getting the basic objective. And I think there's a possibility that we crash next year with Fonseca. I think that is an open possibility. Because if we fire him, if we have to sack Fonseca in the middle of the season, that's going to lead to a lot of instability. Whereas I think Allegri is just more of a safe choice to meet the minimum objectives.
Okay, but do you think? I mean, based on what you know of Allegri, do you see Allegri being able to work with the players that we have?
Yeah, I think he would just play maybe. Get him another good center back, and he would just play with like whatever formation. I don't know. He likes to switch the formation, but just get him play with get one or two center backs for him, and he's good. I'm not saying this manager wants him. Of course they don't want him because he's not a young foreign manager that they can, so it doesn't really fit their profile. But I'm just saying personally, I don't think he would ask for too much. He's kind of like at that point in his career where he's like, he might even be done coaching soon, honestly. He gives me the vibes of someone who's like a bit
And if I'm Allegri, he needs to go to Saudi, bro, and get more money.
But
I think that's where he's going next.
may I ask? Okay, so I know Antonio and Roy, y'all. What is he feeling like with Milan fans with Allegri? Because as a Milan fan, I never want to see him. If it's the only coach that gets me triggered emotionally is Allegri, and it's never good because of what he did to me. I mean, what Milan went through after the year like 2012 with Allegri. Like, I mean, I know he wasn't. I know, but he didn't really. That was the time he let Piolo go to Juventus, and then he followed him to Juventus. Like, I mean, I don't know.
He's a deviant. That was his power play.
To be fair, though, like the club was literally collapsing. So, I mean, guys, all I'm saying is I'm just really worried about this new manager, man. I have no confidence. Any interesting news today, by the way, with players?
Yeah, but Antonio, Allegri doesn't have a track record of working well with young players, which Milan has a lot of young players. So I mean, I just don't think it's a profile that fits in the type of group that we have. So, and I mean, yeah, that's my whole thing with Allegri. Like,
I'll say
maybe
this:
as a Milan, against him.
If the management is smart, there's a lot of free agents with experience. They're this mercato. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams that have so many youth that they're gonna try to loan out. We do a la Diaz style. You go and you get the Arda Güler. Even in Madrid, there's some players that won't be able to all play. Mbappe's there. There's guys. If I'm Milan, you're paying attention. You have a good relationship with Real Madrid. You start getting some of their players, and also Chelsea. You're looking at Chelsea. They have so many youths over there that we can leverage. Same pretty much what Maldini did. Follow that model. Get some of those guys in, and you're gonna have a good mercato, loan with option to buy. You're good. So you're not also going and buying these improving players, and it can work out. If I'm the management, you do that and get Savage. I need Savage at Milan. I need Savage.
Have you guys talked about Lukaku?
Yeah, I think he'd be a good signing.
Oh God.
Okay, so somebody's on my side. Tell me, Antonio, what do you think about Lukaku coming to Milan?
Nah. It's the guy is. I don't know. I just don't like him. First of all, his personality is suspicious. Like he goes to Inter, does well there, then he sort of like betrays them, and then he goes. I don't know. I just feel like he's just a clout chaser. Like he's not a loyal player. But anyways, in terms of like, okay, as a player, he's not bad, but at the same time, he's not as good as like. I think he's out of his prime. He usually plays. I think he's best with a two-man striker. If he plays with a 4-3-3, I mean, he'll be. I think Milan creates chances. He's not gonna like. I think he could have a decent goal-scoring season, but I just don't really.
Can I change your mind? Let me change your mind.
Well, here's the thing: if the options.
Tell me what's the difference between Lukaku and Giroud as far as goal output?
No. Giroud is a much better build-up play, I think, and he's also some good figure to have in the locker room.
Disagree with you big time.
Okay. Actually, I agree with the locker room. I agree with the locker room. I 100% agree with the locker room. But build-up player.
Build-up play is Lukaku.
Okay, Lukaku can sit on the ball and he can hold it up, but
yeah, world class.
I don't really. World class sitting at the ball. Yeah, okay, good.
Listen, go look at
Antonio.
Before you continue,
I know. But
Antonio, hold on. Let me tell you this before you, and I'm be short. Go look at Lukaku's past 5 seasons. Go look at his numbers. All league confused. Go look at his numbers.
Hey, Giroud scored more goals than Lukaku this season at 38 years old with a crutch. With a crutches. Giroud scored more goals.
How many goals Lukaku scored this season?
He scored 13 goals this season. Giroud has 15.
I just can't imagine him wearing a Milan shirt. It just feels wrong to me.
No, it's good. So then it creates a good storyline to go.
Hold on.
I just
If
think,
if you want a
but
good
when we're saying,
storyline, you go for
but but
Thuram,
but, but
brother.
listen, but Ace, but when we're saying, when we're
Yeah.
saying we want Lukaku, we're not saying we want Lukaku as our main guy. We're saying get Lukaku as a complementary to Zirkzee. That's our advocate. That's why we're
Yeah,
advocating
okay.
for
At that point,
Lukaku.
then we might as well get like, you know, the best
Who?
striker. If in an ideal world you can get all these guys, but
No, no,
even
no, no. And I
Zirkzee,
and
they're
then no,
having.
no. In an ideal world, we can get both. That's what we're talking about. That's how even that this debate started. It's like you get a Zirkzee. Who else do you get? You get a Lukaku with him. We're not saying that's going to be our
Well, if you
main
want to
guy
play
for
with
the
two
summer.
strikers, I
Definitely
think
not.
If you want to play with two strikers, Zirkzee and Lukaku could be a good duo. But my point is, like, I just don't. First of all, the way we play. Second of all, him as a like what he's done the past few years, and also like his history. Like, I just don't really. I'm not too excited about that move.
Yeah, I think Lukaku's career. I mean, I like the
He's
guy,
he's just a meme
but he's
player. Also,
regressing.
yeah, he's a meme player, and also the thing about him is, I swear. Listen, now you can say this is just being unlucky or whatever, but in every single final or like big game that he plays, he always chokes. It's crazy. I don't know why. Like he misses he misses open goals even for his national team. Like it's like he's had a few big performances, but nowhere near the amount of times he's
And this year,
vomited. Like in the UCL final, the Europa League final. You know.
no, but let's put it into context too. The past 2 years is a player that did not have motivation. Ever since his move to Chelsea, he's been fucked over. The move to Roma was never supposed to happen. He didn't want to be at Roma. He looked like a player that he didn't want to, that didn't even want to be there, and he still had 13 goals. If somehow we can rejuvenate, it's going to be better players around him from an attack perspective, right? I know he had Dybala at Roma, but now you got a Leao, you got Pulisic, you got a team that like, yo, they can really go toe to toe with Inter. If you have him, I think he's going to have a newfound motivation, because if he goes to Napoli, bro,
Yeah,
for
okay.
Osimhen,
With Conte,
for
he'll be
Osimhen,
good.
you're
They're
gonna
selling
regret it.
Osimhen. They're selling Osimhen.
No, you're saying that no offers have come yet. But let's say Osimhen doesn't leave. Simeone is the one we know is most likely to leave Napoli this year. He wants playing time. The reports are out. If he's a Simeone replacement, that he's a super sub or he plays an attack with the Osimhen, bro, we're gonna sit there and be like, oh, we should have got Lukaku. I promise you. All Lukaku needs is motivation, bro. He's 32.
Yeah, but if the rumors are correct with Longo and that we are ahead of the rest of the chasing clubs in terms of getting Zirkzee, like if I'm telling you, like if we get Zirkzee, that's gonna like there's like a bunch of strikers right now in Europe just waiting for one club to drop the hammer. And if we drop the hammer and we sign Zirkzee's from Bologna, Arsenal is gonna go and like Osimhen is not gonna be at Napoli next season. That's my opinion. So I mean I'm fine with him going to Napoli. Let him go to Napoli. You want a story? Get Thuram's brother or something like that. Like
I think honestly, and also personally, I wouldn't have a problem with. I think it'd be fun to watch Conte and Lukaku on a Napoli team, because I don't really wish anything against Napoli, and I'm not really against them being good. They have a good relationship, but good for them. But for Milan, it just doesn't work for me. I mean, it's just he's like an enemy, man.
definitely.
I don't know. I mean, I just saw now my idea. If you were to ask me personally, the guy that I actually want is fucking Julian Alvarez. Oh boy, he would be so
Oh
good for
yeah,
us.
give me that. Give me that
He's
guy.
he's on the move. The rumors are
Skamaka
out.
for me. For me, it would be
The rumors,
Skamaka.
yeah, the rumors are out right now. He's trying to leave Man City, the entourage. So he's not getting playing.
Skamaka and Zirkzee together. We're gonna win the league.
That's too
That's
much
a
money.
crazy duo. That's a crazy duo.
That's too much
He's
money.
already completed football at like 22 years old or 21 years old. He's won every single trophy.
That's too much
Yeah,
money.
but
Yo, Abdi is here. What's up, Abdi?
yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, I just wanted to give my opinion on Lukaku rumors. I think it's a disastrous signing. Genuinely, I think what Antonio said is spot on in the fact that I think he's past it, and I think he does better with a two-striker system. I think he causes more issues than anything for us, And he has that bozo gene, if you get what I mean, where like in the big games, where in the big games he just like he does stupid things. Like if you saw against Inter this year when they were playing at home, he fumbled like an open goal, a one-on-one against Jan Sommer. Like he's not clinical and he's not consistent either. He gets a lot of injuries, like Ace said. So I think it's disastrous. For me, I think go get Zirkzee. Go keep Jovic. I know I have mixed feelings about Jovic, but I think let him prove himself again this year because this year we saw what he did in the Coppa Italia, coming off as a super sub every time, scoring. I think if you give him one more year, he stays fit. I think he can do well.
What about Depay? We didn't even mention.
Oh
Depay.
yeah, give me
Depay's
give me Memphis Depay right away.
Oh yeah.
If we can,
Yeah, but they're not gonna come. They're not gonna come. There's too much money. And that's the other thing. Lukaku is gonna want a bunch of money. He's gonna want like 6 million or 7 million a year. Like forget that.
No, I don't think Lukaku. The fact that he wants to stay in Europe, I think he understands that he no longer commands those type of wages. Nobody's gonna pay him that. I'm sorry. That's why he ended up at Roma. Nobody's paying him that. So he understands.
Also,
so right now, any club that calls him, they have the leverage over him. He doesn't come. If he wants that, he goes to the Camel League. He can go get that money however he wants.
how many more years? How many more years are on his Chelsea contract?
I think next year is the last. I think next year.
Because like I'm sure you can find an agreement. I mean, I don't really want it, but I'm just saying you could probably get a way for Chelsea to pay some of the wages. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, no. For me, I love Depay. Depay is the exact opposite of Lukaku.
2 more years.
Depay is a guy who, when you watch him in the big moments, he steps up and he has a certain, mentality, but also it's like you don't really think he's that good, but then he just does like I don't know. He'll beat a man with this move that'll create space and he'll find a way to score. And he steps up in the big moments. Even though he hasn't been in like massive moments, I guess in terms of final.
You know what? I disagree. I think Zirkzee and Lukaku would complement each other better than Zirkzee and Depay. I think Zirkzee and Depay would step into each other's feet.
I think Zirkzee and Depay are both sort of similar, and I agree with you that they both play like almost like a second striker, but not like it's hard to describe. I'm talking about like if I had to choose one. I mean, I don't even know. Would you play Depay as a lone striker? Even I don't even know though. So for me, if we're talking about if we're playing a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1, whatever with Fonseca, like I don't think any. I mean, okay, you guys like Zirkzee. I like Zirkzee too, but I still am not convinced about him playing as a lone striker. So for me, ideally, and I think the management, what maybe they're thinking about is getting more of like that a lone striker type build who's a bit stronger and as a bigger can play can go like as the target man as well. But I don't know, to be honest. Maybe
from what Fonseca showed in his masterclass, I think it's very realistic that he might use Zirkzee as a false nine kind of player.
Yeah, I was not going to say that. Yeah.
What's that?
No, I'm agreeing with you. That I was about to say that. Roy, yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. So I don't see any problem with Zirkzee being a lone striker if he's going to play him like that, because that's kind of what he did at Bologna too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's possible.
So hold on, is Saladman coming next year, or he's staying at Bologna again?
Oh, you guys talking about CDK?
No, Saladman, my boy.
Salamakers?
Yes.
No, he's Bologna signing him.
I thought it was annoying, man, with the CDK stuff. Like, you guys just won the Europa League and you're going to be in the Champions League again, and you have, like, what are you doing? If you want them, you pay. Like, they don't give us discounts.
Yeah, they don't care about the Americans, bro. Maldini is not there.
Imagine us
they're going to lowball us.
Yeah, but Maldini is not there. They don't care. See, that's why I said Milan was stupid. Last year, we should leverage CDK and got Scalvini from them. or somebody. We can leverage CDK to get top play. We can even get quote minors from them. We can leverage CDK, but they're not gonna do that. There's so many players we can poach from Atalanta to do a good swap deal or even add a little bit of money and get a player. And I would get Scalvini personally. I'll do anything in my power to get Scalvini with CDK.
Um,
Good point. And Mohammed says it's disrespectful to call it Camel League. Yeah, totally, brother. No,
No, it's not. There's camels
It's-
over there, and I call it that. I call it MLS.
yeah, no
the
disrespect.
rapper league.
Obviously, there's no disrespect.
There's no disrespect, man. Come on. And
Obviously.
Hoyland is who we needed to leverage last year. I said it. CDK was going. We should have went and got Hoyland. We didn't do it. The kid is
We
gone.
should leverage.
And now he's at Man
We should
United.
leverage for Skamaka. That's who we need to.
But they
Yeah,
haven't even
Zirkzee.
bought Skamaka yet. We don't even know if they're gonna buy Skamaka. Skamaka is like 40 mil. I don't know how
He's-
much is the redeem. He's still a West Ham player. So, and West Ham just had Lopetegui. And if Lopetegui is like, nope, I want Skamaka, he's going back to West Ham. It's an option to buy. I don't think it's an obligation to buy with Skamaka. They just loaned them to Atalanta. So we'll see.
The problem with Skamaka is that they're going to double his price now. So we basically have no shot of getting him unless they want to spend big.
Yeah, but I personally feel like he's actually going to go to West Ham because Lopetegui is more of an attacking coach, and I think he's going to want Skamaka. Because the person that didn't really want Skamaka, even though they got him, was, what's his name, David Moyes. He's a bit conservative in terms of his style of play. But with Lopetegui, I think like it changes the equation. And Skamaka might also think like, okay, I can go to the Prem to redeem myself. So he's their player. He's a West Ham player. So I don't think it's not even Atalanta. It's not even for us in Atalanta to bargain a deal over him at all, unless they buy him. And if Atalanta buys him, they're not gonna sell him. So that's just what it is. What about
He's not a lone
Pinamonti?
player.
What about Pinamonti? What about Pinamonti? They say he's free. Roy, that's
He's
your
good.
guy.
I would take. I think he's really good.
We should get this guy from Roma. What's his name again? Spinazzola. He's supposed to be on a free transfer as well.
He's free. That'll be a good backup. But what's his name's coming back too? Do we have so much dead wood that's coming back next year? Like Balo Torres coming back, fucking Origi. Like, how do you even get rid of these guys?
What about Colombo? What do you guys think of Colombo?
Oh, I want Colombo back too. Oh.
Same. I think we can develop him, and he's Italian. I think we can mold him into a good player.
I personally feel like
we could develop him.
I feel like his development window has been missed because among all the players that developed that we loaned out, the people that I've seen any type of progress in was Gabi and Daniele Maldini. I feel like Daniele Maldini did better at Monza than Colombo, to be honest with you. And Daniel Maldini is also coming back next year. I don't know what his role is going to be. Or they're going to sell, they're going to loan him out still. So we have a lot of dead weight that's actually coming back to the club. So they're going to have to even figure that out.
Yeah. No, totally in chat. All good. No disrespect, for real. Okay. So what about the Euros? Anything about the Euros?
Yeah, same scenario, right? Italy lower percentage, like always, the same way they do Madrid. Madrid's not gonna win the Champions League this year, but then they top off. It's the same. We've seen this story before. I think with Spalletti, if Spalletti can get his ideas across. I mean, if Italy gets out of that group, then they have to be careful now. If Italy gets out of that group, it's going to be reckoned with. I don't agree with the percentage, but Italy aside, I think Portugal is the team to watch. I think Portugal, Portugal is the team to watch. I'm sorry, man. I think Portugal seriously is the team to watch.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
Portugal.
Portugal is the team to watch because now Portugal, they have a super sub in Cristiano, but I think those young players now they have on Portugal are more established, right? They have somebody like Roberto Martinez. See, the old coach of Portugal was so pragmatic. He was an Allegri. So he was just wasting his,
Oh, I know
his attacking
Martinez.
talent. Yeah. So Martinez, that was the Belgian coach. He's the coach
Yeah.
of Portugal. So if he lets the Leao and all these guys express themselves like the Bruno Fernandes, and they have like super players, at least two super players in each position. Look at somebody like a Vitinha, for example, at PSG. Such a good player. Like they're just stacked and they play well, man. They got good. I think they're a complete team, bro.
Okay.
Me personally, Portugal is a
I
complete
kind of
team.
disagree.
Okay, so tell me where you disagree. Where they're a complete team.
I could be totally wrong because I agree that on paper they're a really good team. Like they're complete, and like they should be. They're one of the best teams in Europe and
They
in
won
the world.
100%. They won
So I give them
100% record.
credit, like, and they could be a really good team. But for me, the only thing is, I'm not like too impressed by their manager. Like, I mean, with what he's done, and I think like, yes, it is like logically you would think like, okay, they're gonna play better football now, so, and you know they'll perform better. But the only thing is, I think they're a very good team. But there's a difference between being a good team and having what it takes to win it. And I feel like it takes a special type of experience and sort of IQ, footballing IQ, and pedigree to get that done. And I just think like I don't know if this manager actually has it in
Yeah, he
him.
does.
But
He
we'll
does
see.
because look what he did with. You gotta understand, Martinez is responsible for this golden generation of Belgium they speak so highly of. He's the one that was able to put the pieces. Yes, you can say Belgium
Clubs has he
underperformed,
coached?
but
Did
they
he
end up.
coach
But
the
listen,
club?
listen. Yeah, he was an Everton manager, which he won an FA Cup, which is hard to do. And yes, he was good in England. But what he did with that Belgium team, let's say, yes, they underachieved to a certain extent, but he made them a team to reckon with. You saw what they did in the World Cup, bro. Like even in 2018, they finished third. It's all his work. Now he's going to this part. When he got into that Portugal side, they had 100% record, you know, in the qualifiers, right? They have good players. If he can keep these youngsters happy and can make them play an attacking football, it's going to be a problem, man. You got to look at Portugal. People need to take Portugal serious. They have to take Portugal serious.
I truly think they're the team to win, only because of their adaptability. If you see, like, they're able to change formations completely from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3 to 4-2-3-1, and they have the players to back it up. As Pedro Neto on the right, if you see how good he is for Wolves, I mean, they have amazing talent everywhere.
Even if you see Mendes from PSG,
Yeah.
Vitinha, right? You got Joao Cancelo. Like these guys are good. Even when I looked at them at the World Cup. Yeah, the World Cup. Don't forget, like the World Cup, they got eliminated in the quarterfinals, bro. They got eliminated in the quarterfinals. So
yeah, but they're not the favorites. No, France and England are the favorites in my opinion,
bro,
and
I
also
think,
Germany.
but for me personally,
I've always laughed at him.
But for me personally, I think the amount of talent that those teams you just named, Portugal has the equivalent of the same talent as these guys, straight up in
Not
Europe.
on their bench. No. I don't think they have the same.
Yes, they got a
power
bench.
as
They got a
France.
big bench. Yes, they do.
France is the best.
Oh,
France
what?
is the favorite. France is the favorite. But
Come on,
agree
Slim.
Portugal does, brother. Like go look at the Portugal starting lineup.
Not in every position. I don't think they have the exact. I don't think you.
That's what he's
can
saying, Antonio.
exactly.
That's what he's saying. He's saying player for player, Portugal as just as strong as France, which is
They have a few really good like
Not a
players,
few.
like high quality.
I disagree.
Yeah, okay, good amount.
We can
Their
start
attack
naming.
is stacked for sure. But I think
stacked.
that they.
The midfield is stacked. What are you
The
saying?
depth isn't as good in my opinion.
Yes, it is.
Like
The Portugal depth is good.
whatever.
Trust me.
Portugal. Listen, I don't really have a favorite. I think Portugal is up there with the best teams. But I think this is all stupid to me because you need to have, like, you need to have a good squad. You have to have quality, but you need to also just have what it takes to somehow. I want to see them play in this tournament. You know, I have to see because like it's just about who shows up at the end of the day. Like, do they have the mentality? Do they have the freaking? Are they informed? You know, I mean, they're informed now before the tournament, so we'll see.
exactly. But they haven't played
I don't have
anybody.
anything against them. I don't have anything against Portugal. You know.
There is one stat that can be considered as maybe impressive or maybe not. So Portugal has played a lot of games against really small opponents coming into this group, but they never got conceded. They never conceded any goals. So it's against the smaller teams, but some teams like maybe Bosnia or Slovakia, they can
Sweden,
score one
right?
goal or two.
Oh, that was a friendly. Sorry.
But they haven't conceded any goals for like a long time.
That's only for
Yeah,
like
but
competitive games, right? Because I think the friendlies I've watched them, but yeah,
Okay,
friendlies
let
don't
me
matter.
let me tell you. Let me tell. So you saying like, look, they have Nelson Semedo, right? They got Ruben Diaz, Diogo Dallo, Danilo Pereira. They have Nuno Mendes, Joao Cancelo, Antonio Silva. They have Palinha. Those are good players. You know,
yeah,
they have
no,
Bruno
They're good.
Fernandes, Joao
they
They're
Neves,
have a
good.
strong team.
Mateus Nunes, Mateus Nunes. Those are good players. Ruben Neves. Those are good players, brother. Those are good
No,
They're
players, man.
good.
they are
They're
favorites.
good.
They are favorites.
Bernardo
Go ahead,
Bernardo
Antonio.
Silva, Bernardo Silva,
Okay,
João
okay. Go
Felix,
ahead,
Rafael
Antonio.
Leao, Jota. Come on, bro. They're stacked. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
They're
This team
very
is
good.
stacked.
Exactly.
Clint,
Thank you.
Clint, 1 second though. We're not saying that they're not up there. All I'm saying is that to say that they're better than France, or to say that they're as good is a bit of a stretch, considering
No, they're as
What?
good. They're as good. They're as
Even
good.
I
They
would
are as
even
good.
argue how much better are they than Italy really? After hearing
and
those
also,
names,
yeah, and
mean,
also a
not.
lot of those
Roy,
names, Clint. My second point was that a lot of those names are overrated in my opinion. Some of them
Like,
are underrated.
I wouldn't say overrated, but just
Nelson
I mean,
Semedo, that guy's been washed since like for the past 3 years. I mean, I'm sorry, but just because they're good Prem players doesn't mean that they're like all
I mean,
insane
they're,
like
they're
world
also your past two.
European
Listen, they're also your past two.
powerhouses. Like,
They're also one of your past two European champions. So you cannot undermine them,
exactly.
right?
no, I'm not
I'm not gonna
undermining
look.
them.
Yeah,
no,
But
But okay, let me
you're
just
saying they're
make a
the
point.
best, and I disagree with that. They're not the best, but they
Let
could
me
be.
just make
They
this
could be
point.
fancy. They could
If
win
you
it. They're
look,
up there,
look. If you talk individual wise, of course, then it would have to be England and France. But as you see, England, I don't think they'll do well. They're bottlers.
England
You
is
can see
another
it in they
overrated
don't
team
have
in my
they don't
opinion.
have they don't have the bottle to win it. France, okay, France, I can agree they're heavy hitters. But if you look at the balance of the team, I think Portugal are one of the best,
be,
and
be,
I
be,
think
be, yeah,
they are
yeah,
dark horses, as Clint is stating.
because
Yeah, they're one
also
of the
though,
best. We
because
agree with that. That's what
let
we're
me add
saying.
this, because also with football tournament, right?
Mm.
With football tournament, most of the time, you also need sometimes a proper nine. Which France, they're going to show. Giroud is not going to be giving you. That's one thing you also
Exactly.
got to pay attention
Whoa,
with
whoa,
France.
Yeah, but
whoa.
you
Pump
guys.
the brakes
Okay,
No,
for
no,
a
hold on,
listen,
second.
hold
Hold on.
listen.
on.
Let me
Let me
just make
add
my
this.
point.
Let me
Wait,
add this. Let me
Let me
add
just make
this.
my
Wait,
point.
let him
Add
land.
this.
Let Clint land. Let Clint land.
Yeah,
Let me
but
add this.
okay.
Let me add this. Let me add this. France, for the past few years, ever since Benzema retired, they've been having a problem at the number 9. I'm telling you, brother, they've been having a problem at the number 9 slot. Portugal does
Okay,
not have
check
Mm.
that
this out.
problem.
Okay,
Exactly.
let me say something. I mean, okay, you can say they have a
Go ahead,
problem, but
Antonio.
at the same time, Giroud is. You can ask Deschamps. I mean, he prefers Giroud over a lot of
Thank
their
you.
players. And if you actually watch the games, I mean, Giroud scored some big goals for France in the last World Cup. I mean, Giroud scored like 15 plus goals for us this year in the Serie A. This guy is not like
He is
he's
the
still going to
highest
be.
French goal scorer of
Mm.
all time.
How many?
Hold
I mean,
on,
he's
Paul.
not Erling Haaland, like.
But
But what do
Giroud,
you?
but
He's
Giroud,
not like
but
but
Giroud's not better than a Cristiano Ronaldo, brother. Even
Okay,
at
yeah,
okay,
30 years
stop.
old.
Let me
Exactly.
just.
but
So,
who cares?
Can
They
I?
have
Okay,
Mbappe. Like, who fucking
let me make
cares?
my point.
oh no,
Let me just
you
make a
should
point.
care.
Like,
Let me just make a point to the guys, right? At the end of the day, France, out of all the teams in the Euros, have shown a track record of being able to make it the furthest in tournaments. They reached the finals in the last World Cup with Giroud. Let me just say, and the way that they try to play the game, they need is a player like Giroud to play the first ball or the second ball off to one of their wing players. So in terms for you to say that France is as or Portugal is as strong as France is a little bit of a stretch in my opinion.
And also, let
because
me say this. Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
no, go ahead, Antonio.
I was going to say
go
this. Listen, Portugal is really good. If I have to rank my top 4 favorites, this would be it. I would say France number 1, Germany number 2, Portugal 3, and England 4. Now, most people would put England above Portugal.
Who's number 3?
I think Portugal and England 4. I mean, that's just based on the team. But of course, I think that Italy can win. Of course. Do I think that other teams can win? Of course. But I'm just going based off of just the quality of the teams. But for me, I mean, I think Portugal is very good. But I think if you're looking at just pure quality and also overall the structure and the past history of the team, I think France is probably they've been very competitive. I know Portugal won the Euros 2016, but I think France since maybe 2018, since the World Cup, they've been the best team in the world.
But Portugal, but you also don't
Argentina,
forget in the Euros though. In the Euros, Portugal always been competitive in the Euros as well.
Of course, but
They've
I'm
always
just saying
been,
that
bro.
calling them, of course, no, they're very good. I'm just saying that saying that they're better than France and even as good in terms of on paper and quality. I don't think I think they're close, but France is a bit better. They have a bit more experience and on the biggest team in the world, and I think a lot of their players are at the very, very top clubs. So, and yeah, they're just a bit more in my opinion. But of course, they're good. Portugal, I would be fine if Portugal does well. I mean, for me, the most overrated team is England by far. We can discuss this if you want, but it's not about I think that overall, all of these teams can win. It just depends on how much strength they can pull, and how they step up.
Look, for me, I believe if England come up against any of these big teams, they will lose. As we've seen with Germany, I think Germany are heavily underrated. If you saw the way they beat France, it was 2-0 comprehensively, kept a clean sheet. I think then Germany are really underrated. But as opposed to England being go ahead.
No, I saw that game too. They played nice. That was a good game.
Yeah. Wait. The thing about Germany is their midfield is so stacked. If you look at it with Kimmich, Gundogan, Kroos, Musiala, and
in that team, is Thiago in that team? Sorry.
No, he's not. Malik Chow is not on the team. Ever since Nagelsmann came in, he hasn't been calling Chow, but also Chow has done worse recently. So
Bellingham is very impressive. Maybe he has the mentality to not fall for the usual traps.
England,
but the problem with England, right? It's the same issue that Portugal had, because England has a pragmatic coach, bro. Because if England got a good attacking coach and he let these players loose, England will be a force to reckon with. Because the game against it, I'm telling you, they have a pragmatic coach that he's an Allegri at the national team level. Doesn't want, he's afraid to lose. He plays pragmatic when he has attacking players. Because when you look from pound for pound from a talent perspective, like England has the talent. Let's not get that twisted. As much as we don't like them, they have the talent. But when you got a pragmatic coach that doesn't know how to use them, that's what you get.
Okay. Yeah, so what's my opinion on England? Do they have the talent? Of course, I think a lot of teams have the talent. But for England, it's a mix of history. You can call it heritage. You can call it whatever. You can call it their attitude. You can call it. You can describe them in many ways. I also think that their players are a bit overrated because they're good, but people say that they're as good as France.
That is 100% correct.
People say they're as good as France, or even Germany could even edge them a bit in a few positions. Then I think that's just being a little bit of a Prem bias, because a lot of these guys, Man City won the UCL. They've done it on a European stage. Some of their players,
the English tax is real.
A lot of their guys have never won anything major, and
it's not to say they're bad players. It's just
they're not bad, but they don't have the certain I think I feel bad for what happened, for the reaction that happened after the Euros with the penalties and everything. It was messed up, but that aside, if from just a footballing perspective, I mean, they miss. I don't know. That's a mental thing. You miss 3 penalties in a row in the shootout after you're literally winning the shootout in the beginning. And Jorginho, his penalty is saved. You have a chance to bring the momentum back, and you just crumble like that, like 3 penalties.
So
Like
so so so
that stuff
so
is like,
so so
I
so
don't know.
Antonio,
It's just intangible,
So Antonio,
But those
so
guys haven't
Antonio,
won
so
anything.
yeah. So Antonio, so with that take, that you said, which I agree with.
Luck. Okay,
Now,
it's a bit of luck too, of course.
why?
But
Listen. So why on the other hand,
yeah,
with Portugal, you're gonna deny it? Because if we look since 2000, right? 2000 Portugal is semifinal.
Portugal.
Listen. Semifinal 2000, 2004 runner up, quarterfinals in 2008, 2012 semifinals, and then they win the champion. They win it in 2016, and then 2020 they got out the round of 16. But this time around, they have more talent since 2000. Because 2000, that Portugal team was stacked. So you're using that same thing with England. They haven't won nothing. So when I say Portugal is part of the favorite, why all of a
I
sudden you
never, but you're
dismiss it?
not listening. But you're not listening. I said they are one of the favorites, but they're not better than France.
Yeah, he
That's all,
said
that's
they
all
were
I'm saying.
he said they were third favorites.
Yeah, they're the third in my opinion. That's pretty good. I just think they're better than France
Okay,
and probably Germany
wait,
too. After.
why do you put Germany above Portugal? I don't understand that.
I mean, Germany. It's a bit of. I think Germany. Listen, they have experienced players. They have that are older. You know, they have Toni Kroos, Muller. I think that experience is a little
Hmm.
underrated, to be honest, especially with the national team. I mean, you saw what Bonucci and Chiellini like. They were both like on the verge of retiring. They were the best center backs in the Euros last time, and I think experience goes a long way, and especially in these types of tight
Right,
knockout
but
games.
Portugal. Okay, yeah, but just to make a quick point, but Portugal have proven winners in there. For an example, Cristiano
Okay,
Ronaldo.
yeah.
They have Jota, who's won the Premier League. They have Pepe, who's done it all. They have João Cancelo, who's won with Man City. Boy, the list
Ruben
goes
Diaz.
on. So
They have Ruben
when you
Diaz.
talk about experience,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ruben
understand
Diaz,
that.
Ruben Diaz as well, part of one of the best teams, the treble winners last
I
year.
can respond.
They have a wealth. Portugal have a wealth of it. Yeah. Oh,
They're very good.
Rafael.
Listen, they're very good. I mean, honestly, it's pretty close. But here's the thing with Portugal.
Yeah.
They have less for a few. Here, I'll explain a few things why my brain is telling me no, or less than
Why?
Germany. They're very good, but I
Right.
think they're a bit under Germany. So Portugal, of course, has a bit less heritage and overall as a cut in their national team. There's that factor. The coach is someone I don't trust. I don't think is as good as Nagelsmann. Even though Nagelsmann hasn't won like a bunch, I do think that he's better than Roberto Martinez in my opinion.
Disagree.
I disagree on international level. I don't
Okay,
think so.
On
okay.
international level, Roberto Martinez is one of the best. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm gonna
Go look at
respond to
Belgium.
that,
What
to
they
the
did.
I'm gonna respond to the Belgium take, and I think it's a pretty bad take. But before I do that, a lot of Portugal's players, okay, barring Cristiano Ronaldo, who's amazing, they do have a lot of good players. But I do think that a lot of those players won in very good systems with very specific tactics, like a Man City. Whereas if you look at some of the world class players that Germany has in terms of their experience, you're talking about Toni Kroos, you're talking about Muller. I mean, those guys. I mean, I think those guys bring a bit more edge. And okay, Ronaldo's great, but how much is he going to play as well? Like, I think Muller and
You got
Kroos are going to
He's a
play.
starter, man. He's a starter.
But brother, even
Is
if
Ronaldo going to
Ronaldo,
still start? You think?
but
Like, I
listen,
don't know about
but
that.
Yeah, 100.
even if Ronaldo doesn't start, you still have a Gonzalo Ramos that's a good
Nah,
striker.
Good.
You
I
understand?
don't
He's
trust that guy.
good. They're
I
good
don't trust him.
players, but like all I'm
But the
saying
thing
is that
the thing that put Portugal above, before you continue on, the thing that puts Portugal above, like the brother said, earlier, is that
Yeah.
you gotta understand they offer different profiles. They can adapt to different teams because João Felix and Bruno Fernandes, though they play the same role, but they're not the same profile. They give you different characteristics, and no team coming into these Euros they can really say that, right? I can start a Leao or Bernardo Silva. You understand? Like, did you even understand, bro?
Yeah.
Like Bernardo Silva and all these guys.
okay, they're
Like, you
good.
understand the
Yes,
profiles they
they're
have?
good.
Come on, bro.
Let me go through Germany's players just to remind myself. 1 second.
This is gonna be one of the weakest Germans team actually going into the fucking thing, by the way.
Wait, what?
This Germany
Did you say
team is
Germany?
weak. Yeah, this Germany team is weak,
Okay,
bro.
I don't agree with that one. I think this is one of their best because they, just like Portugal, they have experience and talent meshed together. They're highly balanced, and don't forget they are the home team. We have to take that into
No,
consideration.
the home team, I'll give you that. But if I want to base them based on the past two, like the
Okay,
past
wait, this is their
tournament
team.
footballs from the World
Yeah.
Cup, and even the Euros, bro. The past two World Cups, they failed to get out the group stage. The past Euro, they fell out to get the group stage. Let's see. Let's wait and see. But based on
Yeah.
that historical
Can I
perspective,
can we discuss their team for a second though? All right, I just pulled up their call-ups, right? Goalkeeper Neuer or Ter Stegen. They win goalkeeper. Defenders, which they didn't call Hummels, which is a shock to me, but whatever.
What?
They didn't call Hummels to the Euros, which I don't
That's
understand
shocking.
why. They have Rudiger, Schlotterbeck, Jonathan Tah, and I think Kimmich is listed as a defender, but he's a midfielder as well. Whatever. And they have a few other players that are good in Germany. Again, they're not really proven, but their center backs.
say their name. Don't overview on that. Say their name.
Okay, I told you they're better defenders. The entire list is this guy from Stuttgart, which, to be fair, I don't watch Stuttgart. They did well this year. So Waldemar Anton, Benjamin Henrichs, Joshua Kimmich, Robin Koch, Maximilian Mittelstadt, David Raum, Antonio Rudiger, Nico Schlotterbeck, and Jonathan Tah. The last three on this list this season have been, and also in the past few seasons, maybe not as much Jonathan Tah, but they've been really solid. I
want to say something.
Ruben Diaz, but
this roster here, this 11 here that Defensive Demo podcast has put, Ter Stegen, Raum, Kraus, Gundogan, Musiala, Sané, Ritz, Havertz. I think that's better than what Portugal can offer.
What?
Yeah, the midfielders are Robert Andre.
Oh goodness.
Wait. Can I say the midfield, guys?
Yeah.
You have Andrić, Gundogan, Toni Kroos, Jamal Musiala, Leroy Sané, Florian Wirtz. Midfielders. And then you have Pavlovic, Pascal Grob, and this guy Fulrich from Stuttgart. And then the attack, to be fair, the strikers isn't as good. I'll say that. But you have Havertz, you have Fulkrug. They're good, but if Portugal plays Ronaldo or whoever, they do get the edge. They have Deniz Undav. They have Thomas Müller listed as a forward as well. But yeah, I think the attack is a little bit, but they can play with like second strikers maybe, and with Fulkrug or whoever they put up top. But I think like overall the goalkeeper defense and midfield go to Germany in my opinion. I think Portugal's a better attack.
I'm gonna say something controversial. I think Cristiano Ronaldo is not good for the team. He shouldn't even be there. I think that
no. Okay. Now I can easily counteract that by saying he was He was the top goal scorer in the Euros qualifier. You can't say that about Cristiano. If you look at I know the Saudi league isn't very good, but his stats are outstanding this season for a 39-year-old. And I think for Ronaldo, I think he's better with a 2-striker system with Gonzalo Ramos. But you can't say that he's not good for the team. He's a proven winner. You can't say that.
I think in these tournaments, there's a certain mentality, there's a certain way you have to play. I think Ronaldo is too much. There's too much. I don't know. Too much show business around him.
That's not his fault. That's not his fault. Oh,
but you know, underrated player though. Underrated player is fucking. I can't hear my voice in the background. One underrated player that I respected this year, that I like his play, even though y'all might not rate in the league he plays, is Vitinha.
He's very good.
Okay, y'all hearing me? Are y'all hearing me?
The mic is going crazy.
There's a lot of static when you talk.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Let me fix that. Go ahead. But let me just say,
whoa.
Okay, I'm gonna fix it and then I'll make my point.
Yeah.
Roy, how can you say that? Like, I don't
Because
get
I mean,
that.
I think I don't know, like, because he's not young, right? So physically in these tournaments, physicality is very important in these kind of tournaments because the games are compact, and if you want to go far, you have to be able to be intense,
And
especially semifinal, final. Those games are the most intense games. So can he really do
mm,
that?
I, I
Maybe
think,
he can.
I think so. Not as like, look, he will work hard for it. We all know that, but it's also his football brain is there. Like, look, like
Oh,
with a
yeah.
Gonzalo Ramos. If you put a Gonzalo Ramos up front, we saw against Dortmund what he did. He missed a lot of chances. He's inexperienced now. But here's the thing: this is where Roberto Martinez kicks in, and the adaptability of the team. They can change formations and they can rotate the team so well that they won't have an issue up front.
And
As in,
also,
yeah,
No,
no, it's still the same.
it still sounds.
it's still crazy.
Let me also give you one more concern that I think is difficult to rebut. I really think it's very difficult to rebut. If Cristiano Ronaldo is not the starter, he is going to, cause problems.
Well, rightfully so. I mean, because
Yeah, but that's not what you want. You don't want politics and drama at the tournament. Everybody has to be on the same page. Everybody has to accept what the coach wants, and that's how you win the tournament. You can't have drama during the tournament.
of course, but that's not what he's deciding. That's the media. That's his name. His name carries a lot of weight. But I'm talking about as a player. And what I've seen from Roberto Martinez, he provides him, that team whereby he can flourish.
It's possible. It's possible.
And even then, what I love about Portugal is that they can switch to a three defensive line. Like they can switch it up so well. Hence why they're so good. They will need.
And the thing I like about Portugal, right? They have hard workers. They have hard workers in that team, like Bernardo Silva and Bruno. Yeah, Bruno Fernandes. Like they're hard worker. Like I personally feel it's just like I said, and we're speculating. Once the tournament starts, it's different. I value. My team is going to be Italy. I think it seems like Italy, Croatia, you got to be on the lookout for. But if you want to go and look on paper and compare to talent and what's been shown, we've seen in these qualifiers, bro. Like Portugal had 100% record. They didn't concede a lot of goals. And at the international level, they have a good coach. Roberto Martinez, as an international coach, he's good. Nagelsmann, that's club football. You need time to adapt your ideas. He's not. Yes, they're playing in Germany, so that can be their edge. I'll give them that. But if you want to look concretely on paper and from what the past tournament also told us, like if you look, somebody like a Layout, they have a lot of game changers, bro. That's the problem. And you know tournament football, you need that. They have a lot of game changers. A lot of them.
Listen, I think Portugal is usually always one of the favorites to win. I do think that at a certain point, heritage also does have a thing into it. Germany is the pedigree of Germany, is crazy when you compare it to teams like Portugal and other teams. Germany being the home team and right now having a healthy crop of players, we've seen them perform in Europe, like with Dortmund, Bayern, and the team at Leverkusen. So being at home, and I think they are, in my opinion, they're the favorites. I'll give it to them.
Now let's shift a little bit. Still talking about the heroes. Who's going to be the dark horse that you guys might see?
Albania.
You think so, Albania?
Yeah.
Here's the thing: can you consider Italy a dark horse?
No, I put Italy as a favorite, me personally.
No, if Italy wins, I think it's wouldn't be considered.
It's not a dark horse. Dark horse for me in this tournament that I'm looking at right now because they've been underperforming. I see the Netherlands being a
Ah,
dark horse in this
Are
tournament.
they a dark horse too? This is a
No, for
team that
sure.
with a lot
Yeah,
of
because
tradition also and heritage.
but yeah, you can say heritage, but haven't been really good. When I mean dark horse, is when you look at the Netherlands, they don't have a big star like back in the days anymore. So you think there's a bunch of average guys on that team. Let's be honest, but I think they can create problems. They can create problems, man. Like you look at that midfield and some other guys. I think they're a dark horse for the sake of this tournament. Just to put them underneath for the sake of this tournament. For me, the Netherlands is a dark horse. You know, they almost got Argentina out. So teams like Netherlands are really weird. You know, they come in, that's another Italy, but Italy, we have titles to back it up. But I look at the Netherlands, they're dark horse to me.
I always see the Netherlands as one of the better teams. But yeah, anybody else? For me, Albania, because there's something about Albania that is interesting. The way they went through the qualifiers, but they're going to have a tough task.
Yeah, I put Netherlands dark horse. Hungary is a hard team to beat. The last Euros they proved me that that's going to be a team people need to really be really careful when you're playing against Hungary. And then Austria, people are not really speaking extensive about them. Austria is a team to look out for. That's personally if I want to look. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to give you one that if I were a betting man, I'd actually put money on it. Watch out for Georgia and Vice Verasquilla. Watch out for that combination right there, because this is the first time Georgia ever qualifies for. Now, I'm not saying to win, guys. I'm not saying to win. I'm saying just to have a good tournament. This is the first time they qualify in the history of their nation with Vicha there. Vicha is a game changer. He's crazy. And with that team, he's going to play for real. Not like this season. This season, Napoli wasn't really playing. That was a joke.
Also, another team that usually goes under the radar, for me personally, for the past, since 2008, Euro or World Cup, one of the teams that's harder to beat in Europe, that you have a hard time beating in Switzerland to me. That's a team I feel they don't give them enough credit. But tournament football is hard to beat Switzerland. Switzerland is a tough team, bro. And I think Switzerland, yeah, that's another one too. They're just tough to beat, man. They're really tough.
France, I think. Oh, shit. How can you bet against France? It's difficult to bet against France.
I think with France, they have to be really humble and approach the game, approach this tournament really carefully, or they risk to also getting out. They risk to start getting what they got last tournament. Like they gotta be really careful because and that French team, the person that really moves the needle is Griezmann. And if Griezmann is out, I feel like they have no creativity, they have no ideas, they don't know what to do. And Mbappe is not gonna get fed. And I think that French team, everything revolves around Griezmann for me. So if Griezmann doesn't have a good tournament, I can't see France succeeding in this tournament. I can't, because Griezmann does not have a replacement on that team, and this is serious. So that's going to be a problem. That's going to be something people really need to pay attention to with France, because they're stacked, but they're not as stacked as people think they are. There's a reason why Conte that's all the way in Saudi Arabia, he had to be called back because Pogba got suspended. And people are really not looking at Chouameni. Camavinga is all good, but
yeah,
I don't know, man.
Does it sound better now?
Pogba was world class. That's a problem.
It's gonna be the team that I feel that's not Spain. I'm not rating Spain in this tournament at all.
But Spain is always dangerous, always.
Yeah,
never
are
they not dangerous.
But with this new coach, from the reports I got, that's another one that's really pragmatic. He's not too much crazy tiki talk. So I don't know how the new look. There's a lot of youngsters in this. I think Spain
they won the Nations. They won the Nations League.
Hey guys, could I just make a point? Do I sound better now, or is it still static?
Yes, no,
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make a point. When Roy asked a question about Cristiano, and I just want to make this point because I think it is potentially relevant. I think that there is a chance that the Portuguese team will rally behind Cristiano, like playing for him to win one more international trophy. So I
Mhm.
think there is a chance that that is an X factor for Portugal going into
Oh,
this
then they're definitely not
tournament.
winning. Then it's impossible.
Was that?
Mhm.
That's the case, then they'll never win it in a million years. They can try for a million years in a row, it'll never work.
Why don't think that they will like put the extra effort into their game to help Cristiano win one more trophy?
Because it can't. That's
Because
just it
in
can't be like
Portugal, he's
that.
at
That's forced. That's just being forcing things. That's like just tournament football has to be team football. It has to be team football.
no. I'm
And
saying it. No, I'm saying that it is a team. It is a team dynamic. But what I'm saying is that what may give Portugal that extra push is trying to, because at the end of the day, in Portugal, Cristiano is probably the biggest national hero that they
okay,
have.
I'll give you this. Listen, I
Go ahead.
personally, and I this is where I might be wrong. I don't think he can do it at his age anymore.
What?
I think that he can help a little bit, but if he wants to be the main star of the show, I don't think he can do it. Because at these tournaments, the level of intensity and pressure is completely different from what you see at the leagues, and it's all very compact. I don't think he has the physical ability to do it, but this is where I could be wrong. And then also, I think it's a bad approach for a tournament. I know it worked with Messi, but I think with Messi it was more organic. I don't know. This sounds a little bit forced to me.
Uh, why do you say it was a bit more organic for Argentina? I don't. I don't get that.
Because Messi is, for how they play, Messi to me seems like he can still be a starter, no problem. Like, I don't think there's anybody better than him.
Yeah, but I could counter that argument and say like Portugal play in a 4-3-3 when they're attacking, and the way that they use their wingers. I mean, Cristiano is probably going to be hovering around the 18-yard area. They're not going to ask him to do too much running off the ball or
Yeah,
build up
but you
play. They
have
may
to.
ask him.
In these tournaments, that concept doesn't exist. In these tournament, that concept does not exist. You
I
have to
mean,
run all the time.
did you not watch Portugal in the Euro qualifiers?
Yeah,
Did you not see any
But
of their game?
I know how Portugal plays. Portugal plays great football. They're one of the best teams.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is,
I
did you
think
not
they have a
see?
better chance if they don't do that, actually. I think they probably have a better chance if they don't bring Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay,
That's my
okay, but
argument.
no, my God, I believe he's the
I
main
think they
man.
need that. A lot of those players on that team look up to Ronaldo, and
Mhm.
to,
Mm.
to, to say in
The,
your
the,
career that
the,
you were part of the team that helped Cristiano Ronaldo solidify himself as one of the top like goats ever by winning
the,
two
How old
the
is he? How
international
old is
trophies.
Cristiano Ronaldo?
He's like
39,
38,
38,
39.
39.
39. So it's
Yeah,
kind of
it's
Giroud's
too
age.
old.
The
That's
reason
just too
why,
old.
the reason
I mean,
why,
Giroud
the
the
reason
same
why,
age.
Roy, the reason why I say I kind of disagree is because Portugal, they have a lot of workhorse. So that's the point. If they didn't have a lot of workhorse, everybody wants to be pretty boy on the field, then I can agree with you. If he has to do everything for them, kind of what Lewandowski does for how you call that shit, for what he does for Poland. But with Portugal, Cristiano doesn't really have to move much. Because if he
I
have guys that are
disagree.
just willing to do the stuff and they throw the balls, the Bruno Fernandes, like somebody like Bernardo Silva, bro, that dude's a fucking mental workhorse, bro. Like he's
Mm.
insane,
Exactly.
up and down. So that can be the difference, and that's how
Okay.
I'm looking at it. That's how I'm looking at
In my opinion, if you want to bring Cristiano Ronaldo, you mustn't make it by him, and he has to accept that sometimes or some games he won't be playing, or he'll be the sub that comes in the
I
last
agree
30
with that.
minutes.
I agree with that, and I think
If he
I
accepts
think
that role, then
he should
we're
accept it. Yeah,
talking. But
yeah. I think he
but
should
I don't
accept it.
think that's the role he wants, and that's what I'm contending with.
I hope he does accept that role because he's gonna have to. But we'll see. I mean, there's all speculation. I mean, the Euros is what, next week. Yeah,
Yeah.
but Germany does have that edge also. Like I said, it's home soil.
Yeah.
But the only downfall with Germany is just that they underperform badly the past 3 international tournaments, man. I mean, getting out the group stage, and they have an old team. And I think the problem with Germany, ever since Klose retired, bro, they haven't had a proper number 9. I mean, Carl Harvitz is still not a number 9. He's not. No matter how people want to make him out to be one, he's not a number 9. And that's, I don't know, they need to really find a groove and see what they're going to have to do, because tournament football, I personally believe, sometimes when you have that good focal point, not because he's going to score all the goals, but it allows people around to sneak in and do what they have to do. I mean, you see for France, when you have a Giroud up top, it allows an Mbappe to express himself. You know, similar to England, right? England has Harry Kane, the Sterling, the Rashford of the world. They can express themselves. If you're going into the tournament, you don't really have that focal point. Sometimes it's hard. Look at Spain. Why Spain can't score in fucking games? Spain has a hard time scoring, by the way. They haven't had a number 9 since David Villa, since Fernando Torres. And Spain's been struggling ever since. Spain's been struggling ever since. Ever since the Euro 2012, Spain's been struggling, man. As much as they play beautiful football, because they don't have a proper 9. For me, Morata, yeah, he's a 9, bro. God, holy fuck. He has to miss so many goals, and that's a problem. And all the big teams, you look at them, bro, they have that number 9 from Argentina. Look at Brazil. Brazil has a hard time having the proper number 9. Look where they are. I feel like with international football, the 9 is really important. Just not because of the goals, but what he can really do, occupying the space and all that. Because in tournament football, it's acceptable to be a low block and let you do what you got to do. And if you don't have that, you know, you can't score off dead ball situations or any of that, you struggle. You know, very personally, that's my take, and that's how
All
I
right.
look at it.
Let's what about Italy? What are Italy's chances?
No, I think Italy has huge chances because for me, Italy is playing this Euro without pressure. Again, the things come out during this tournament, they're playing without pressure. And every tournament when Italy excelled in from the World Cups and all that stuff, other than 2002, they were one of the favorites. They underperformed. '04, this Italy team was stacked. They underperformed. You look at 2012, even that Conte 2016, nobody was really looking at them, right? Or it was average players. Euro 2021, same thing. And this tournament, it's the same thing. You're looking at the sheet, at the calling sheet. There's no names that move the needle or that appeals to you, and that's the deadful. Italy is the prime example of heritage really means something because they don't have to have the best players, and then they're gonna show out. So I think Italy, like the name itself, like resonates with the players because you don't have crazy world class players on the team. Let's be honest, compared to the other teams we mentioned. But like I said, if Italy gets out the group stage, it's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap. They got somebody in the Spalletti. Spalletti can communicate his ideas. Yeah, it's done for. Because those players, you haven't played against them enough. Because the players are going to be showing up on the field, they're not always in the Champions League to be like, okay, I know how this guy plays or who does what. Yes, you can go watch all tapes, and I think that's what surprised people. Because you look at 2021, right? We knew who Chiesa was. We know how Chiesa, because we watched him at Fiorentina, in and out. Juventus, in and out. So Chiesa goes over there. They don't know how to deal with a Chiesa, right? They don't know what to do. They don't know what he's really going to do. And it surprised these people by storm. And that could be another in the making because you look at Camarda, that can be his breakout. You understand? That can be his breakout. So I think Italy for me is favorite. If their group is hard. So if they get out the group, Italy has to be considered to win this tournament.
It feels like Italy, if they make it out of any group, they always have it in them to like do something special. Like either they are really bad or they just are like they just go on this run and they have so much mentality. And so I agree with you, honestly. Like the group stage is crucial because that's when we're going to see how they approach the tournament. If you can tell their approach, like you could tell in the last Euros. I mean, it's not always the case where it's so evident when a team is like gonna win or when they play well. But Italy started off the last one so good. Then they ran into some difficulties, but they always managed to find a way through. So I'm interested to see how we start the game. I'm hoping for the best
because among all these teams we mentioned, I
Let me
think there's
just,
only
guys, let
two
me just
teams
say this really
that
quickly. I have to go.
go
So let me just make my point really quickly. And then I'm gonna leave, right? Thanks, Roy. Thank you, Roy, for opening up the stream for everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Italy is in the group with Albania, Croatia, and Spain. So they have to get out of that group first. But once they do, I think to Clint's point, they tend to overperform when they wear the shirt. So I think that once they can navigate out of that group, even if they finish third best in their group, Italy are probably going to go to the final, in my opinion.
Hey guys, by the way, I totally forgot about the U17 Euros because I knew they were playing today, but I was busy all day. And I just checked the score and what the hell? Did you guys watch the game?
Yeah, everybody's watching U6 football now.
Yeah, and all of us did. Trust me, everybody in that chat did. Trust me. Everybody in that chat did. Everybody in the chat today watched the U17 final. I promise you. We all did.
What did you guys like? What are your takeaways?
That was amazing.
Italy has a bright future. That's
They have
what
a
I would
bright
take
future
away
for
from
sure.
this.
Yeah, they have a bright future. I think the difference between Italy and these other teams, even from watching the Primavera and all these guys, is that teams like the Portugal, the France, the England, they have the talent, but they don't have that mental resilience.
Dude,
you see these young Italian players, they had that mental resilience. Having a clean sheet in the final, bro. Come on, man.
I watched the quarterfinals against England and the semifinal game, but I watched the quarterfinal game, and I have to admit, England in the 90 minutes, England was the better team. I think, especially in the second half. In the second half, they were really almost winning the game. And they somehow I don't know, Italy just finds a way to win. It's
You know what's interesting? I do agree. England was really tough. One thing I want to analyze about the game against England in the first half, when both teams were fresh, Italy was just completely the midfield. They were dominating like they dominated today. But then there was clear that England physically is much better than Italy in this stage, and the physicality took over.
Yeah.
They just couldn't. Italy couldn't maintain the same rhythm, but then Italy just shut down, and they did a good job of shutting down. And you need also a little bit of luck. But one thing that is very interesting is that Portugal beat England 4-1.
Yeah.
But
also, I just want to make this quick point, and then I have to actually go. The reason why I think Italy has a bright future as well, I think one of the clear tells for me over this tournament, the fact that there are players playing outside of Italy in big clubs like Barcelona and Real Madrid just speaks to the amount of talent coming through Italy at this point in time. And I think that is potentially an X factor in terms of quality in their product.
But that's when that's when
Anyway,
that's when
thanks, guys. I have to go.
yeah, that's when the
Thanks,
Italian
guys.
Federation that's when the Italian Federation should now get in conjunction with Serie A and create that pipeline and make sure these players develop properly as they do in France. When France they see that they do it well as these players they develop and they keep the pipeline coming, because you don't have these guys, right? You see the Liberali and all these guys, the way they perform Camarda. You don't wait for them 3 years from now and they're playing at Empoli or Bologna and then that's it. And their career just stagnates.
Right.
It has to be a build-up from that, and it has to be overseen. And it has to be really a effort, a mutual effort from all the way to guarantee that these guys are gonna have a taste, you understand, to the to the first team. You see what I'm saying? The qualifiers come around, or the U20, it has to accelerate and maintain that, because the moment you don't do that, you're gonna have another Cutrone situation. And because at one point these players were good, right? At one point, all these guys, so you gotta maintain that, and you have to, and that's what we need. We really need to pay attention to that. I'll say going forward,
Yep, I agree.
because that can be Italy's golden generation, literally the way Spain was, and how everybody went through the pipeline, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden these guys are breaking through.
Check this out.
Mhm.
This is the third tournament they win in a row.
The U17 team basically.
The same group. Last
yeah,
year they played 2 U16 developmental tournaments, and they won both of them. And now this same group, U17, won this tournament. So it's been this more or less this group.
There you go.
But yeah, it's nice. It was nice. It was a good game. They played really well, really composed, really good stuff.
because if you have 4 players on the Camarda level in terms of popularity and good playing style, then you have now a new golden generation of Italy. But if it's just Camarda that ends up being the top out of all of this, then that's going to be kind of a problem. But if you can get 4 or 5
I
players,
agree.
let's say Liberali becomes a top dog, right?
Yeah.
You add the Ziroli and then that goalkeeper. I mean, we got like 2 world-class fucking goalkeepers.
Right.
These guys, they maintain, they come through. Now the veterans of that team that props up is probably, let's say, a Bastoni and a Scalvini. There's a veterans of that team, like in the near future. You have a golden generation, and then you rock and roll. But you have to be really careful how these guys, they develop to get to that level.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's about wrap it up in a few. Let's go like last subjects here. Anything interesting? Anything else that you want to address? Anybody wants to address?
I want to talk about, let's say, like what free agents you think we should pick up if you even paid attention, if you're paying attention to that. Like free agents, like Milan should be picking up.
Maybe Hummels.
Okay.
That's it.
I think Hummels and Savage would be good. I think we need to get Savage. I think we need a
Savage?
personality guy. Yes.
Oh,
He's
okay,
free.
interesting. I don't oppose that.
Yeah, I think a Savage and the Hummels and this Milan team plus the Zirkzee, I think it will be a decent mercato. But the real question is, the elephant in the room is, how do you get rid of the dead weight? Do you give him a second chance? And that's my question to you, Antonio. Do you give a second chance to the dead weight, or you get rid of them? And the dead weight meaning Maldini is coming back, Balotelli is coming back, Origi is coming back, CK is coming back if he doesn't redeem, and I think Salamakers is coming back, and Colombo. So you have the floor.
I don't know, because I don't know if they're getting better, but I still don't know if they're ready to contribute. Like,
who do you keep? Who do you get rid of? And how do you get rid of them?
Wait, did you say CDK as well?
Modric
Yes.
has signed. Modric has signed with Real. Yeah. So which Maldini, CDK, Origi, Balotelli,
Origi, Balotelli,
Shaka Traore, Colombo, Nasty.
I don't know why they got rid of Chaka Traore at that moment. I feel like the guy he scored a goal in Serie A, and like he was doing okay for the limited minutes he was getting. But then again, maybe they were like, oh, we can get some value and there's interest now, so they did that. But for me, it kind of just crushes. It just crushed his trajectory. Like,
now, I read a report that they want to keep Shaka Traore and have him play in the U23.
Yeah.
I think he's ready.
I think he just needs more playing time. I think a player that really hurts my soul, Fabrizio Romano just posted today, is Kerkez. Apparently now he's on the list for Man United. And that's somebody that's with us. He's done so good at Bournemouth now. Like he's a prime target right now for Manchester United.
Wait, Wait, did he have a good season at Bournemouth? Because
Yes,
I
he
don't really
played
watch
well.
Bournemouth at all.
Yes, yes.
I mean, he was like, I saw him play for AZ Alkmaar, and he was really good. Like, he was getting into the attacking area. And
But a player on his trajectory, he keeps going from, he went to AZ Alkmaar and then he gets bought by a Premier League club. Now he's going to the other tier of a Premier League club. Tells you we had an asset in our hands. And I just don't even know how that got mismanaged. Because he never had a chance. So I don't even know how that got mismanaged at all.
He said he didn't want to play at the Primavera anymore. He said that he wanted to play in the first team. And he didn't want to be Theo Hernandez's bench also. He wanted to play. That's what he said.
that's crazy because, like, when we
He
got him,
knew he was ready. He knew he was ready.
yeah, that's credit to him. But when we got him, like, he was like the most just random guy no one had heard of from like a Hungarian team or something. It was like some weird, like, I remember when we got him, and he did look good, like in the Primavera, and then but he just kind of went off and did his own thing, and immediately the next season, he was already starting for in the Dutch league. So I don't know.
I guess we're not getting, what's his name no more? Buongiorno. Good morning. We're not getting him no more. Listen, he's more linked to Napoli than Milan now. Was it Buongiorno? If I'm saying his name right.
Oh, yeah.
I'm yet to see this guy play, so I don't really know. I don't know. Have you guys seen this? Have y'all seen him play?
What? Buongiorno, you talking about the Torino guy?
Yes.
Oh yeah, isn't he going to Napoli?
I mean, it's not concrete yet, but I don't know.
I mean, for me, I think in the defense we need someone experienced. For me, why don't we go and get Nacho Fernandez from Real Madrid? He's on a free, or even Hummels.
That's what I
You know,
said. That's somebody I would
yeah,
get.
yeah, like Nacho. He was linked to Inter.
Matt Hummels. Yeah, Matt Hummels. There's a guys that we need. I think instead of going get youngsters, I think we have enough youngsters coming to the Primavera that I don't think that should be a priority in the market. I think you should be going and get experienced players, especially experienced free agents, and because the Ziroli and all these guys, they're gonna be playing first team football anytime soon, and I think you should go and get these experienced guys. I don't know. That's how I look at it. I don't think you should go get another 20, 23-year-old. If he's not going to go to the Primavera, I don't think that's who you should be going and looking out for, at least right now.
Exactly, like Hummels, he's not going to demand a lot of money, and he's on a free. Why don't you go get him? He has every experience you need, and that's what we don't have in the defense. We don't have a guy who will calm the team down in big games.
Even what's his name is leaving Barcelona. Christensen from Barcelona. Christensen is leaving Barcelona. That's another pickup you can go and get.
Yeah.
Christensen is a good player.
I don't know. It's like we're allergic to free agents. I don't know what it is.
My technical opinion on Hummels is that if you play him in a high line, I don't know how effective he is. So I don't know if he's great for Fonseca.
I mean, I watched him play. I know they played different, I guess, but when I watched him play in the final, like, this guy was the fastest player, one of the most technical, fast players, and he was planting most.
No. But Matt Hummels though.
I didn't hear any of it. What?
I said he was going up against one of the fastest, most technical players in the championship final, and then the second half of Vinny started to get more, but for most of the game, I thought he did really, really good.
No, I think he's incredible. I think if you are a team that plays a low line, that's the first guy you want in your team. That's what I think. If I'm Conte, I want Hummels.
Yeah, but Roy, I think even in the high line he'll be good because you have a Tomori. He's a perfect complement for Tomori. He's a perfect complement for Tomori because Tomori will be the recovery guy. Now, if you want to put a Matt Hummels in a Gabia, then you have a problem. Because if you have one defender that has good positional awareness You understand? And then the other one is the recovery guy because of pace. Then it's good because you also can't have two Tomoris on the team because they don't know what they're doing. You know, they're risking, and then you're just exposed at the back. You just want like he's a perfect replacement for Kiara, in my opinion. And that Kiara Tomori, you know, it was a deadly combo when Kiara was healthy.
Yeah.
So I think Matt Hummels
Could be, yeah.
will slot right in. I think
He-
again Matt Hummels it's a good shout. It's a good shout.
Is Depay a free agent?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He is. Now I don't know what his wages are like, but that's somebody. If he's not asking for too much, that's a good pickup. But he's really injury prone. But you don't bring in Depay in for starters. I think it's for like for depth on your bench. I mean, don't forget we still got Okafor. But if we don't renew, let's say we don't renew Jovic, you have an Okafor and Depay. Like I think Depay is good. Right? Because he just can't be your starter, bro. You just can't rely on him to be a starter.
I feel like this is all just dependent on whatever the hell we're gonna do. I mean, with what the manager does, like I just don't understand how he wants to play. I mean, we saw the videos, but
Yeah.
I'm still.
Ah.
I'll get fucking Immobile, goddammit.
Nah.
Immobile would be good. Hey, Immobile would be good on this
I would
Milan
get
team,
him,
man.
yeah.
Immobile would be good on this Milan team.
I think
Sure.
Immobile can provide goals. Yeah.
Immobile and Zirkzee, come on, bro. That shit would be deadly.
Mm.
Because I think Immobile, I don't think he renewed, man. Wasn't like problem with his contract?
Wait, guys,
if I'm
did
not
Lazio
mistaken?
fire Tudor today?
Yeah, no, he resigned. Tudor resigned. He didn't
Wait,
fire
what
him.
happened? What happened?
He resigned. He wasn't on the same page with Lotito. So
Yeah, they got rid of Camarda. They didn't renew Camarda. That's crazy.
yeah, Camarda wanted more money. Like they tried to lowball him. They wanted
Yeah,
to
but
keep
he
him,
only
but-
wanted like 2 million extra or something, and they're like,
Yeah, but because he actually wanted to go play with his coach Glasner, that's at Crystal Palace, and it's more appealing. So
Guys, did you see this thing about Camarda? Camarda has played in like about 8 teams. Like he's played in a lot of teams. Every single team, the logo was an eagle that he's played in, and his last name means eagle lover or something like that.
oh man, that's you're some Ancelotti shit. Superstition to the
oh,
core.
and Crystal Palace, like.
Yeah, he played at Crystal Palace, Eintracht Frankfurt was a fucking eagle. I think Lazio too is an eagle. Now he's going to Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace has an eagle as a logo.
Camarda
just-
to Lazio is like one of the most random things ever. Like,
I
and
don't
did you
think
see
so.
he made a comment? He made a comment about Italian clubs or the Italian or Italy because like the guy got freaking. He has terrible experiences with Milan and Lazio. Like we had a deal agreed and we just canceled.
It reminds me of what the Perugia president did to Andrew Wang. Even though I know Andrew Wang is Korean, but yeah, I don't know if y'all remember that dude got fired after he scored that golden goal in Italy. They got rid of his ass out of Perugia. They kicked him out fast. That was so messed up, though. That was so messed up. But hey, I don't know. I don't know what direction Lazio is going, but Lazio is a lost club. What's
Yep.
his name signed to Qatar? Luis Alberto was probably their best player.
And
I don't know,
he
man.
wanted to leave. He was said
That's a
he wanted to
sinking
go.
ship. No ambition. That's a sinking ship. That I think Lazio needs to have a string of really poor results, like bad, before they get their wake up call and try to do better.
Dude, I
Needs a
swear,
new-
Lazio. Like, I don't
Needs
remember
a
the
new
last time they had like an exciting or good or decent transfer market. I feel like they've been living off of like the same players for like the past 5+ years.
They need a new ownership. Now it's just getting stagnant. Lolito and his ways.
And for me, 2020, me personally, that COVID, I think Lazio was winning the league. If there wasn't COVID, I think Lazio was winning the league that year. I think that was their window to win it because they were way too superior, man. That COVID really, really, really created that imbalance, and they just lost out. I think Inzaghi was on his way to bring a title to Lazio that year because everything was clicking. Like, it was ridiculous. And that window got missed. They never really improved. What's his name? Never really got replaced. And Milinkovic-Savic. They could have done something, man. Lazio, that's another team that's frustrating. They could have taken advantage of that instability that when you start to fall off, Lazio could have been challenging for the Scudetto easily, but they never really, did what they were supposed to do, and here they are. Here they are with. I mean, you had Sadi. You got rid of him. I don't know. Sadi would have been better than Fonseca, in my opinion, to be honest, if you would have asked me. If I knew we were going for
of course,
Fonseca,
100%.
I would have got Sadi, but
No
There's a
question.
lot of options that are better than Fonseca, man. He's a nobody, man.
even Gautier, I felt like if we
Oh,
didn't want to go, we should have went and got Gautier then. If you want to stay within the Pioli, you should have got
nah.
Gautier. Gautier, he
And
has dude, that little team made us look really stupid. Gautier's a good coach. Yes, he had his little controversy, but he's a good coach though. Let's not get that twisted.
I seriously don't.
That's an improving person I would have preferred coming out of a French league than a Fonseca. Sorry.
Man, I only dream of De Zerbi. I don't know why they don't give De Zerbi a chance.
Same here,
Seriously.
brother. They call me De Zerbi's lawyer for a reason. Same.
Same, man. Laria and Roy they're not fans of De Zerbi. I don't know why.
Roy is a fan of De Zerbi.
He's not my favorite for the job, no.
Why?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I prefer him to Fonseca. I think him and Fonseca are almost the same, actually.
No way. And if it's genuine, if you watch Brighton, they have a brand of football. De Zerbi, he's a tactician. He is a tactician through and through, and he is a Milan fan. Just the cherry on top, he's a Milan fan. He's everything good that we need. He has a view. He's the future. But I don't know why they don't take a gamble with him. And it's not like he's demanding. He's not a demanding manager.
The thing is, though, the thing about De Zerbi is, I think he wants to go to a club that is going to let him get the players that he wants and is going to commit to him so that he can actually make that next step. And I think if you do watch him at Brighton, he was always asking the manager, director, he was, all right, next season we're going to have to increase. We need to do better. We're going to be in Europe. He was demanding that they improve. And I feel like in Brighton, they scored.
No, put it into context. He was asking only that they improve because they never replaced.
Yeah, I know. No. I'm not saying he's like Conte, or sorry, maybe that's being a little bit extreme. I don't know. Well, I think all the best managers are demanding to an extent. They need to have good players. So all I'm saying is that this management doesn't want any ambitious manager like that. They don't even want someone they want someone who is all right, give me any good give me someone who has good data or good stats. Give me those players, Moneyball players. They want someone like that. They don't really care if it. They don't, they're not gonna make.
Or maybe he didn't pass the Moneyball test. They probably ran him to the algorithm. He didn't pass the algorithm, so he got stuck in a bad trip. No, I'm being serious. Man. Maybe De Zerbi didn't pass the algorithm test. Maybe Fonseca did pass the algorithm test. So who knows? Who knows what weird formula they had to run in the background? And then some random name popped up.
Boy, this management is cooked.
Billy Boner was sitting somewhere in Austin, running his data formula, his Excel formulas, and De Zerbi just failed the test at multiple times. No, we can't get him. So,
do you not see Forlani was at Wembley with Florentino Perez?
Of course he was.
He was sitting with. What an fucking shit.
He
was.
He's got to put that on his Harvard resume. He has to put
how does Roy call him a weasel? He reminds me of that fucking thing in Harry Potter. What's that the little fucking shit?
Dobby.
I forgot his name. Yeah, Dobby, bro. That's exactly what he is. Oh my god, bro. Fulani with the
his
smirk.
face looks like a beaver or something.
I'm telling you, Roy's heart be melting when he saw his face in the background. Oh my god. my idol. He's just out here just smiling for the camera, like he's somebody important. Like,
Yes,
yo,
he's trying to borrow some UCL, some football heritage.
listen, he's the pure definition of a clout chaser. Like nobody asked you to be next to Fiorentino Perez. You had no
Exactly.
business. You had no business being at fucking over there at the UCL final because there was no Italian team in the final, and then you're just behind them. I don't know under what circumstances he was
He's a
over there.
he's a cheerleader, man. He's a fuck.
I
Ah,
think
No, it's
gosh.
business. They're doing business. He does business with Real Madrid. But yes, yeah, 100%. Everything, yeah.
But don't forget, Roy, you're gonna have this dude tattooed on your chest. Remember that.
Yeah,
I
for
call
fun,
it.
yeah.
crazy how like the club with the second most Champions Leagues is Real Madrid's bitch now. Like we're not even close to competing with them, and we let them we grow their players. And
What you know what makes
the only thing is that at least
Madrid.
we got Theo Hernandez, but still he was
You know the sad part. What makes even this Madrid team just so scary and unfair is that Vinicius Junior is 23 years old, Rodrigo is 22, Bellingham is
Ah,
20. Like you look at their age and how they won it.
yeah.
Camavinga is 20 years old. No, Camavinga is 21. Tchouaméni is 23. You're just sitting there and you're like, bro. And then I just watched a video and you saw when they bought these guys, they bought Vinicius when he was 17 or 16, Rodrigo at 18. They bought these kids so young, and now at 23, Vinicius has 2 Champions League. Like, bro, come on. Arda
Oh,
Güler is 19. Arda Güler is 19. Valverde is like, what, 24? You're just sitting there and you're like, bro, what the fuck?
and
And then
and
Endrick
we
is
have
coming, 17.
and we
You
have
can't
Carlo
banter.
Ancelotti.
That's how you do it.
And
That's exactly how you do it. That's elite way of building a football team.
You can't
no,
banter
no,
with Madrid. You can't banter with them. I mean, they were smart. I guess they learned from their mistakes when they did 2 mistakes, and I guess they're never doing it again. Because I saw a report that said they're not. They said Madrid is going to take Madrid a long time to start buying from the Premier League again. You know, as players after the Hazard debacle, spending all that money on Eden Hazard and didn't pay out. And then with Gareth Bale, how it ended up, they're like, yeah, we're not spending all that money no more on those type of players. So they've been smart. And but the thing is, Ancelotti as a coach and Zidane,
exactly.
they have the same way. What's it called? Like relationism, where they allow a
Hmm.
player to operate and get comfortable. They're not too stuck up on tactics, and that's the difference. And if you allow these players to express themselves, they're just gonna get better, and that's just what it is. So
Yeah,
Exactly.
one
that's
thing that Real Madrid has done, and they've totally nailed it on the head, is like, yeah, we don't need to buy in England. All we need to do is use our name to go and get whoever the best next players are, and out of England. It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter if because England is going to be chasing those players anyway. But they get
yeah.
them before everybody, and that's how you do it. And now
And
it
that was
pays
the
off.
debate. And that was the debate with Bellingham, right? Bellingham. So I follow a lot of the English football when the punditry, all even the English English former English players were getting involved or try to convince Bellingham to go to Man City or go to Liverpool. Liverpool was the main on the forefront,
Yeah,
and he
Liverpool.
had to really sit down to think about it. And now, if Bellingham looks back, he's probably made the best. You end up being your first season at Madrid. You're the best player in the league.
Mm.
You're the best player in the league in that year. You
Prem
win the Champions League
kills
and the league.
the Prem kills young talent, and I don't care what anyone else says. They have the amount of players with a lot of potential that go there, and then the media after one bad game will completely shit on them, and then it ruins their confidence.
The
And
Prem, yeah, but the Prem also it's a lot of these coaches are stuck into like the
yeah, the
you
coaching is not as good.
yeah, a lot of these players when they come out, right? These players have their individual talent. They gotta express themselves. In England, you can't express yourself because you're getting fit into a system. So when you get there, you gotta adapt to the system. It's system or nothing. And if you're not the system will kill you. The system will kill your talent. And that's what the system does. It kills a lot of these young Brazilians' talents. They go over there. They don't express themselves. You think if Vinny Jr. would have been like the way he plays now, you think he would have been as good in England? He wouldn't. I'm sorry, he wouldn't.
I think the key with Vinicius Junior was Carlo Ancelotti. I think because if you saw before, his finishing was so horrible, but the minute Carlo Ancelotti came in, he developed him into a finisher, and now he is so complete. The same way he said about Leao, he would beat him every day. Carlo Ancelotti has a knack for these things, and that's also a key for Real Madrid. They've given themselves to the best manager in the world in Carlo, and told him, "All right, you do your thing, and we will provide you with whatever you want."
But what makes Carlo so unique? Carlo comes from different. He comes from 3 different eras. You understand? He comes from the 90s. He was a coach in the 90s where he was semi-successful with what he did in the 90s. Right? I think he brought Juve to the semifinal of the Champions League back in the late 90s, and also with what he did with Parma, like some of his work, the mid 2000s, and then he reinvent. The thing about Carlo Ancelotti, he can reinvent himself. They're not caught up. See, those are proper football coaches, because the new type of football coaches now, they're more hipsters, right? It's hipsters. It's like, oh, it's not cool, so we're not doing it. And that doesn't win you tournaments per se. You don't have to win tournaments pretty.
Yeah.
What did Bernardo Silva said? He said Bernardo Silva said Real Madrid is a really weird team. They're really weird. When you think you have them on the ropes, but you don't. Because I think football, me personally, I think it's more psychological. I think the psychological aspect, the coefficient is more higher than the tactic piece. I promise you. I think the psychological is more, and you look at, that's why people like the Conte and all these guys are successful. Because I think with Pep, Pep is really smart, right? And I think he has the psychological because he's been at the top for so long. But I want to see a Pep at a Bologna. See what he does there when he doesn't have $1 billion to back him up. Can he do something over there?
Didn't Carlo Ancelotti he managed Everton, and I swear he was at the and he was at the top of the league for a few a month or two.
And Everton was 6 before he went for the Madrid job. They would have played European football if he would have stayed.
Exactly, but you know what it is? Carlo Ancelotti, he does my head in now. Is the thing is, like, why stay at Madrid? Why stay at Madrid?
But you know who's his backbone though that I just heard from the deck? His real backbone, and that's somebody who probably should look in the future, is his son. They say his son is the guy that sits in the back. That's what everybody's saying. They say Carlo Ancelotti's son, because that's his assistant. They say he's the guy that really, like, he's his backbone. He said, like, both what they do, they both work together, and they see him getting a big role down the road. And I think Milan should probably look at him in the future, because he comes from my backyard. So, you know.
Yeah, he would be good. He would be, but for me, it's like, I don't know why Carlo Ancelotti now, he doesn't leave Real Madrid. He's won a 3rd UCL for them. Why doesn't he just look at Milan and just say to himself, let me go and help out the club? Why does he have to stay with Spain? Why?
But why would I leave?
Why would I leave?
Dude, why would I leave when I know I can win 5-6 more Champions Leagues again?
It gets boring. It gets boring at that stage. Why doesn't he look back at Milan and just to go and help them?
That's what Jerry
ever
said.
gets boring. He's not gonna work with Jerry. After what they did to Maldini, bro, they're not putting foot until it's like proper owners. I don't think they're not gonna come to Milan. After what they did, if they can get rid of Maldini, that's the symbol. What is Ancelotti going to do? No, he's not. You know, he has a wealth. Dude, yo, listen, he has a wealth of players. It's insane. Why would he let go of that? And Madrid also, they understand that they can't really let go. If they let go of Ancelotti, if it's not a Zidane that comes in, Madrid is not going to be as successful. Because it might be a coach that's going to come and try to do a system, and some players might lose courage. It's not going to motivate certain players to be better, and that can disrupt the balance of that team. So Madrid is really smart by keeping him. That's what I was telling Liar when he's like, oh, he's going to go to Brazil. He's not going to Brazil, bro. They're not going to let him go. They're not letting them go. There's no way he's going to take the Brazil job for Madrid. He's going to look back. Why would I leave that, bro? There's too many. Now you're getting Mbappe's coming in? Nah, man. Come on.
It's turning into a game, man. It's turning into FIFA.
They won the Champions League without a proper number 9. Let that sink in for a minute. And these players,
That's true.
You can say, oh, they're inexperienced now. I
Okay.
mean, the past 3 years, since Vinny Jr. has been at the club, they only been eliminated at the semifinals. Since Rodrigo and all these guys,
Yeah.
they haven't even tasted getting eliminated in the quarterfinals or whatsoever.
Yeah, but you have to be fair. Real Madrid, they have an element of luck to them. They have a big element of luck because I still don't understand how they managed to beat Man City
Brother,
in the
when there's a
semi-finals.
frequency of luck after a while is no longer luck. It's just a way how you see the game. That's what makes big teams. That's what makes the Italies of the world. You know, the way Italies have won tournament in the past and Italy has been successful. Italy sometimes they'll have shitty games. When you look at 2006, Italy didn't really pick up steam. Italy didn't really pick up steam in 06 until when they played that quarterfinal. Because even against Australia, bro, they're on the way out. And that when Totti scores that penalty, 1-0, they're on the way out. Is when they play Ukraine and they get that momentum and then they beat Germany and then they beat them. But Italy always been like that, right? It's those big teams. They say it's luck, but I think it's more the psychological aspect that you can't really quantify, and that's the edge. Because if you have a player that's a proper counselor that can instruct, that can make you go dot, that's what makes Mourinho, Ancelotti, the Conte different from the bunch. They don't dwell crazy on tactics. You know, they're not known for their tactics. Yeah, Conte, you can say Conte is known for his tactics, but Conte is the psychological part of it. And that's what makes these teams better. And psychological, that's what wins tournaments. Let's be honest. Because people that are too tactician, they overthink. Pep Guardiola, he overthinks.
You're right.
He thinks a lot, bro. That's why Pep Guardiola, he has only won 3 Champions League. And look how he won those 3 Champions League. Look at the gaps in between the years. You understand? They battle every year. It's because of that. They overthink stuff. You can't be like that, you know. And that's the difference, man. Because to win a tournament, it's that when you go into a final, Madrid has not lost in 9 finals, right? That's what they say. But yeah, they said the culture is the Madrid culture, but Ancelotti and all these guys, they're part of the Madrid culture. When you think about the Mourinho, the Zidane, it's the same. They're cut from the same elk. That's the reality of it, man. You know, bro, the tactics. I feel like tactics is only good for the league. You know, you can win a league with that because the league will give you time to implement your ideas over and over. But when these knockoff rounds, when you're talking tournaments, bro, like it's a different aspect. You know, I mean, look at Bayern, look at Dortmund in the final. You know, they could have won the game, but mentally they weren't there, and that's the difference. That's the difference, right? Or you're going to say, oh, but it's experience. Madrid has that experience. With whom? Yes, you can say Toni Kroos, but a lot of these kids, the Vinny Jr. and all that, they're young. But the psychological part is, I think I think man managers, I'll pick a man manager over a tactician any day. Any day. Because if somebody knows how to play football, I'm not going to stress them enough with tactics too much. You fuck them over, man. They overthink. They don't know what to do. And I think that's the mistake Pioli got into. Because if you look at Pioli the first year, right? If you look at Pioli the first year when he got Milan, when we were doing good, it wasn't so much because of our tactics, right? They say he was a founder figure, is all of that. This year, when he was trying to do the whole tactics bullshit, play Pep, look what happened to us. The players have no commitment on the pitch. You know.
But the thing is, Pioli doesn't have half the brain of Pep Guardiola. The thing about tacticians is when they get it right, as in they win trebles and they get put down in like you know, in history. Now, for an example, with City last year, tacticians, when they get it right, they're dominant with it. But obviously it takes a while for them to get there, if you get what I mean. But you make a good point with managers. They're made for tournament football. And they develop the talents much better than a tactician would.
Because you look at people like Mourinho, right? Because I like watching players' interviews, and when they tell me they played under a certain coach, and you hear anybody that played for Mourinho, they'll tell you, like from the Drogba, they said they'll die for. They'll die for Mourinho. Like, you know, they'll die for him. It's not because Mourinho. See, people like these guys, they can do tactics. I think if Ancelotti wants to do what Pep does, he can do
Yeah,
it all day, any day. They decide
that's
not
why
to
he's
do
the
that
GOAT.
because here's what they do. They understand, they know how to read the game in the moment. And I think that's one of the most key important piece of a coach. Because what the Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah,
When you get punched in the mouth, what do you do then? You understand? Ancelotti was getting punched in the mouth. When you look at City, City is this big bad guy that was like, oh, City's going to eliminate them. But he understands how do you do the tweaks within the game, and I think Ancelotti is a king of that. Ancelotti does the
exactly.
right substitutions. He knows when to do a substitution. He
Yeah.
knows who to keep on. He knows what to do.
He learned from his mistake last year. He learned after getting battered 4-0. He came back with a game plan and won it comprehensively against Pep Guardiola.
Because
So I rate
if
it.
Ancelotti was a crazy tactician, he would have pressed Madrid this year to be like, we need to get this number 9. He said we needed a number 9, but even after the January market, what did Ancelotti said? He said like, no, we don't need to make no changes. I'm pretty sure they consulted them. They asked him, do you need? He's like, no, we're good with what we have because he knew there was a certain balance to this team. He's like, let's not disrupt. Jude Bellingham is in form and all that. Let's keep it that way. Let's not disrupt that. And it paid off for him because now he won. He's probably gonna get a treble, or even a quadruple when he wins the FIFA and the World Cup, the Club World Cup, that's gonna happen, and then the Super Cup, and that's gonna be 4 trophies in a calendar year for Madrid, right? Or even the Super Cup of Spain too, which I can see them winning that with Mbappe. That's gonna be 5 trophies for him. That's gonna be 5 trophies.
But don't you think Mbappe might disrupt the system a little bit when you think about it?
I'm thinking that, right? Looking at it, I'm thinking that.
Because when you think about it, look, Vinny, because Vinny's position left wing, that is solidified. Where else does he fit when you think about it?
But him coming though, I think they're gonna make it work. As much as, and I'm on the same page as you, because I'm looking at Madrid play. I'm like, Madrid needed maybe a player like a Lautaro Martinez going into that Madrid, or Julian Alvarez going to that Madrid with a complement all 3 of them.
Yeah.
But I think Mbappe coming, they're going to adopt the same way where somebody's going to have to sacrifice. And I think they understand that they all want to win. I think the beauty of this is like they all want to win. So I think egos will be put to the side, right? Because the only way it doesn't work is when they don't want to win. And Madrid is not PSG. You know, there's a culture there. Mbappe is not bigger than the club. So I think Mbappe is going there and as a, being humble. Because he's going there. He's going there to redeem himself. No, I'm being serious. He's going there to redeem himself because the moment Mbappe doesn't perform, they don't mind sideline. They don't care. And they have history to backtrack that. Mbappe does not have no leverage going into this Madrid team. And I think that's the benefit for Madrid, especially the way he's coming in, because they try to pursue him. He wasn't going. Now it's Mbappe needs Madrid. It's not Madrid that really needs him at this point. So I think that's going to be the difference going forward. I think that's going to be the difference.
But I'm just thinking in terms of the system. Where does he play? Because will he take Vinicius Junior? Will he take over the left wing? Will they play him as a natural number 9?
I think Mbappe is going to play central. I think he's going to have to.
You think so?
He's going to play central. Yeah, I think that's the only way. He's going to play central. He's going to have to. He's going to play central because Mbappe is going to have to play central because what's his name is going to fall back. I think he's going to go back to his natural position. Bellingham is going to go back to his natural position in that midfield. I think they're going to do a 4-3-3. Or they can do a 4-2-2, but I don't know. But I think Ancelotti is going to make it work. I think they thought about all of this. I think they thought
you know what it is? Yeah, you're right. They probably strategized for a while and come up with something.
I think any player that probably is going to fall out or is probably not going to allow him is probably going to be Rodrigo that might suffer this, right? But
or Brahim Diaz.
Going to sacrifice. I mean, but that's what I say now is that if what's his name moves central now, if Bellingham now moves central, I don't think there's really room. My only fear, I don't think there's going to be room for Arda Güler to grow.
I think him, for an example, him and Brahim Diaz, him and Brahim Diaz, for an example, they're both talents, but when they have a squad that's as stacked as this, it's going to be hard to find them.
No,
It's going to be hard to integrate them.
I think Brahim Diaz is gonna be what Steve McManaman was from Madrid when they had the Galacticos. I think Brahim is gonna be a super sub in that extent, and I think he's gonna accept that role. It's fine. The fear is Arda Güler is not developed yet, and for him to develop, he needs playing time. And you can't say Arda Güler is gonna be a super sub all of a sudden, knowing that he's only 19. Brahim Diaz is already seasoned, so I think he's gonna be okay to be that super sub. Play. He's gonna be your depth, and I think Brahim Diaz accept that role. I don't think Brahim Diaz is gonna leave that team because he wants to win trophies. So I think that's the point. I don't think Brahim Diaz went into Madrid thinking like, "Oh, I'm going to start," or "I want to start." I don't think he's looking for playing time. I think he wants to win titles. That's not his problem. He wants to be part of the group. The problem is with young players like the Arda Güler, even like an Endrick, because if Mbappe is superior, like he's firing, then Endrick might not even know when to even start. Bro.
Oh shit! We forgot about Endrick as well.
Yes, so that's going to be a problem.
This is confusing because in the case of Mbappe, when I watch him play as a number 9 against Dortmund, for an example, he doesn't have an impact on the game.
No, but he wasn't also motivated. He wasn't also motivated at PSG. Don't forget. Because players like him, they can adapt to any situation.
I wouldn't agree with that. No, I wouldn't agree with that because PSG had the players, they had the team to go ahead and win, to go to a final, and they had a favourable draw. When you think about it, they went past Barcelona. They just had to beat Dortmund, but they failed at the last hurdle. So you can't say necessarily.
No. But have you heard Mbappe's last? Have you heard his last interview? Mbappe even said himself that when the season started this year, right? When the season started, he was clearly told. You can go look it up. Like he did his conference press literally 2 days ago. When the season started, he was told that he would not be playing at all for PSG anymore. And he said the people that saved him was Luis Enrique and Ocampo that really pled for him to play. So I think his mind was outside of PSG, and you saw it. And he even said in that conference press, he said, "It's the first time that I'm happy. Like I'm actually happy." And he's smiling. He's because I was told. I mean, go watch it word for word. He said he was told he wasn't playing. So I think it impacted on him. But then I'm gonna tell you this. Here's a crazy stat that I saw. They said when Endrick turns 22 years old, when Endrick is 22, Mbappe is gonna be 30 years old. Let that sink in.
Oh.
When Endrick is 22, Mbappe will be 30. So.
But you know what it is? Someone in the chat wrote, Real are not stopping after Mbappe. They're going after Alphonso Davies and Alexander Arnold. That's true.
I think Trent Arnold is more likely to go to because Davis, they opened. I would want Madrid to go and get a Theo Hernandez, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, I would no.
Nah, because if they get Alphonso Davies is better because Bayern Munich do not have the pull of Real Madrid, so we have a chance of keeping Theo.
But that's me talking without being a Milan fan from the outside in. As a Milan fan, I don't want to lose Theo, of course. But I'm saying like if they had to go for a player, I'll say you get a Theo Hernandez. You get a Theo Hernandez.
Nah.
I mean, or even Trent. But then again, Madrid can afford also the luxury to just get full attacking players because you need a defensive. So I think if you get Trent or if you get Trent Alexander, you gotta keep Ferland Mendy, right? You gotta keep Ferland Mendy on that left wing because he's more defensive. You just can't have both guys that go up, or Madrid is just going to be exposed defensively like crazy.
I think what the idea is to have Alphonso Davies as a left back, Arnold as a right back, and have Carvajal and Mendy as backups.
Yeah, that would be crazy too. I don't know, bro. Madrid got so much money. It's so illegal.
Shit.
It's illegal, bro. What Madrid is doing is so illegal, but
for fuck's sake,
it's so illegal. But hey, they did well. I mean, that's a proper. They're ran properly in Barcelona. They're in shambles. They don't know what to do. You know, they're complaining. I mean, what did Laporte said? He said it's sad seeing Mbappe going. Laporte said it's sad seeing Mbappe going to Madrid. He
Yeah.
said it's not good. He said it's not good. That's what he said. I'm like, bro, that's what happened. You
It's
know,
bad for it's bad for football. I don't know why Mbappe doesn't go to, for an example, a Premier League team
but it's
like an
good for
Arsenal.
it's good. No, why? For hell no. But it's good for La Liga because then they're gonna get good TV revenue now. They're gonna have a
Yeah,
bigger TV
yeah,
revenue
but
going now, lining up
yeah,
this season.
but it's good, but technically it's going to become a farmers league. Is literally just going to become Real Madrid winning every season in, season out. So it's not going to have, it's not going to be entertaining. La Liga
That's
has
why they
fallen
have.
off a cliff.
That's why they have Serie A to look at that. If they want competition, come watch Serie A. Paramount Plus, baby. Come see
Yeah.
Jerry Inter
I would say Serie A is the most competitive league.
for sure.
As but but what matters is the UCL. And boy, I mean, we will have a good chance. We have a lot of teams inside the Champions League, but you do know that the UCL group stage, well, it's not group stage anymore, but the tournament stage, you can face any team from your domestic league. You know that. So we could well be facing Inter. We could be facing Bologna. That I think that is crazy to me. I don't know why they've done that.
I mean, they only did that because they try to get away from the Super League, right? They only did that
Uh,
because it was a response to the Super League, so they created a Super League format to have that 10 teams in one group to play each other. So to incentivize teams to not look the Super League way, and they did that, and then FIFA went around and created now the FIFA World Cup that's going to take place in America, and that's why now I just heard that in the Saudi League right now what they're doing is they're
yeah.
making their teams competitive in the Saudi League for the purpose of the football World Cup that's going to take place in 2025. That's going to be their version
Oh
of
yeah,
at
the
least
Club
taking a
World Cup.
taste. Yeah, the Club World Cup. Literally, that's what they're doing because Kevin De Bruyne now
Yeah, I
recently
I
came
was
out.
gonna say that. Yeah,
So
he's
now
open to Saudi League.
they said as soon as he said that. So I was watching Sky Sport this morning, and even
Yeah.
they said right now all over Saudi now, Al Hilal is the front runners to be able to acquire. Now it's nothing concrete, but Al Hilal, that's Neymar's team, and they're like
Yeah,
the biggest team out of the Asia out of
exactly.
Asia. Yeah, they're gonna try to acquire Kevin
Even
De Bruyne.
Casemiro from Man United
Yeah,
wants to
he's leaving.
go to Saudi.
But Madrid was smart. Manchester United got
Yeah,
played. For a 30-year-old, you pay 70 million.
exactly. 70. Boy, phew.
They got
But
played.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them in a way because he was a quality player at Madrid. We saw, but but at United, I personally believe Casemiro is good, but United are just horrible. So it just brings the worst out of him.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be really interesting what we see, but yeah, man, Madrid. What makes Madrid scary is they've done
Mhm.
everything so strategically that you don't see them failing, right? They didn't do panic stuff like they didn't get a bunch of players all of a sudden or went crazy on the market and we're like, oh, Madrid just bought all these players, they're gonna be good. No, it's been strategic, right? A team that's been successful
Yeah.
without key pieces, it's like then when they get the key pieces, because this Madrid team reminds me of it reminds me of like how like after when Milan won the Champions League in 2003, and
Mhm.
we got we started to get the other players strategically, like the Kaka, like the Yankulovsky, like you start getting these
Mhm.
guys strategically, right? And I know some of them were old, but like our buys just made our team just so sick because some of your main
Mhm.
players you have now they get into their prime, and some of the people around they're like role players and I don't know. Madrid did it smart, and that's what Barcelona should have done. But Barcelona, they didn't do that. They went and bought. They spent
Yeah.
crazy money on players like Griezmann, and they wasted,
Coutinho,
players that didn't
Dembele.
fit. Yeah, players that didn't fit the profile. And Madrid, they didn't do it that way. They learned from that mistake because they made a mistake with Eden Hazard. They made a big mistake with him. And I don't think they're going to do that anymore.
You know what it is? I feel like Real Madrid and Inter Milan are really similar in the way they've built their team over the years and they've strategized this.
Yep. No, they did. They did. They did. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Oh man.
I hope Real Madrid get an injury crisis. But we need a miracle for them to be stopped. But
I'm good for that. Yeah.
Objectively speaking, I find it very difficult.
Mhm.
I find it very difficult that Real Madrid can be stopped next year. I mean, let's see how the other teams build. Maybe there's a breakthrough team that comes out, but it's just, I mean, they just have the better players. They got them all, but they hoarded the talent, all in one place.
And
But
right now, I don't know if you follow what's happening in England right now. Like this news just come out since yesterday. Like what Man City is doing. So right now, Man City is appealing. So right now, Man City is
yeah, I
doing
saw
an
that. I saw
appeal.
that.
So you remember Man City had these 115 breaches where they were
Yeah,
supposed
they're trying to.
to get charged. So they're doing a reverse Uno card now, where
Yeah,
like they're trying to pass now a law and they're trying to get other teams on board to
exactly.
use where like the sponsors, like your sponsors shouldn't
Mm,
be, and I'm paraphrasing this, right? I'm just getting the general idea where your sponsor shouldn't be looked at, if you're using your sponsor's money or you're doing certain things,
mm,
like it should correspond to your revenue. Like it shouldn't be under scrutiny pretty much. So I'll give you an example. If Newcastle, for example, right, they sell
yeah,
their stadium. If Newcastle decides to sell their stadium for like 300 billion, but they're still playing there to their sponsor, now the money they have, that plethora of money shouldn't be looked at and be like, oh, you're breaching rules. It should be like, yo, it's part of our team. It's our sponsor. They're registered. So it's pretty much they still want to now officialize that loophole, quote unquote, using your sponsors to pump up money. It shouldn't be looked at. And that's the law they're trying to pass. Like if that law gets passed, people are
yeah,
saying now in England that it's going to create a complete like imbalance in the UK, like in the
yeah.
Premier.
n-
It's
Well,
going to
they're
be
trying to
unfair.
use. Yeah, they're trying to use technicalities, and basically what they're trying to do is, if their appeal here works, what they can later do is when the 115 charges get addressed, they can use that as a leverage against them to get the charges dismissed. Basically, in essence. So they're trying to cheat the system, Manchester City, and fuck,
I
we'll
think
have to see it.
also, yeah, because if that doesn't pay out, that's why Pep is trying to leave as well. Because if
Yeah,
that's why he's leaving. Because if that doesn't pan out, then the charges, because it's either that has to pan out or the charges are going to be brought upon them. And if the charges get brought upon
exactly.
them, they're going to be stripped of their titles. So it's going to have to go either way. I don't think it's going to be middle ground. So that's
Yeah,
why I think
they're
that's
probably
been
going to get
stalled.
relegated.
Yeah, so that's why that's been stalled. But if I'm the Premier League, to be honest, I'm not gonna sanction Man City, because if you do that, it's gonna your viewership is gonna take a hit, and it's gonna turn into an Italy 2.0. I promise you that.
Hmm.
It's gonna turn into an Italy 2.0. So
Yeah,
for their own sake, if they want to stay at the top in terms of from a league perspective, they need to dismiss that and let people at the bottom speculate and be like, "Oh, Man United is cheating," but legally they haven't been charged. But if they want to do the way Italians they do, they go out and they really sanction like these top teams, their league is going to take a hit. I promise you, it's going to take a big hit, and that's going to be problematic. Because that's Man City
yeah,
is your biggest team. Man City is your biggest team. So if they get stripped of their titles, no players. I mean, it's gonna trickle down over the years, and it's gonna down and down. Yeah, England might be more balanced, but it's no longer
hmm,
gonna be that crazy appeal as in before. Because after Man City, other than Arsenal, what other teams is in line to really challenge? You understand?
um,
Other teams are in shambles, bro. Like Chelsea is in shambles. You know, they're in shambles, man. Man United is in
yeah,
shambles. And what I
um,
mean that they're in shambles, they're not sustainable,
yeah,
in the long term to be like,
yeah,
okay, that's a
yeah. I
proper run
mean,
club. They're not ran properly to be like, okay, they're gonna take Man City slot or it's not gonna mean anything. It's
ex-
gonna be a problem.
exactly. Like the only other teams apart from City I can think of that would sustain themselves are Arsenal, Liverpool, and possibly Tottenham, Spurs. But aside from that, yeah, the Premier League would turn into shambles if that was to happen.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. It's gonna be a crazy summer. I'm gonna wait for tournament football to go through first, and
Yeah,
we'll
I can't
see.
wait for the Euros.
Yeah, we're gonna watch our Euros, man. And we'll see what happens. But it's not looking good with what I'm hearing from the city, and it's really taking steam. So, well, I don't know. It's gonna be quite
What's
interesting.
not looking good?
I'm talking about for Man City. What's going on in England right now? It's not looking good at all. Like it's real, man. Like what's happening right now in England, like that. What like he just meant with the rule and what they're trying to do. And I think that's why Guardiola was foreshadowing, because why would Guardiola said he's more likely to leave? After when they won the league, what did Guardiola said? He said he's more likely to leave than stay. He even came out of his own mouth.
Hmm.
He wouldn't say that. He
Yeah,
wouldn't say that. I think Guardiola, I would think like he would try to break like a Ferguson's record or something like that. Try to win as much league title as he can. But if there's heat
like
coming down,
I think he knows himself. So he's better. He knows he's gonna dip out of it before shit hits the
yeah,
fan. He's gonna dip.
he's not trying to get caught up in that stupid shit at all,
Yeah.
at all, at all. So, and I mean, and City already lost some key pieces, right? They lost like one of their sporting directors. Some people started to leave in the background without realizing. Some people already left, man. So they have to be really careful on what they do. That's going to be something to really monitor what happens over there. Yeah. Let's see, man.
All right, last subject of the day, guys, and then I'll close.
Yeah.
Emerson Royale.
Fuck it hell. I mean,
Is it a yay or is it a nay?
nay, 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 nay.
Really?
Absolutely not. No way.
Interesting.
Thank the
So
Lord Villarreal are in for him, though.
apparently, AC Milan and Emerson Royale have found personal terms, and the player is about 20 to 25 million, so he's not that expensive.
No, man. He's not worth that money. I've watched a lot of Spurs to see that he is okay. I could say that as a defensive fullback, he's good. He has pace. He's strong. But when we're talking about going forward, I don't think he's a Fonseca. I don't think he fits Fonseca's style of play. He's too limited, way too limited. The same way Florenzi's limited. He's too forward thinking, but he has no defensive capabilities. This guy is the complete opposite. A lot of defensive capability, but
Because when you said
not a
defensive,
lot going forward.
and I don't even like this signing because, bro, you're coming to Italy. That's going to be another Serginho Dest. That's going to be another Dest without the attacking part all over again. I mean, you saw Dest defensively. I mean, how do you start coping with players like Marco or all these guys running down on you? Like, bro, come on, bro. Like in Italy, you really got to be smart. Like, if you're going to get these
You have to be
guys, you're going
smart.
to get the best. Like, these people, at least if they're not like Theo thinking, right? Like defensively, I would never go buy somebody defensive. Like that's not buying somebody defensive outside of Italy, especially from teams like Tottenham, Spurs. Definitely not an MSN Real. I'm sorry. No,
I
can't.
I know we were linked to Matty Cash from Aston Villa. Now I think that's a good signing as opposed to Emerson Royale. I think Matty Cash is much better.
But wasn't Cash?
I don't know him at all, so I wouldn't be able to.
Matty Cash doesn't come from Italy, no? He didn't play in Italy.
No, he's English. He's English. Aston Villa. We were linked to him.
No.
He plays for Poland, but he's
the other one is the other one that played for us is Cure. He's the one that used to play at Spezia. That was a good one. The one that used to play at Spezia that Arsenal bought.
Oh, Curio. Yeah, he's
That's the older Polish that he used to play at Spezia. Those are guys. I rather get somebody that had experience in Italy and you bring them. Those are the people that usually will flourish. You know, like some people that went abroad but they came back. You look at
yeah.
Chiara, right? Chiara was a journeyman. He played outside of Italy for the longest, but he started in Italy. So when they come, they know what to expect. You know, but I mean, you bring. I'm not. That's not a name. You might as well keep Calabria. Then why
Yeah,
the fuck are you getting?
nah,
He's not an upgrade. He's not
nah.
an upgrade at all.
For nah, I think if I'm being really honest, I, I, I don't like Calabria. I think we should get rid of Calabria, keep Florenzi as a backup. But you know what? The thing about the right back position is there's not a lot, out there. Off the top of my head, there's not a lot. Maybe a Di Lorenzo, maybe a Spinazzola, but outside of that, I'm not. Right back is a very hard position to find players.
Okay. I guess it's a no for Emerson Royale. What about you, Antonio? Are you pro or against Emerson Royale?
Against.
Why?
I don't really have much to say. I hope this stuff is all a joke. He's not completely terrible, but I just don't see the point in this. And I'm also very concerned, like, 'cause I feel like if we had a budget like Vitiello was saying, why the hell are we like lowballing? Like, if Tottenham is asking for 20 million, 25, whatever. I mean, yeah, you want to save, you don't want to overpay, but why, if that's one of your positions of need and you actually like this guy, can you stop? I don't understand what we're doing. I feel like it could just be that the news is like doesn't understand the management and is just speculating a bit. But if this guy really was the target, just put the money down and get the target. I don't know why we have to drag it out for so long.
Only really because the management is saying that he's not worth 25 to 20 million. They're saying that's too much money, which I agree with, but it's true. If they have the money, why not get him straight away?
Yeah, but I mean, I would be in favor of this sort of negotiation if we actually spend a lot of money on a striker, but I don't think we're going to spend more than 40 million. I just have that feeling.
I mean, the question here is, are they consulting with Fonseca about these players that they're getting? Because surely there has to be precautions put in place.
What about this Thiago kid? Is he any good? I see we're linked to him. I haven't seen him play. Thiago Santos. Anybody knows?
He's
I
like Dest. He looks like Dest.
Yeah, exactly. He looks just like Dest. He's like a short, like basically he goes up the field and is a dribbler, but
Yeah.
he's basically like a winger that's not that good at being a winger that plays right back. Like, it's weird. So I'm very concerned. I mean, I don't really watch those, so I don't know if he's good at defending, because Dest was awful. But I'm just making
there's a few red flags for me regarding this player. First of all, he's really young. Like, he's 20, 21. He doesn't have much experience with the national team. So this kid has never been called to the U15, U16, U18, U17, U19. He's only has 2 U21 players. So obviously that says, unfortunately, that in Portugal, the federal scouts don't see him as one of their best players. So that's a little bit of a red flag. The other red flag is like, yeah, you're so young, you're coming to Milan. That's a big ask, You have to be really good to make it work first, fast. But he's similar to a Dest.
But doesn't he play for Lille? So
yeah,
he would know Fonseca's system. So I wouldn't be totally against it.
Yeah, no, he's perfect for Fonseca's system because he plays exactly the way Fonseca likes to play. He is a player that plays all the way up.
Yeah,
the
but
field.
Fonseca system in France, bro. Italy is a different ballgame, and Italy will eat him alive. As best, you saw how
Mm.
this fucking struggled, man. And he will struggle because you gotta think. You start playing the derby, you're going down the right. So he plays on the right side, right? You're going against people like the Di Marco, the Bastoni, and that side. They're not letting you do whatever you want to
Yeah,
fucking do.
that's right.
You need to have
Exactly.
balls. You need to have balls like the Theo Hernandez and all these guys. Like those are
Yeah,
the people that are really talented,
you
right?
nailed
You
it.
start
You
running, you
nailed it.
start running, you start running against people like the Bremer, even smaller teams like the Udinese, for example. But they're not gonna give you no space to do any fucking gibberish shit, and you'll get exposed. Because he's an Ajax player, he's good. Yeah, he came here, bro. You can't even tell me one of that's even better game. Because Italy, listen, I heard this. I don't know if you know who Usman Dabo is. Dabo used to play with Fiorentina. He used to play and Dabo used to play it, and he used to also play at Parma, French guy. He used to play in Italy. And I listened to all these French guys that played in Italy, like Benacer. I listened to a lot of Benacer, and if you're in French, they all tell you the same thing. Italy, what will confuse you is it's so tactical that any movement you make, and don't get me wrong, in French they're tactical, but not to an extent like in Italy. Like in Italy, like every
Yeah.
positioning, the way you do things is calculated. You just don't do things as you want, and that's why you struggle. That's why what's his name came over here. What's his name? Umtiti. He went to go to he wants to be a coach. So he wants to play at Lecce because that's what he understood. They're like, oh, that's why I can go get my knowledge from. Same as Fabregas. Fabregas could have been at the Barcelona Mazia over there and trying to learn how to coach, but he went to Como instead. Yes, it's true they're part time over there, but he went to get his coaching badges playing at that level because they understand in terms of like the ideas. Italy, when it comes down to coaching, they have it down pat in terms of like
Mm.
Sono.
Yeah.
Like Sachi really transmitted that to all Italian coaches, and that's why Italian coaches are great. That's why when Italian coaches they leave the league and they go into other leagues, rarely that Italian coaches fail. Going to Nice, what's that guy at Nice? Farioli or whatever. Farioli
Mm.
at Nice had a good season with Nice as an
I don't
Italian.
know.
Like, oh yeah, he's one of the top on the list by the way. Roy. He did a good job at Nice. Italian dude. He's really sought out on the market right now. You have Maresca now, Italian. When Leicester City promoted them to the first. It's in the name is out there. You know what I'm saying? It's backed up.
Mm.
It's really hard when these foreign players they come. They really I don't expect them the first year to perform. Look at Dallo. Dallo came in the first year, really struggled. He went
Yeah.
into Man United, ended up being one of the Man United's best players because he
Actually,
picked up. Yeah,
yeah. No, actually, that's a good comparison because he'd be coming to Milan more or less when Dalo came to Milan with Thiago Santos, as far as parallel to their careers.
Mm.
they're really going to struggle because like teams that I feel like for defenders in Italy, if you want to pick up, right, if you really want to pick up defenders, you have to pick up defenders within our league. Our best
Yeah.
defenders in
Yeah.
Italy, our best defenders in Italy come from Italy. When you look at the Bastoni, the Bremer, they all come from the Italian backyard, bro. They don't come from the
Yeah.
outside. They haven't brought
Exactly.
somebody from other. Tomori is an exception. But most of all, like the top defenders, man, when you look, like concretely speaking, they all come from Italy, man. Like they all come within the backyard, and that's what makes these teams good. That's what makes all these teams good because Italy too, we can develop players well. We just gotta pick them at the right time, and they shouldn't
Yeah.
have too much pressure on them. Because our best players in Italy, per se, right now in our league, they have not come from outside the league. They were within the league. If you look at Lautaro Martinez, you look at Vlahovic, you look at Leao, you look at Kavishka, you look at what's his name, you look at Oshiman. Yes, Oshiman was good at league, but he wasn't crazy in France. They really made their mark in Italy.
Yeah.
They came at
Hmm.
the right time and they picked up, and that's how the market should be kind of looked at to a certain extent. Especially if you want to go against these 21-year-olds as defenders. I personally feel it's a bad mix. It's going to struggle. It's going to be hard unless you're really exceptional. I'm serious. Unless you're really exceptional,
Yeah,
it's
I
going
don't
to
know
be
how good
hard.
he is. I've never seen him play a whole game.
They're going to eat you alive, man, because there's too many seasoned teams. There's teams that are really hard to break down, hard to go against. There's a lot of players there. They especially these young kids. They'll get eaten alive, man. They'll get bullied. I can just see it, man. You start playing
Yeah,
teams like Udinese, they'll bully the fuck out of you, bro.
you have to be quite exceptional. If you're going to be a starter, your first season at 21 with Milan, coming from France. So obviously, he can be the starter. That cannot be the starter. No way. So I don't know who the starter is. Is it going to be Calabria? Who is it going to be?
Man, genuinely, I believe Florenzi is better than anything Calabria is. And Calabria, as someone commented, he's the face of our mediocrity. He is so mediocre. He has to go. I would bite the hand of anyone who offered me 12
Have
million for
you
Calabria.
seen this player play, Thiago Santos or whatever? Have you ever seen him play?
Nah, I haven't seen Thiago Santos play.
What
But
if
No,
I
you're
mean,
fair. You seen him play?
me? Yeah.
Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
better, in
Well,
your opinion, Calabria or this guy?
oh, you're gonna fucking do this to me right now. Oh,
what?
God.
No, it's objective. I've never seen him play. I don't know.
I think
I've
Calabria
seen
defense.
highlights. I wasn't. He looks okay in highlights.
For me, I think Calabria is better defensively. But the thing is, this guy doesn't really play much defense, and he's not going to go and slide. Neither does Calabria, to be fair, in terms of sliding or anything. But I don't know. To be fair, I don't want to rate Santos his defending too much because I haven't watched him too much, but I don't see like a lot of defensive prowess, and he's also a bit smaller than Calabria, I think. I'm not too sure
No
exactly.
way.
Maybe they're similar in size, but he's more of like a winger. He dribbles more. He's a bit faster. But to be fair to Calabria, like Calabria is like there's games where Calabria will defend pretty solidly, and he's always in the right. He's in a good position. But then there's other games, but maybe it's not really his fault, and it's more of just the
Let,
tactics.
let,
Where he's
let's
out
be
of
honest, also,
position,
right?
and
I
he
don't think
just gets burnt
right.
sometimes. But like
I don't think
I don't want
Calabria
to
is
get.
that
I don't
bad,
know. It's hard to. I
right?
think that Santos is younger, and so because maybe he can develop a bit more, he could be better. But as of now, Calabria is probably more solid. To be fair.
But let's keep it. Let's keep it a buck. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, as Milan fan, we've been so fucking spoiled with Theo Hernandez on that left wing that our standards
Yeah.
are so high that we're making, for us, Calabria is just so bad. But I don't think it's to that point. It's just our left wing is just so good that is so much imbalance that we're looking at Calabria that way. Because when we're thinking about a right wing, we're thinking about a right wing and kind of like in the Theo's elk. And it's so hard to be able to find that, man. Let's be honest. That's the thing too, like where we're suffering from. Because Theo is so fucking good. Like going up, they're like you're looking like it overshadows even Calabria's better performance that we're thinking that way. And that's why it's hard for us to even think about a proper right wing, to be honest.
Mm. This kid he looks bigger than Calabria. Yeah.
He's got good speed.
He's okay. He's fast. That's one thing.
Yeah, he's got a lot of speed. Yeah, he's got a quick burst.
I need to see him defensively though. He's pretty good going forward. It's not bad.
Ooh, what a goal!
Wow. Oof. I can see he has much better attacking capabilities than Calabria, so that's at least a positive. But
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
yeah, I don't see this from Calabria. No, I never see this from him. I don't rate Calabria at all.
I'm not positive, but I think if we put a highlight video of Calabria, he's going to look like Maradona.
Can I be honest? I don't think so. Because when I watch him game in,
Is
game
there a
out,
highlight video of Calabria that actually exists? Because I don't think I've ever seen one.
You're right. You're right. I don't think there is one. Calabria is so inconsistent. That's his issue. He does good against Kvaratskhelia from Napoli. He will clamp Kvara, but then he'll come up against an Udinese or against an Anthony Gordon from Newcastle, and he will get spammed the whole game. That's what I don't like about Calabria. He's never consistent.
To be fair, I agree. Whoever said it, that I think I actually like Florenzi better than Calabria, but
Yeah.
Florenzi, the problem
Oh my
with him
God,
is
thank
that
you.
he's kind of getting up to that age. But I think
Yeah.
Florenzi, I like his positioning. Like he feels a bit more,
Oh
not all the time, but
nah.
sometimes he feels a bit more like secure.
Okay,
But
so
what I
listen. In
love
all
about
fairness, this guy
yeah,
has got good feet. Yeah, like he's got.
yeah,
You can't deny
he
good
has.
feet.
But I need to see a bit more defensive
But yeah,
videos from this
I
guy.
mean, we got to see what that means. You know, in Serie A.
Fonseca said that he plays like with his right and left back like all the way up the field.
Yeah, that's right. And look how far
Oh,
look at how deep he plays. So this is
He's
what
a
Milan is going to
winger.
look like. Milan is going to look like the same.
yeah.
He's gonna concede 5 goals a game, trying to score 6.
Yeah, but I mean, I would rather that than watch shit football. I wouldn't mind this type of football.
What is Suma saying?
I don't know.
They start, you see, like those people are tongue twisters. All of a sudden, they want to sell us for Sega, or like the whole Milan fucking how you call it Hawks. These Milan Hawks try to sell us Fonseca all of a sudden. You start reading the reports and Fonseca's the ideal man and all that stupid shit. Like, come on, stop it, bro. Stop it.
Man, this kid has got good dribbling. No way he scored that.
We can be wrong, but I don't know.
Wow.
From the best experience, I'm not convinced with that. With getting these young guys, I don't know.
Man, he
Most
can dribble
likely,
though.
he's gonna. I
He's
mean,
gonna struggle his first year in Italy. Like, let's get that clear.
yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
I mean, you guys are right. He reminds me of a Dest sort of. He dribbles a lot.
But he's really young. I don't know. I mean, there is a chance, I guess, that he comes into plays right away. But it's very difficult. Very difficult.
I mean, we would have to see genuinely. Oh, wow.
The other side of his game, also, yeah, and if he can
Yeah.
do this like this in Italy efficiently like this.
The thing is, in Italy, they won't let you have this much space.
If he's doing it in France, he should be able to do it in Italy.
But in Italy, they don't give you that much space, bro.
No, they don't.
Exactly. They don't. They'll close you down.
That's what makes me tell people like they are so good. Because since we watch the league a day in and day out, and you know how it's hard, that's when we see like people like Theo, like the way they cruise past defenders, like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
So this guy was considered the best right back in the league, in Liga.
But for 10 million, Roy, I'm not really mad at that.
No, yeah, for sure.
I would take him right away for 10 million.
I mean, I think it's around 15 or
Who
something
said
like
he's
that.
the best right back?
This guy here. Thiago Santos is the best right back in League on this season.
Because right now the best right back in Italy is Di Lorenzo, right?
Right back?
Yes, in Italy it's Di Lorenzo.
Yeah, Dilo. Damn.
What about Calafiore? Is it Calafiore a right back?
Calafiore, no, he's a centre back, no, left-sided centre back.
He also plays fullback.
Man, I'll tell you what, he can dribble.
We should have got Sengo, bro. That's what we should have got.
Who?
Yeah.
Sengo is so good, man.
Oh, Single. What happened to that
Yes,
guy?
Sengo. He's at Monaco, bro. They qualified for the Champions League.
Oh
He,
shit.
he, he was top performer during the AFCON. So good. And now we got another right back too that plays that he was that he's playing for the Ivory Coast too. Doué. We played against them. He was playing for Rennes. Him and his brother played for Rennes. Like the Doué, like as a right back. That's another one to be on the lookout for. I know he comes from France, but those are players are good. But Sengo's good, man. I mean, he played at
Okay.
Torino and the Urich. Top.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. Emerson Royale or Thiago Santos?
Thiago
I'll get
Santos.
Thiago Santos, bro. For the price, I'll get Thiago Santos. Can't do Emerson Royale.
I mean, he from what I'm seeing, the way he can attack, it's promising. But I don't know about his defensive capabilities. That's the only issue that I have with him.
If he can adapt to Italy,
Yeah.
we might have something on our hands. But then again, because if you're selling Calabria and he's supposed to be the starter right away, he's gonna struggle, man. I'm serious, he's gonna struggle. Because if we have a derby, let's say our match day 2 is the derby, are you putting him in? He's gonna struggle as fuck.
Yeah, he's gonna get killed. Are you kidding me? He's gonna get killed. Like, in order to get to this level in Serie A, it would take a lot. But if he can do it right away, then he's one of the best players in Europe. If he can play like this, right? I mean, if he can do this consistently. But I mean, the thing is, like, it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
I mean, never say never, but
it's the same thing with Dest. You think he's gonna come and yeah, he does the step overs, but it's not enough for a highlight reel, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's what Clint said. In Italy, they're not gonna give you this. They're gonna double up on you, and they won't let you move willingly. If you go, I mean, so it's we'll have to see though. But he fits Fonseca's system.
Yeah, and I think the price is good. So,
but then that would mean we would have to sell Calabria, no? Or as a backup,
I would. No, I think Calabria would be more reliable than him. So I think
and Emerson Royale also lost his fucking position to Udogie that came out of Udinese. So that tells me what I need to know about somebody like that coming into Italy.
What? Say again?
I said Emerson Royale. He lost his starting spot to fucking Udogie before his injury.
Really?
That came out of Udinese. So that tells me what I need to know.
Freaking Udogie's good, man. But he's really good. Udogie got injured, man. Italy's so unlucky. Udogie, Cervi, Scalvini, Zaniolo, Berardi, all fucking.
I think Italy have a problem in their left back position. I don't know why they don't have Spinazzola over Di Marco.
I mean, Di Marco he come out a good season. I think Di Marco he's gonna be a dark horse as a player.
No way.
For this tournament. No, I'm telling you, bro.
No. I believe Di Marco is what you call a system player. He only fits into system. The same with Lautaro Martinez. I don't believe if Lautaro Martinez goes to anywhere else he does well, apart from Inter. That's why no other big club is coming in for players like this. No. But think about it. Why hasn't any big club come in for Di Marco?
No,
this guy, I don't rate him. I don't rate him.
But Lautaro, no, definitely Lautaro goes to Madrid. He's successful.
What? Okay, wait.
Fire, bro.
So does Di Marco.
Wait. You know who Lautaro reminds me of? Higuain. Good in the league, but outside of the league, he's nothing. You see in the Champions League. Where was he against Atletico Madrid? Where was he against all these big clubs? He bottled it against City. Lautaro Martinez is an Inter Milan system player and is only good in the domestic league. He is not good outside of that. You saw in Argentina how he was. He was rubbish. Rubbish. Lost the spot to Julian
Both,
Alvarez.
both Di Marco
Ah,
and Lautaro are like really good,
No,
top
they're
level.
good because
they're
nah,
inter-system. They're inter-system players. Come on now.
nah, I wouldn't say that, bro. I think Lautaro, he'll start in a lot of big teams in Europe.
Wow, my day. He
I
would not name a team. Name me a big team he would start for.
name your team like that. If Madrid
Yeah.
wasn't getting Mbappe, like you could have easily put Lautaro and that started as a 9. I
If you
promise
put
you,
him in
he'll be
PSG, he's
successful.
starting.
No way.
If you put him in
Yes.
Okay,
Bayern,
wait, okay.
he's starting with
No way.
with
Yeah, he's an
No, yes.
he's an
I rate Lautaro.
inter-system player.
Me personally, I rate Lautaro, bro.
Are you just
What he
Nah,
hating
he's a
does,
playing
stat
for
padder, man. He's
Inter?
a.
nah,
Say again?
I rate Lautaro because Lautaro, like, he's a hard worker, bro. Like,
Ah,
trust me.
hard worker. Wait. Hard worker, my bum cheeks. Where was he against Atletico Madrid? Where was he? Where
Against the
was
whole
he?
team, they struggle, but that's the same Lautaro. He does a lot. Like players
Ah,
like him, they do the way he occupies the space. That's the same guy that played the final. That played the final of the Champions League.
look,
A year ago.
look. No, Clint. If he was so good, he would be starting for Argentina. But he doesn't. He
He
lost
does
his
start for
spot
No, but
to
Argentina.
with the
Julian
Argentina,
Alvarez.
with the Argentina, listen, okay, I'm gonna tell you this though. That same
Yeah.
Argentina when Dybala, Argentina is a different mix because the plethora of talent. That same Dybala had a crazy season at Juventus, but Argentina, because of Messi, they had to cater to him. You can't tell me that Dybala is just assistant player either. Dybala struggles in that Argentina team. But
No.
Argentina is a different. I would not use Argentina as that to say because the
Guys,
problem with Argentina has too much talent and they didn't really have a proper system,
Mhm.
and that's why Lautaro was struggling.
Okay.
But when you look
bro,
at it from pound from pop,
Abdi,
huh?
Lautaro was the MVP of the Serie A this season. Like he's a great player.
But he's all right.
He's
But for me, for me, when you look at the Leaos of this world, you look at the Chiesas, they are difference makers. You see Leao against PSG. I was at the game. He was phenomenal. He showed up in the big game in the Champions League. Lautaro, on the other hand, in the Champions League, he disappears. I don't see him. He is not as prominent. In the Serie A, no problem. He will score a hat trick against Udinese. He will score 2 goals against Salernitana. He will pack these teams up, and
and
everyone will be raving about him.
But you're talking
was against
goals. You're talking goals, right? I don't look at Lautaro for his goal prowess. Like that's not why I like Lautaro as a player. I don't look at him from like, oh, Lautaro is scoring all these goals. I don't look at Lautaro. Lautaro for me is more of a second striker. He's the perfect second striker. I look at Lautaro for his hold up play and how like you don't take the ball off Lautaro's feet. That's a fact.
Well,
And what
okay. So
Lautaro does,
You can.
let me ask you a question, Abdi. Did he
Yeah.
deserve to be the MVP of the Serie A this
Hell
season?
no. Hell no.
Who deserved it?
Hell no. I
Who
believe
deserved
the MVP stands for the most valuable player, right?
the best player? The best player of the league. That's what it is.
The best player of the league.
Yeah, the best player of the league. That's what it
Are we
is.
saying? Okay.
Of the season.
Are we
of the
saying?
season, of the
Okay.
season. The best player of the season.
Okay. If we're forgetting stats and as an individual player, for me, I would have given it to. I would have given it to a Chiesa, Bastoni.
What?
I would give it
this
to.
year, this year, there's no way you're putting
this
Chiesa in
year.
there. What's Chiesa done
Yes.
this year? Nothing.
Look. Okay. Maybe not Chiesa this year, but I'm saying as a player, he's
We're talking
one
about
of the
this
most
year.
valuable.
This is
No,
a
we're asking this year.
little bit.
This
This
year.
take is a little bit outlandish.
No, it's this year. So we're asking for
Uh,
this year. Who was the best player of the league? The best player of the league, I think undisputedly, it was Lautaro Martinez.
I think it's
Straight up.
undisputed.
mm,
Everybody
you can make a case for
with
Thuram. You
eyes.
can make a case for Thuram. You can make a case for Pulisic. We can't forget Pulisic and his stats this season. If we're being honest, I rate Pulisic higher than Lautaro Martinez, and I know that will upset you guys, but genuinely, I just can't rate Lautaro Martinez because he's not a difference maker. I cannot. A player is defined in the big moments. Lautaro Martinez is not that. He is not. He is an inter-system player, a stat padder at best, and fuck him. Sorry.
There you
I
go.
lost my
That's
composure there, man. I hate him.
that's what
Genuinely, I hate him.
there you go. Take it. Get it.
Yeah, fine. Listen, man. What Thuram is a much better player. There are many players better than Lautaro Martinez, and you know the thing is, even me, even my brother, he is a hardcore Inter fan. Has been watching them for 20+ years, and he has said the same thing about Lautaro Martinez. He is an Inter system player. There's a reason why these big clubs won't come in for him, because he's limited and he doesn't show up in the big moments. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't rate him.
Damn.
He's all right. He's all right at best, but I'm telling you, put him in a system where he's a lone striker and he will not shine. He will not.
Antonio.
Oh, and by the way, Fabrizio Romano just tweeted Emerson Royal is still expected to leave Spurs and given priority to AC Milan move. He wants AC Milan while club keeps working hard also on Joshua Zirkzee deal. Damn.
That's fantastic.
Damn.
Antonio,
Yes.
Are you here, Antonio? So you really believe that Lautaro Martinez is just a system player and it's all a farce? It's all fake?
Look, I'll give you
fake news.
Yeah,
you call it fake news.
Yeah, look. For an example, Icerbi, DiMarco, Lautaro Martinez, those players are what I call inter-system players. If they go to any other club, they will not shine. You see DiMarco in the Italian squad. If Udogie is not there, his place gets taken because Udogie is 2 times the player that DiMarco is.
Which is really good.
Look, yeah, DiMarco, what he is he just has a good whip. DiMarco has a good whipped pass on him. Okay. That's all that I see.
Yeah, he can defend. No, okay. Objectively speaking, DiMarco is really good. I think left back. It's him and Hernandez right now, left back.
Okay. I'll give you an example. When you see Theo Hernandez, he's able to go forward, and he will come back and do his role as a left back to defend. He will do both. With DiMarco, Bastoni moves to that left position and he will cover for DiMarco going forward, but DiMarco will not come back to defend. That's what I don't like about him. He isn't an all-rounded left back. He's not all-rounded. You have to be honest.
Well, he is more of a fullback, like a wing back, but
yeah, he's a wing back.
But he is definitely on that wing as a wing back, as a defensive winger. Mm-hmm. I consider him maybe one of the best in Europe, actually, right now. In that world.
Oh my God! No. I think there's many players ahead of him.
For example, when Spinazzola was playing in, I can't remember where he was playing. I can't remember what team was playing. Roma? Where was he playing before? Before the Euros, where was he playing?
Who?
He played for Juve, or he played for Juve. Like, for example, Spinazzola. When Spinazzola was playing before the 2020 Euro Cup, I knew he was the best fullback in Europe. Then he played in the Euro, and everybody, oh my God, look at this guy, how good he is. I'm telling you, like the Serie A tax is that the players don't have, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't come across. But I'm telling you, tactically, DiMarco is not the best fullback, but he's one of the best in Europe.
It's hard for me to say that, because if we're saying left back, he has to be good going forward and good coming back. And coming back, I don't think he's good, because I'll give you an example. If you watched Inter versus Verona in lockdown, was it? And DiMarco was up against Hakimi. He got totally dismantled, and I watched that game. And I was.
That DiMarco is a young DiMarco. This is a different DiMarco.
You can say he's a different DiMarco, but the system of Inter Milan helps him out. Think about it. Okay,
there's a difference between Leao when he was 19 and a difference Leao now when he's 25.
Okay. Think of this, Roy. If DiMarco was put in AC Milan as a left back, would he flourish as much as Theo Hernandez?
I don't see why not.
What? I can't understand this this level of glaze. DeMarco is not good, man.
Listen. I mean, at the end of the day, for DeMarco, from what I've seen, defends really well, actually, and covers the field really well. He's very technical, very technical. He's got a great whip pass, like you said, like world class, I would say, whip pass. And
yes, world class.
He's he runs up and down the whole game. I would say that Hernandez I would give Hernandez the edge, but I think DeMarco's right up there in the same class. They're in the same class. I would just give Hernandez a slight edge.
Okay, and I guarantee you this is not because I have my Milan glasses on, but I'm telling you, DeMarco and DeMarco and Theo Hernandez are night and day. Here's the thing, because I keep saying DeMarco has Bastoni, has Mkhitaryan, he has all of these players who will cover for him. You get what I mean? They will cover for his defense. So he's able to go up and link up with Thuram and the midfield. He's able to do all of this and whip in balls when he wants to. Like you see against us.
Listen, if you have really good defenders, obviously it helps. Yeah. But regardless of that, you can still see what a player can do and his capabilities on the ball, on the field, the way he plays, the way he passes the ball, his decision making, the way he fights. Like, these are qualities that you see regardless of the quality he has around him. So yeah, Bastoni, these guys are great. Inter only conceded 22 goals this whole season. Milan conceded 49. Huge difference.
That's crazy.
So, but at the same time, I can't agree that DeMarco is. No, for me, DeMarco is probably one of the best in Europe. I wouldn't say the best. I think Theo Hernandez is actually the best on the left.
Oh yeah, 100%. Theo is the best in the world.
Where DeMarco is in the top 5, but I think he's in the top 5, maybe even more.
Now, Roy, answer me this: why isn't a big club in for him? If he was that good, and us, if he was that good, and Arsenal would be fighting for him.
You think? Come on, Abdi. You think DeMarco would go to Arsenal over Inter? In which universe?
Well, they have a good Arsenal have a good trajectory, right? But what I'm saying is the money, the money wise. Why aren't these teams in for? Why aren't they in for DeMarco? Why aren't they in for him?
Okay, I'm gonna bring it down to you. No, you keep mentioning like the big teams. Okay, let's talk about the big teams for a second. Let's talk about the big team for a second, right? Let's look at this. Number one, Inter was favorite, was one of the top 3 favorites to win the Champions League. And we're doing the
they got walloped.
Top 5, right? And it's fine. No matter how they lost on penalties against Atletico, if they would have made it that through, Inter would have been a hard team to break down. That's number one. When you talk about the teams going for him, you got to look at the big teams is already booked on the left back. Why would they go for him? Madrid already got the left back that they need. Man City left back that they need. You understand? I mean, when you talk about big team, what the big team you talking about? Because out of Italy, Inter is a big team out of Italy. Now, if you're talking about big team coming out of England, I only see 2 teams that are big in England, which are maybe Liverpool and Liverpool and how you call that, Man City. That's it.
I agree with that. Those are the only 2 teams that DeMarco would say yes to over Inter.
If you say Bayern Munich, they already had Alfonso Davies. They're not gonna go for him. So when you say big team, where is he? Anywhere he's gonna go outside of these guys. If it's not Madrid, if it's not Bayern Munich, if it's not Man City or Liverpool, it's a downgrade. Straight up.
Okay.
You can tell me anything is better than Inter. And you cannot say Arsenal is their first time back after 7 years of absence of the Champions League. No, they're not a big team, and they'll never be. They're not.
They'll never be the level of Inter.
Of course, they're not the level of Inter club-wise. But what I'm saying is, even the money. These clubs that you're mentioning, they have the money to go and get DeMarco. But why don't they go there? Why are they not linked to him? Why? Because they don't want him.
You can't use that as leverage because they're not. You can't use that as a leverage because they're not looking for that. Like we said, he's not the number 1 left back, but he's one of the top left back. As much as I don't really like DeMarco like that, but as a player, one of the top. He's first of all, he's top 2 in Italy. After Theo Hernandez, I think he's the second best left back. I don't think nobody
Nah, I
else.
think Spinazzola is better. Personally, I think Spinazzola is better than him.
Nah. I think DeMarco, the past 2 years, he's been consistent. Now we're gonna see what he's gonna do at the Euros, but he plays on one of the top teams. And when they tell you Inter only conceded 22 goals, I'm sorry, but DeMarco is not a number 9. He's part of that defense. He's part of the guy where he'll lock you the fuck down. That's just a
No,
fact.
he won't lock you the F down. No, he won't lock you. He will not lock you down. I'm telling, bro. Listen, I will hold you to this, Clint. Watch against Italy how bad he will be because Udoji is not there. He will have to be the left back, and he will not show up. Secondly, the thing about DeMarco is he's very one-dimensional, and I'm telling you, this inter-system helps him out. He is allowed to go up front. Theo Hernandez, he goes up front. However, he has to come back and defend. DeMarco doesn't have to do that. And on top of that, the guy can only last for 60 minutes. But what I'm saying is, for an example, Liverpool and Andy Robertson. What do they have? And Andy Robertson. Why don't they go to get DeMarco? They have more than enough money to go and get DeMarco, but they won't get him because I'm pretty sure they've seen from him that he's a one-dimensional player. All these big clubs, okay, Real Madrid, they can go and get him now. They don't need to get Alphonso Davies. They don't need to go and they have Ferland Mendy on the bench. Why don't they go and get DeMarco? Because he's not that good. Bayern Munich, even now, none of these teams are linked to him. What I'm saying is, if he was as good as you guys are portraying, these big clubs, i.e. the teams that have money, even Newcastle, they don't want to go and get him because he's not that good. The same with Lautaro Martinez. If these clubs wanted him, they would have been linked to him. However, the Lautaro Martinez, DeMarco, they want to sign new deals with Inter because they know they're safe there under that system.
I think it's very difficult to get Italy, Inter stars. It's very difficult.
Yeah. But because it's the same, you're gonna say, okay,
nobody's
been going for Barella for the past 2 years. Are you gonna say Barella is good?
No. No, Barella is not an inter-system player. He is good. He's quality. I'm not gonna lie.
On that same logic, yeah. Because you're gonna say, what's DeMarco's contract too, bro? You just can't come and get a player if they're like barely, it's not like like he's in a long-term contract. From what I understand, like his shit doesn't even expire now. So yeah, that's not gonna be on the top of your list and going and try to get these guys where you're gonna have to pay big money. But what we can say, we're not saying this dude is miracle, and I agree. Like Theo is way better than him, but DeMarco is, trust me, as much. I watch a lot of Inter games, by the way. I watch a lot of them.
Yeah,
he can be consistent at time, but overall, like this year, he's improved, bro. He benched Dumfries, bro. Dumfries does not start because of this dude.
Who?
Yeah, because him and Dumfries play on the no, they don't play on the same side. Sorry,
yeah,
I think that they don't play on the same side. I take that.
It's him and Carlos.
Carlos Augusto has been injury prone.
He benched the German guy last year.
Oh yeah, Gosens that left, right? Third player, I think he's good. Me personally, I think he's good.
Yeah.
Me personally, I don't get why everyone raves about him.
Okay. All right, guys, listen. Yeah, we'll save the Euros. But listen, the Euros, I think it's going to be really difficult for Italy to go through. If they go through, it's going to be...
Yeah, that's going to be a tough group, bro. It's so much tough. That's probably that's a really cool group of death. Like, holy fuck.
Spain, Croatia, but those are two tough teams. And then Albania can be... If you don't take them seriously.
Nobody's going to give you... And I think the same applies for all teams, too. Because it's just not, it's going to be tough for Italy. Same for Croatia, because you don't have a team that's going to give you 3 points. But I think it comes down to who you play first. And Italy plays Albania first, right? And so if Italy can beat Albania, that's going to give them the edge. So, go.
Me personally, I think the thing with Italy is, I don't know what it is, but when they go to tournament football, no matter how good or bad they are, they always seem to show up. Last year, they were not expected to win it, but they did. And I think this year, with the wealth of talent they have, I truly believe they can win it. They're up there. So I think if they get out of this group, then boy, I think it's looking favourable for them. I think
because
Italy will do well against the big
yeah,
teams. I think they'll do
yeah,
well against the big teams.
I think they're going to struggle against Albania, and it can be a scenario
Hmm.
where they lose against Albania and then they go on to beat Croatia and Spain. I
Yeah.
can see that happening too. So but you don't want that because Italy also they love fucking suffering to fucking win, bro.
Oh yeah.
There's no clean shit except the past Euros, the Belgium and Austria game they went crazy,
Yeah.
but I think
And
this is going to be
mhm.
difficult. It's going to be
But
difficult because
mhm.
Albania now
I think so too. Yeah.
they got talented players. Holy fuck, bro. It's
Do
going,
you know,
but we're going to see. I mean, with
Yo,
Spalletti too, we're gonna see.
hey guys, I have a question. Clint, what national team do you support?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Italy all the way, bro.
For how long have you been
I,
an Italy fan?
I've been an Italy fan for the past 24 years. I started supporting Italy before Milan, by the way. And when I found out Maldini used to play, I became a Milan fan because of Italy. Because my favorite player was Paolo
damn.
Maldini. So as a kid, I started watching. So one of my first tournament I ever watched of Italy was the Euros 2000.
Yeah, that's
So I've
crazy.
been a Maldini. No,
Oh
I've
my
been a
god,
Maldini fan. So
I cried.
Maldini,
I
yeah.
cried,
So
man.
Maldini is my favorite player of all time. And when I found out he played for Italy
Wow.
for Milan, that's how I became a. That's literally my Milan story fan. Like that's how I became a Milan fan because of Paolo Maldini, straight up. Now my
Wait,
Um.
second team. Now my second team after like Italy is usually Croatia. I always love Croatia, and it stops there.
did
Yeah,
you guys
but
see
Italy all
Modric
the
when
way.
he gave that interview in 2018 about English reporters?
Yeah,
What
I
did he
saw
say?
that.
What did he say?
He
He said
after Croatia beat England, he was like the
they
pundits
always
that
talk. Hmm.
yeah
They
they
beat them
talk too
because
much.
the pundits were talking shit.
Wait, and Abdi, are you an England supporter? Are you British?
Yeah, I'm British, but I don't support England like that. For me, national team wise, I love Portugal. I always have, only because of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, nice. Well,
Oh shit! So I was completely tearing you down earlier, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, no, 'cause I get defensive about him because I feel he's so disrespected. So,
you think he's better than
so,
Messi?
so I don't. Okay, in that regard, it comes down to preference because they're both great in their own regard. But for me, I'm a Ronaldo man because I feel that going to went to Premier League, Serie A, La Liga, conquered all of them as the best,
And
left the
Saudi too.
best. You can't deny him. You can't deny. I mean, I don't mind a guy saying Messi. They're more than welcome to say that, but I just think it's a bit rude when people say, "Oh, he's so much better." Oh, it's clear. Yeah, come on now.
What teams do you guys have any teams that or national teams or clubs that you don't like or that you hate the most?
No,
Who?
no.
I do.
Really?
I have a lot.
Nah,
I actually
I have
do.
a lot as well.
I have a couple of teams. I have a couple of teams that I actually don't like. I
Same.
respect them, but I don't like based on rivalry. Like, and for the Ivory Coast, it's me and Ivorian. Of course, I don't like Cameroon. I don't like Cameroon. I don't like Tunisia. Tunisia is a team actually I don't like. I do not like Tunisia at all.
there's,
I
So
don't
wait,
like
why Tunisia?
Mexico.
there's a trend. There's a
Huh?
trend there.
Why Mexico?
No,
Why
Tunisia. I don't like Mexico either. Huh?
Why?
You know,
Because of U.S.
as American, bro, you already know.
Wait,
Don't fuck
what's
with
wrong
you.
with Tunisia?
Tunisia, bro, they first of all, I just don't ask Anwar. Anwar would tell you, bro. I don't. And North Africa is the least liked team. Not a fan of Tunisia. Not a fan. They cheat. Let me,
They
I don't
cheat.
speak. I speak for
Heavy
myself.
accusations. Heavy accusations.
No.
Damn.
When I mean they cheat, it's like the little semantics that they do. I don't fuck with them. I took that shit from my father. I don't like Tunisia as another national
Okay.
team.
Okay.
I don't like. Um, the other national team. I'm missing someone. Fuck. Let me think.
Canada. What about Canada?
No, I don't care for them. I mean, they just us. What's
How
Canada
can you
again?
hate
Is
the
that a country?
Canadians?
Yeah, that's a relevant place. There's no hate. How can you hate something that you don't even know?
I don't even know how they play. I'll
Hey,
say
hey, hey, hey.
I started to dislike England a lot because of the pundits. That's the team that I
Yeah.
started
Oh
not to
my
like.
God.
Yeah,
You started to
England
what?
is a team. England is a team I always want to see lose because of the pundits. I always
Yeah.
want
Oh
to see
yeah,
England
the
lose.
Oh
pundits
my.
are really
Yeah,
heavy.
You're so spot on there. They are the most biased, cretinous idiots
I
I've
was
So
seen in my life.
watching. Sorry, I was watching like on YouTube like yesterday, like all of their predictions before Euro 2020, and one of the pundits was like, as like right after the Italy Spain game, where it was 1-1 in the semifinals, he was like, it doesn't matter which team goes through, England are going to win. They're the best.
Exactly.
He has
Oh
so much
my.
confidence in either.
Oh my God.
I'm like, dude, it's
And
Italy
is
versus Spain, bro. That was a great game.
that's the team. That's the team when
yeah.
when tournament starts. That's the team that actually I want them eliminated like right away.
Same.
Like England, like I want them to lose. It's like, bro, you guys talk too much. I want y'all to lose.
Yeah.
Like, over
The,
over
the,
the
the,
last few years, I started to like Germany, but Germany was a team I never really liked. I never liked
nah,
Germany, but I
the,
started to respect them more over the years.
nah.
I never
You see
support
the
them though, but yeah.
mm, you see the problem with England is the pundits gas them up so much, so it has an effect on the fans in this country as well. But for me, if England lose, man, I'm not safe. I'm not safe because I don't rate England like that.
Roy, remember that guy on Xbox that was like, England is the best football culture in the world?
oh, yeah, of course.
Like when they say
Ah,
stuff like
goodness
that, like
me,
it's like, listen, you don't have to say that. You can believe, you can be an England fan, you can all that. But when you start to like put everyone else down like
Who
that,
has the
yeah,
best football culture in the world, guys? Who has the best? It's Brazil. Brazil has the best football culture in the world.
Yeah, I definitely say that. No, Brazil for sure. I mean, South America as a whole, like,
I
no,
mean,
no, Brazil and Argentina. I
no,
think they both. The Argentina has a good
mm,
football culture, bro. They
I mean,
crazy,
even the
like
fucking dogs know how to play in Brazil.
Italy.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
Dogs
because
know how to
citizens
play
test.
football, guys. What the
I'll
fuck
say
is that?
Brazil. I'll say Brazil, and definitely Argentina. Argentina's are crazy passionate. You saw the World Cup, bro. These motherfuckers are running into hyperinflation. They're all dead broke. They're sleeping in
oh,
airports, but they came out the streets. Four
yeah,
million in the street. Like you got to see, like
Yeah.
Argentinians, they breathe that shit, bro. Like that's a fact. Like that's a
you know,
football. That's proper football culture over there. Like literally Argentina's football culture, like to the T. I'll say that, and they're good with it. Other countries they want to have football culture, but they're not good. Not in Europe. In Europe, I'll say the number one like football, like football culture proper Italy. Italy
yeah,
has
yeah,
because
Italy,
you got to
Italy,
look at
Italy.
the lower level leagues. You look at a game in Series C, Series B, like motherfuckers will go stupid crazy. I'll probably say Germany maybe after, like England to
And
me.
Spain, don't
Yeah,
forget Spain. Spain is incredible.
no,
Spain,
they are, but
what
I don't
Spain
think
has
I don't
done
think
in the last 20 years, it's
no like
insane.
performance wise, yes, Roy, but from a culture perspective, meaning the guys go crazy. I look at derbies. I look at, bro, Italy got an edge over
Man,
everybody.
you, you, I went to the San Siro and the atmosphere was not normal. It was against PSG, and when you walk on the road in Italy, nearly everyone you see there is wearing a jersey of some sort. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
the culture in
because they
Italy was
tell you
amazing.
because they tell you, like, yeah, I think that, yeah, Italy football can be a match. Like, see, right now England, they're ready to cocktails. Yes, England has a football culture, but I don't think their football culture is not as interesting as
No,
as like
it's good. It's
Italy
just arrogant.
or even
No,
in Germany.
it's a good, but it's arrogant as we
Me,
said.
me, me,
Yeah,
me, 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 me personally, is Germany and Italy for me are the top two in Europe in terms of footballing culture.
yeah,
Like, meaning it's part of like their culture. Like, it's, you feel that in the stadiums, the atmosphere. Because for me, football culture,
yeah,
I
yeah.
speak atmosphere. I speak style. You understand? I mean, London. See, England, I can say now, yeah, because of the London clubs. They're mixing it with the
Mm,
fashion, but I think Italy always had that. Like, you looked at Italy, right? Italy always made the difference. Let me tell you something. Me growing up in the Ivory Coast, here's what they always say about Italy. Like, you look at Italy, always will make the difference, even on the pitch before the national anthem. These motherfuckers got their cool ass fucking, over, their jacket on. They don't have the jersey, they have their jacket. They always do something where it just stands out. Like the style. See, Italy, I
Mm.
think Italy is responsible for bringing style into really football, like making that shit look cool as fuck. And that tells a lot about the culture and then influenced it, right? Now, across, and I'm talking about Europe in specific. I have to put Italy like above in terms of passion as well. I mean, look when they sing the national fucking anthem, bro. Shit is berserk. Other people are just mumbling when they sing it.
But
Every time
Brazil,
yelling.
I think Brazil is still number one, though.
No,
Like,
yeah, no. I say Europe.
Brazil
For
is
Italy, it's
number one.
Europe, but in the world, yeah, Brazil. I mean, but Brazil, a fucking roach.
It's
can juggle a
insane. Like
fucking-
everybody
can juggle a
there
tennis
is,
ball, bro.
dude.
I
Everybody.
just saw a meme. I'll send it to the group chat, which is funny. He's like, yo, me calling, and they have a Leonardo DiCaprio. It's like me calling all my friends to go to Brazil, like Madrid, calling all my friends to go to Brazil and impregnate all the Brazilian females so we can sell the kids for 200 million to Madrid. And the dude's making the phone call because all the Brazilians are going for high money. So it's like I'm like, bro, you guys are ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but yeah, I agree. Mexico also has good football culture, by the way. They're just not good.
Yep.
But
Also,
their
a lot
football
of
culture crazy.
yeah. There's a lot of countries with good football culture.
USA too. I believe that we will win.
Yes.
America, oh, we're so cringe, man. We're so cringe. We're so cringe. It's ridiculous. Like we're so cringe. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's our favorite song. I believe that we will win. I believe, like you see Americans
And this is
today,
a
be like,
cheerleader shit. What
fuck?
is going on?
This exactly like that's their chant. I knew America was doomed, right? You know what's crazy? They like Charlotte FC was a new MLS team franchise, and they were literally hiring supporters. So there was like on LinkedIn or fucking Indeed, they were literally hiring like supporters. Like, bro, it's an application. That's
awesome.
crazy, bro. It shows you how superficial our society is here in this country. Like, we do not care. They're like, no, soccer is boring. You know what the American take is on soccer? They say it's boring because you don't score a lot. That's literally their argument.
What?
And they run. I'm telling you, that's the argument you'll hear from everybody. Oh, I don't watch that shit.
Man, have you not seen the UFC president Dana White? He said that soccer has the least amount of talent needed to play.
That's what he said. Yep. Yeah, we heard it. And he got backlash for it.
What the fuck?
And he got backlash for
what an idiot.
And he doesn't care. Yeah. UFC. The problem is Americans, we love instant gratification. They don't like delayed gratification. So they want to see you just scoring and all that stuff, which, us that love the game of football, we see it as, oh, that shit is boring as shit. Like, you just scoring, there's no suspense. But they look on the other hand, they're like, damn, this is boring, like a 0-0. But if you're a football fan and you see a 0-0, you can be happy that you didn't score, but somebody outside is sport. I mean, it is what it is. That's one is popular, the other one is not. So that's what I'm gonna say. Football is much popular. It's a culture. In Africa, we say football is the second biggest religion after Christianity. So, it is. Oh yeah, that's how we call it, bro. It is. It's the second best religion. I grew up with a strict father, and my dad always wanted me to study, be in the books. But when there's a game, bro, he told me not to study. Come and watch the game with him, and that's how I grew up. So, football was my only leeway where I was allowed to watch TV as a kid. So,
with me was more in lockdown. I started watching football in lockdown.
What, this lockdown?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know if it was.
Are you talking about soccer or football?
Football. No,
like
soccer.
Football.
Yeah, football.
Like Milan.
You started watching the lockdown? You started watching the lockdown?
You talking about AC Milan football?
I'm a
PL.
Yeah, man, I'm a late comer. What it was is as a kid, I used to play football, right? But I would just watch football highlights. I watch like Neymar, Messi, Ronaldo highlights. But actually watching football, I was never like on that. But then it was
you one of them on the internet that we be roasting.
You
one of them, bro. Ooh.
What is that?
Bro, it was
4 years, 3 years. You've been watching football for 3 years.
I know I'm late, brother. I swear to God.
Why you
Bro, it was in lockdown when shit used to get boring. I was like,
Now,
let me
now,
just start
now,
watching football.
now you're gonna make us discredit all your takes that you had earlier, boy. Oh
Now you can't
no.
discredit that, bro. I've done my research about shit, bro. Come on now, come on.
Oh
Now
no, Roy.
with
What happened? What I miss?
Ooh
What I
shit.
Abdi
miss?
said that he's been watching football since 2020.
Who? Who?
Abdi.
Since 2020.
Yeah.
yeah,
Damn, I used
what can I do about
Nothing.
How
No,
old are you?
it's wild. It's
but the years
absolutely
will
wild.
come, man. I mean, 20 years from now, you're gonna look back. You're gonna be seasoned. We all were there at one point. So
Wait, how old are
that?
you?
Yeah. Say again.
What's your age?
I'm 20.
Oh, you're my age.
Yeah, man. It was boy. What it is? My family is like what? I have brothers who are into Juve fans. I mean, I don't know. I just like Milan from young when I used to hear about them. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start watching Milan. So I think the first game I watched was was it Juve versus us, and we won 4-2, and Leao scored 2. Was it?
That was the game. That was
That's the first
Yeah,
game you ever saw.
that was the first game I watched.
that got
Then
a
it was
lot of like
then
media attention that year. I remember that.
damn, bro.
yeah.
I mean,
Then it was the
I,
next year I started watching consistently, like watched
yeah,
every single match.
yeah. I'm not even gonna judge you, bro, because I mean, everybody had their year. You know, my first Champions League final, if I remember correctly, was fucking Bayern against Valencia. And even at the time, me saying that, it was like, oh shit, you know, people are talking to me about 98 and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, I
Damn.
couldn't really, you know, but then the years go. I think I was lucky enough that like when I started supporting Milan for real, like my second year, like we won the Champions League, and I'm all that's cemented. Like this team is actually good. So it's
Yeah.
like that 03 when they won that 03. That's when I was fully like vested in Champions League, like from start to finish. You know, I mean the year before, see the one where Zidane scored, that's when I actually, before I used to watch football as scraps, like, oh, I'm watching in and there as a kid. But when I started sitting down, like the way we're having debates and watching game all the time, it really, for me, is really 2002. Like when I was 10 years old and I know what I'm watching, I'm understanding this shit, who's doing what. Like that's, you know, and everybody
So
at their young age. So the years
so
go
what
by.
did you do in the banter? What did you do in the banter era when everything was just shambolic?
I was just depressed because the
A lot
banter
of
era really helped me.
wanking off.
The banter era would really hurt me. The banter era would really hurt me, bro. Like I was, you know, at the time I was in the military, so I used to be in my barracks room, and I'm the only one on my floor. I used to have cable, so I used to have beIN Sport to watch Serie A. And I was so delusional in the banter era. In the banter era, I was so deluded. No, I'm telling you, I was so deluded. That's the sad part. No, that's what hurts more. Because in the banter era, you're so deluded, thinking like, yo, you know, you're still thinking you're at the same level as the Barcelonas of the world. Like it's just a little hiccup that's going on, but it keeps repeating itself. So that year we finished 10th. I was like, nah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna win the league. We still got a chance. I fully recovered from the banter era when Pioli got nominated. I promise you. I was still deluded. I was deluded for a good 4 years. I'm still thinking like if we come back to the Champions League, we can compete. I was far from reality. Like I was a lost. You want to talk about somebody that was a lost cause? I was a lost cause. Like, are you serious? Oh boy. If you think Arsenal fans are bad, if you would have met me banter era, I'll argue you to death.
I think Roy went into hibernation.
Bro, I got a tattoo. I got a Milan tattoo during the banter era.
No,
because I was still thinking we're lit. Yeah.
That's not no. What the
I had
fuck?
accepted after I think that 5-0 against Atalanta, like it made me sit the fuck down. And I was like, okay, yeah, bro, we're bad. Like I had to adjust my expectations. Prior to that, because even when Maldini came, I was still thinking with Gianpaolo, I'm like, yep, we're back on track. We're gonna go in and do. Like I was so deluded, bro. It's not even. I look back and I laugh. I'm like, God damn, bro, I was lost.
With when Fassone Mirabelli and Young Gong Lee came in, I knew that it was going to be a big failure.
For me, that was even worse. That was even worse because I was thinking when they were injecting all that money, I'm like, oh, it's lit. We're about to like win. Like when they were spending, all these guys were coming in.
they really got me. I was one of the gullible guys. I'm like, oh, 200 mil, we're getting Carlos Baca, we're gonna be good. Whoo, boy, you in for a long ride. Because
I
after
saw I saw light at the end of the tunnel when Maldini and Masada were there. Now I feel like we're kind of somewhat back with the Fasoni Mirabelli,
that's what
but
I said,
in a better situation.
bro. Dude, I think the year we finished 10th, bro, I think that's any Milan fan during that time. You're just sitting there and you don't believe it because we're losing against stupid ass teams. Like, it's times that you can't even beat. Like, you get to the point during the Benta era, like you're playing against teams against Sassuolo and your heart is beating. Like, you think you're playing Barcelona because you're thinking they're gonna beat you. Not being serious, bro. Like teams like Sassuolo, because Sassuolo was doing damage too. When they came out to the league and they started,
Yeah.
bro, they were not playing with Milan, man. And we're getting beat left to right. And Inter was bad too, but Inter was
Oh
above
yeah.
us in that banter era. It was who's banter than who? Like they were slightly above than us, but because Inter was awful. But man, I think our year finishing 10th, that's my most download moment in Milan is two parts. I got a
Yeah.
couple, but I think the recent years when we finished 10th, fuck. Because I watched it, I was like, God damn. We were just bad, man. We were just so bad. We were so bad. And then when Gattuso came, there was a little bit of thing. But, once Ancelotti left, I think that 08, when we brought in Ronaldinho, I think me personally, I think that's where a real banter really started. But it was masking a lot of the BS that's in the background. Because if you remember
Mhm.
that semifinal, we lost to Man United like 4-0. The year us as
Wow.
champions, we come back, we're losing 4-0, we look stupid. And then I think and then when we lost Kaká, I was like, yeah, it wasn't really when Ibra came and Allegri 2011, a little bit of hope. I personally feel like if Pato wasn't injury prone and we never sold Thiago Silva and Ibrahimovic, we would never went to Benta era. We would have probably had a shutdown, but we never went to Benta era. I think those are the main reasons for us going into the Benta era. Like completely. Like that really sealed the deal.
Down.
And then you bring in after that, who's the first? Okay, the first coach of the Benta era, concretely speaking, for me, I think it was Leonardo. Then when Leonardo, because Allegri came. After when Allegri left and they brought in Montella, then it was Seedorf, then Montella, and then after Mialovic, you already knew we were just in shambles because we were just changing coaches like clothes.
Yo,
And it was awful, bro.
wait, let me ask. So, Abdi, when did you find the channel? Like, what year?
Man, I can't remember. I think last year or the year before. No, I think it was last year.
You weren't there, like, I mean, that would have been too early, but basically, like, it really grew that COVID year, basically, and like, then
Yeah.
the following, that was when you just started, though. I feel like.
Yeah. Well, it was in lockdown, right? It was just there was nothing much to do, so I was like, let me find myself a good sports watch. So I started watching football, and I just fell in love to it. I can't even lie, and I just started watching like week in, week out, Serie A, watching it. Then I started watching the Premier League properly.
But
Then
you came at a good
everything
moment
came
though,
out.
because you got to see Milan win the Scudetto.
Yeah,
So that's a good.
yeah,
That's a good joy.
like even now, like second place for me. I'm literally thinking like, what the hell? Now I think I'm probably spoiled.
Yeah, you spoiled as fuck.
Yeah,
Oh,
because like,
you big
yeah, man,
spoiled boy.
yeah, fuck, man.
You were a big spoiled, bro. You're spoiled that the fucking cake is spilling all over you.
Dude, my dad
Yeah.
every single day, he'll like remind me about all the Champions Leagues he saw in his life, and he's just like,
Yeah, we're not there. We're not those Milan. See, there's three types of Milan fans. There's the new ones, and then you got the ones that talk to you like, "Oh, I was with Milan when they went to Serie B." You got those guys. You haven't encountered them yet. They were there for the really, really dark days, and you got some that started like the 2000s. You got the Kaká people,
Yeah, man. When I
Did
went,
you see the Romano tweet, by the way, about Emerson?
yeah, brother, bruv. I mean, are they even consulting with Fonseca? I'm just thinking because why are they going to get a defensive right back when he's an attacking-minded coach?
No, I guess to create balance, because if Theo is already attacking, you're not gonna play. You're gonna have Theo. You can't have both of your left and right back just be attack minded. You need to create balance. And I think that's what that's what all teams they usually do. Like if you look at Liverpool, you look at the Barcelona, you look at any like the good teams, they create that balance. One needs to stay back, so it forms a three. And you're not allowed the because if you have both attacking fullbacks like crazy, you're just exposed at the back. Like you're gonna just concede so many goals, so you just can't. And we already have Theo Hernandez. I don't see why you're gonna go get somebody else that's like him. If you go get another Theo Hernandez, we're fucked. Especially if we don't get a DM. Holy fuck, bro.
Guys, Roy is a boomer. But listen, wait. By the way, I'm looking at Twitter right now because I didn't get to look all day. The Allegri stuff, was that actually a link? Because I just put on this profile picture randomly.
No, it is.
Yeah.
It was.
That's a real
What?
Yeah.
It's real.
That's crazy.
That was. I see the Milan universe. There's no smoke without fire, man. Somebody's talking. So, but what Roy said, he said like apparently like his agents offered Allegri to Milan. So, I guess it was in that case. But why the fuck would I get Allegri? Never. I don't think Allegri's gonna get a big job. If they don't license, he's better off going to the Saudi, man. Go get your bag. Go get your bag. Stay in Saudi. They'll take you. They'll give you big money. You get to coach. Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, imagine if you go to fucking Al Nassr and Cristiano Ronaldo sees his face again, because he's the reason why. Cristiano is the reason why he left Juventus in the first place. So imagine him going over there. That would be fucked up. Cristiano's going to be like, oh hell no, I don't want this guy over here. Yeah, so I don't know.
How are you feeling about Fonseca? Let's be honest here.
Hey guys, I gotta go. So if you want to continue, guys,
we can close.
No, you can close it, Roy.
Yeah, you can close it, man.
All right, okay.
All
right.
Everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you very much, everybody. Forza Milan, click the like button, subscribe, do all that good stuff, guys, on your way out.
I'll be on tomorrow. I'll run a live tomorrow.
All right, perfect. So we'll be on tomorrow. Peace out.
Yeah.
Ciao.
All right, see you. Bye-bye.